1501. The fairy world ascends again. Satu Xing smiled wryly. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot harbor two tigers. It's already unbelievable that so many nameless ones gathered in one world. And it's even more inconceivable that we, that group of people back then, could rally around the same person, call each other brothers, and maintain a stable relationship. Especially Luo Yichen and those two women, Ji Yuzhen. They were already mortal enemies in the upper realm. Seeing Li Fan's interested expression, Satu Xing continued, Luo Yichen was known as the Qingxi Divine Mother in the immortal realm. Her style of doing things was the same as in the Xuanwang world before she met Zan Yuanong. She favored male and female consorts alike. The entire starfield was under her skirt. As for Ji Yuzhen, her name in the upper realm was also Ji Yuzhen. It is said that Ji Yuzhen was originally a native of the Qingxi starfield. She was influenced by the unique atmosphere of service within from a young age, and she believed in it wholeheartedly. However, by chance, she was able to leave the Qingxi starfield one day and came to a starfield under normal immortal governance. The huge contrast twisted her mentality, and she turned from respect to hatred. Satu Xing paused, hesitated for a moment, and then added, my upper realm's original memory is somewhat incomplete. What I've heard may not be true. However, it is absolutely true that there was an unknown entanglement between the two of them. At the time, we were wondering why these two seemed to have a great feud from birth. Later, Ji Yuzhen was the first to awaken her original consciousness and directly attacked, trying to kill Luo Yichen. Fortunately, Zan Yuanong took action in time to stop her. I still remember Ji Yuzhen's eyes at the time. Hee, Satu Xing clicked his tongue. I have to say, Zan Yuanong really had some ability. Not only was he able to maintain a balance between the two women when he was around, but after he disappeared, Ji Yuzhen and Luo Yichen actually lived in peace for a while. It wasn't until they had different opinions on how to deal with Zan Yuanong that the two gradually broke apart again. Luo Yichen believed that she was ultimately not destined for that treasure, and the Qingxi starfield had not yet been affected by the annihilation tide, but it was already in a precarious situation. Therefore, she chose to return to the immortal realm to escape. As for Ji Yuzhen, she chose to track down the clues left by Zan Yuanong. She firmly believed that Zan Yuanong would not abandon her like this. Satu Xing smiled wryly. Ji Yuzhen's stubborn nature in the upper realm was also quite famous. Li Fan recalled the hundreds of millions of Ji Yuzhen's souls wandering in the annular mountains of Dongyang continent. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Isn't Ji Yuzhen dead? As he spoke, he waved his hand and showed Satu Xing the current situation in Dongyang continent in the Xuanwang world. Satu Xing was initially taken aback when he heard this. However, after observing for a while, he shook his head slightly. Ji Yuzhen's cultivation method dictates that she will not fall so easily. These hundreds of millions of divided souls, including the original soul hidden in the center, are almost all memories related to Zan Yuanong. They should have been deliberately discarded by her. That Dongyang continent is also the place where Zan Yuanong returned after ascending, searching for her. He probably wanted to sever all her emotions for Zan Yuanong. As expected of a former nameless true immortal, he saw through the reality of the hundreds of millions of divided souls just through the light and shadow indirectly displayed by Li Fan. No wonder the scenes I saw in the memories of these divided souls all had Zan Yuanong. Li Fan was already somewhat convinced of Satu Xing's judgment. Back then, among your 12 Dharma kings, how many really died? How many disappeared voluntarily? Satu Xing felt that this senior in front of him seemed overly interested in the affairs of the Zan sect back then. Could it be that he later met one of our 12? Thinking like this, but deterred by the two celestial pillars beside him, Satu Xing still honestly replied, Sikong Lin is probably really dead. Affected by the immortal realm's annihilation tide, the original body was annihilated, and the clone was also severely damaged. It was too late to recover, and there was no hope of recovery. Zhou Yangli and Kui Ziyuan, the original bodies were definitely affected as well. But it's not certain whether they escaped or not. As for the others, that's beyond my speculation. Li Fan pointed to the direction of the underground dark river in the Dark Star Sea. What about you? How did you end up in this situation again? Hearing this, Satu Xing was a little embarrassed. My original consciousness awakened the latest. I didn't regain my original consciousness until before Zan Yuanong disappeared. I couldn't understand some of the things that happened among us at the time. I still followed Zan Yuanong's orders and inscribed the form of living beings under the Star Sea. And I rarely communicated with others. Even if they awakened their original consciousness, they wouldn't be sure of my true identity. They weren't even sure if I was a true immortal from the lower realm. I hadn't been working under the dark star sea for long when the original body tragically fell, and I was also affected. It was already a blessing to be able to barely retain my divine consciousness, Situ Xing sighed. In that case, your clone can be considered loyal, Li Fan said, looking him up and down. Well, it's not entirely as Senior thinks. In fact, I sensed the benefits of opening up the form of living beings in the dark, and I was willing to stay in that underground river of life, Situ Xing smiled, not hiding anything. Benefits. After the destruction of the immortal realm, the infinite nature of our true immortals' immortal power was also affected to varying degrees. Some were lucky and might still have infinite immortal power. But some lost their connection with the infinite sea. And I belong to the latter. Situ Xing sighed and continued, and by shaping the form of living beings and outlining this star sea, and helping it recover along the way, I can use the authority channel of the lower realm star sea to reconnect with the infinite sea. At that time, although the immortal realm was destroyed, I am still a true immortal. Even if the original body suffers misfortune, I won't be greatly affected. It's a pity that things don't go as planned. The infinite sea is the culprit that brought about the annihilation tide. Even after the immortal realm is destroyed, you are still obsessed. Li Fan interrupted Situ Xing's words, his expression gradually turning cold. Situ Xing was a little stunned, and seemed to finally understand why Li Fan didn't have immortal power. He pondered and carefully explained, it's not the infinite sea that caused the annihilation. It's that we didn't stop the infinite sea that led to the annihilation. Our true immortals connect to the infinite sea through the power of Lianshan. As the saying goes, mountains and seas are connected. And whether we use infinite immortal power or not, it won't affect the overall situation of the annihilation tide. I guess that the destruction of the immortal realm, that Tianluo immortal emperor's willfulness, must bear the vast majority of the responsibility. Situ Xing's statement was in Li Fan's blind spot of knowledge. Because he couldn't tell whether it was true or false, he didn't directly refute it. Instead, he asked, Tianluo immortal emperor, I also heard that before the immortal realm was destroyed, he seemed to have taken crazy actions. What exactly did he want to do? When Tianluo immortal emperor was mentioned, Situ Xing's expression became a little strange. It was very similar to when he recalled Zhan Yuanong. Tianluo immortal emperor wanted to completely solve the worries of the annihilation tide. And the method was the immortal realm's overall ascension plan again. If it can succeed, it will be above the mountains and seas. No matter how the tide rises and falls, it will no longer affect us in the slightest. Li Fan's expression also became subtle. Either the Tianluo immortal emperor is a complete madman, or he must have a reliance. I heard that there was no shortage of followers around Tianluo emperor back then. He stared at Situ Xing, wanting to get the answer from his mouth. Theoretically speaking, Tianluo emperor's plan is indeed somewhat feasible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to follow him back then. It's a pity that, judging from the results, he seems to have ultimately failed. However, the specific reason why it is feasible involves the immortal realm's ascension plan. It is top secret. I didn't get the synchronized information. And that secret may have been completely buried with the destruction of the immortal realm. A trace of regret flashed in Situ Xing's eyes. The celestial pillar space was temporarily plunged into an eerie silence. Immortal realm ascension. Li Fan carefully tasted these 4 words in his heart. It was indeed too crazy. No wonder Qing Yin and the Ling surname True Immortal, who were stationed in the test site space, thought Tianluo Emperor was crazy after learning about this plan. They ultimately decided to flee far away. The power of the immortals comes from the mountains and the sea. And Tianluo Emperor actually wanted to use the power of one world to transcend the mountains and the sea. Even if there was some reliance, it would be too whimsical. But to be able to give birth to the position of the immortal realm's ruling immortal emperor, Tianluo must be an extraordinary person. He should have made this decision after some consideration. At least, in his opinion, there was a high probability of success. Wanjun may not be able to surpass the mountains and the sea. At that time, the immortal realm was still trembling under the ravages of the annihilation tide. What exactly did Tianluo Emperor rely on? Infinite curiosity surged in Li Fan's heart. However, this question was destined to have no answer in the short term. You said that infinite immortal power is not the culprit that brought about the annihilation tide. Then, do you think that all the immortals in the sky are not responsible for the occurrence of the annihilation tide? After thinking for a while, Li Fan redirected the topic. Li Fan's position was already very clear. Taking another look at the celestial pillar on the side, Satu Xing hesitated to speak several times, unable to answer this question for a long time. After a long while, he stammered, "It's not just me. The vast majority of true immortals probably think so. And the fact is also true. Whether we use infinite immortal power or not, the infinite sea is always there. And the fusion of mountains and seas is the general trend. If anyone is really wrong, then perhaps, from the beginning, the birth of immortals was a mistake. Ever since the power of Lianshan was used to give birth to immortals, the approach of the infinite sea was already destined sooner or later." Satu Xing also had some persistence. Facing Li Fan's fierce gaze, he didn't change his statement. He said frankly, "Are you nameless true immortals, who attained enlightenment and left, really not responsible?" Li Fan suddenly shouted sharply. With a wave of his hand, 5 Shukyugong phantoms surrounded this place, appearing in front of Satu Xing. Not to mention becoming a pillar. Can't you even leave a Chengdao phantom like Shukyugong? Shukyugong's name was indeed extraordinary. Looking at the suddenly appearing phantoms around him, Satu Xing was struck by lightning. His body trembled uncontrollably. After calming down, he took the initiative to bow to the phantoms. Then he pondered and said again, "This question was discussed in the immortal realm long ago. The general trend of the fusion of mountains and seas cannot be reversed by the insistence of one or two Daos. In fact, more or less support from one Dao doesn't affect anything from a macro-time perspective. It's like the refuge that Senior built here with 2 celestial pillars. It seems safe now, but in fact, one day, destruction is inevitable. Perhaps it can be delayed a little, but it will ultimately be of no avail. It is impossible to completely deny the path of true immortal advancement because of this. Moreover, we can attain namelessness, small transcendence, and even true transcendence, leaping above the mountains and seas. Maybe we can really find a way to stop the fusion of mountains and seas." Satu Xing spoke righteously, speaking faster and faster. His eyes were firm, and this seemed to be what he truly agreed with in his heart. HMPH. Entrusting hope to a illusory future. Now the immortal realm has been destroyed, and there are countless transcendent true immortals. Have you found a way to save the world? Li Fan retorted. Satu Xing could only remain silent in response to this question. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "Perhaps, on the other side of the infinite sea, there is a world that has already found a solution. The endless stream of transcendent true immortals from all over the world are crossing over to the other shore, gathering in that magnificent world. Gathering all their strength, they should be able to find a way to save the world." This was originally the tacit understanding of countless nameless true immortals. Entangling in one world, the final result, Tianluo Emperor has already demonstrated it. Senior, you didn't take the path of proving immortality, so it's natural that you don't understand this. Satu Xing said confidently, but he couldn't shake Li Fan's heart at all. No other reason, because the cold countdown numbers of Wanjun were steadily decreasing, telling the final fate of the world. Perhaps he's right, the fusion of mountains and seas is the real general trend of the world. In the face of mountains and seas, the influence of a possibility is negligible. Not to mention the nameless true immortals who only prove one Dao. No matter what they do, whether they leave behind Chengdao methods. At most, it will only delay the time of the annihilation tide's arrival. It can't change the final ending of destruction. Li Fan suddenly thought of Xie Subai, He Tianyi, and Shu Qugong, who clearly had the ability to easily resist the annihilation tide, but still drifted away. The tacit understanding between nameless true immortals. Are they just for their own strength, or do they not abandon this so-called tacit understanding in their hearts? Does that great world on the other shore, where many transcendents gather, really exist? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind. However, no matter what he thought now, it was impossible to show any signs of being persuaded by Satu Xing on the surface. The lives that the world's beings should have had disappeared early because of your excuses. How should this account be settled? Are they supposed to die? With a wave of Li Fan's hand, countless scenes of creatures howling in the apocalypse instantly appeared in front of Satu Xing. 1502. When the nameless path was achieved. It wasn't just the experiences Li Fan had personally gone through in reincarnation, but also what he had glimpsed from the heretical Subai, still true, and even the infinite sea. Countless tragic and horrifying doomsday scenes instantly played out before Satu Xing's eyes. Even though he was once a nameless true immortal, After witnessing scenes more terrifying than hell by a billion times, his expression slightly changed. Satu-Shing didn't look away, taking all these scenes into his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke with some difficulty. He still didn't change his views because of this. All living beings perishing in the annihilation of the Tao is the destiny of all beings under the unchangeable general trend. As the saying goes, they are born with the Tao and perish with the Tao. No one in the world is inherently responsible for the life and death of others. Moreover, in the eyes of us true immortals, most of them can't even be considered living beings. Satu-Xing's voice was initially weak, but the more he spoke, the more firm he became. Li Fan sneered. After saying all these high-sounding words, it's just a sentence, the weak have no right to survive. Then today, you are the fish, and I am the knife. What do you have to say about being sealed as a celestial pillar? Satu-Shing opened his mouth, but didn't utter any self-contradictory remarks. The weak are prey to the strong, I have nothing to say. Being sealed into a celestial pillar is also due to my inferior skills, a calamity of my own. I only advise Senior that 3 or 2 celestial pillars can only exchange for temporary peace in one place. If you truly want to seek a method to save the world, you still need to go to that great world of the other shore. With Senior's strength, there should be no problem. Satu-Shing wanted to say more, but suddenly felt the surrounding great Tao tighten around him once more. This time, Li Fan didn't give him another chance to quibble. The great Tao merged into his body, and his vision and thoughts were all frozen and sealed. Besides the primordial bone and the starving immortal, another celestial pillar stood tall in this space. But after all, its foundation was only the shadow of a nameless immortal. Compared to the former two, this third celestial pillar was obviously weaker. Even because it wasn't truly transformed by the great Tao, this celestial pillar couldn't help bear too much of the pressure from the annihilation of the Tao. But Li Fan still wanted to seal Satu-Shing up. It wasn't that he was afraid of this ancient Dharma king, the nameless one of the lower realm. The main purpose was to slowly extract the memories of the past from their minds, just like he treated the starving immortal. In Li Fan's view, Satu-Xing's value was even far above that of the starving immortal. The starving immortal's first half of his life in the immortal realm was just as a Wu-Wei immortal servant. But Satu-Shing was the ruling immortal minister of the barren mist star region. From the few words he revealed earlier, it could be determined that he must know countless secrets of the immortal realm. Immortal minister, judging by the name, he should be a master of an immortal domain. The nameless realm indeed has the qualifications to rule a region. Although Satu-Shing himself said that his memories of the upper realm are incomplete due to the impact of the annihilation of the Tao. But the truth of the matter still needs to be seen by my own eyes. If the starving immortal's heart was just a loose ball of light, then Satu-Xing's consciousness was like a dazzling pearl. Countless thoughts and memories were compressed to the smallest point, incomparably solid. If outsiders wanted to peek into it, they would first need to pry open a crack in this solid entity. Li Fan was indeed a master of manipulating people's hearts. After carefully observing for a moment, he discovered the flaw in Satu-Xing's heart. He couldn't help but sneer, no matter how he says it. The Venerable One's fall in the annihilation of the Tao still brought him immense psychological trauma. I only need to start from this aspect. Li Fan formed hand seals. The clone Li Buren also cooperated. In the pitch-black star sea, the guardian Chu illusory figure, primordial, and starving immortal, who were also pillars of the annihilation of the Tao, began to withdraw their power. It seemed that they wanted all the pressure to be borne by the newly appointed Satu-Shing alone. A mansion is about to collapse, and a single pillar cannot support it. Moreover, this is the annihilation of the Tao that destroys the world. The sound of a vast tide rolling in seemed to be faintly transmitted from beyond the sky. Within the pitch-black star sea, which had just been nourished by the relatively complete great Tao of the outside star region, strands of black Tao annihilation chi suddenly emerged. It was terrifying and eerie, like a ghost. The great Tao of resurrection suddenly became chaotic again. The living beings in the star sea all felt an impending disaster for no reason. Although the vast majority of them were sleeping peacefully in the worry-free paradise of the Xuanwang world, they still instinctively frowned, their expressions uneasy. The people of the world were already so unbearable, let alone Satu-Shing, who was supporting them, above. It was precisely because he had truly experienced the horror of the annihilation of the Tao that, when facing it again, this nameless one of the lower realm, who had been eloquent before, had his defenses broken in an instant. Under the impending disaster, there was no longer the composure he had shown in his words just now. He cried out in panic and howled instinctively. There was no difference between him and the living beings in the doomsday presented by Li Fan in his illusions. Nameless true immortal. That's all there is to it. Li Fan looked at Situ Xing, who was like a clown, and couldn't help but mock him. Relying on Situ Xing alone to transform into a celestial pillar could not last too long. Li Fan was still unwilling to let the annihilation of the Tao truly descend. Seizing the opportunity of the other party's broken defense, Li Fan separated a wisp of divine thought and entered it along the crack in his defense. Although it could not compare to the thoughts of still true, the overwhelming past that surged in still plunged Li Fan into a turbulent sea. But fortunately, he had the experience of surviving in even greater storms. After adapting for a while, he could barely move freely. It seems that Situ Xing didn't lie. This sea of heart is indeed incomplete. Li Fan looked around and found that Situ Xing's thoughts were not presented coherently like those of a normal person. Instead, there was a dark void every certain distance. From these voids, Li Fan felt the aura belonging to the annihilation of the Tao. At this moment, the voids in these thoughts were echoing the real annihilation of the Tao outside, slowly expanding outwards. Presumably, one day, they would completely devour Situ Xing's mind. Even if the clone escaped the annihilation of the Tao, his heart is still being eroded by it. Not only a material blow, but also a spiritual one. Li Fan carefully avoided these Tao annihilation voids and first looked at the closest and most conspicuous memory. That was the most glorious moment in Situ Xing's life. Even though the Venerable One had fallen, the clone still firmly remembered it in his heart. It was the moment when Situ Xing attained the Tao of the Nameless. Unlike the lonely scene when Li Fan saw the starving immortal attain the Tao, in Situ Xing's memory, there were countless true immortal figures standing around, observing and congratulating him. And in the distant horizon, even more immortals were surrounding a tall figure. Congratulations to Situ. Amidst the congratulations of the crowd, Situ Xing bowed respectfully to the tall figure in the distance. Award the barren mist star region. Award a congenital spiritual treasure. Award 100,000 immortal servants. Voices echoed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Situ Xing's thoughts surged, and his heart was agitated. 1503. The book left by the Supreme. The Tao that Situ Xing certified was open black lens bracket engraving close black lens bracket. Taking himself as the blade, he could engrave everything tangible and intangible in the world. Initially, he was inspired by the open black lens bracket superior virtue inscription Tao Immortal's close black lens bracket inscription Tao method, and combined it with what Situ Xing was best at, to achieve this unique Tao technique in the world. The reason why Situ Xing's Tao certification ceremony was so grand was because his carved creations could serve as a lower-level substitute for inscription Tao. The four saint sovereigns of the immortal realm are high above. They have never opened the immortal path or opened the infinite spring. Although they bless all immortals and have eternal merit, most true immortals in the immortal realm have not experienced the desolate years of open black lens bracket no immortals in the world close black lens bracket. In their view, the existence of the immortal path or the infinite nature of immortal power is natural and taken for granted. The four saint sovereigns of the immortal realm are just symbols like gods in their minds. The inscription Tao Immortal is the most admired existence by all the true immortals in the immortal realm. For no other reason than the inscription Tao Immortal's innate talent, observing the 3,000 great Taos and fully comprehending them. Moreover, he inscribed and transformed the intangible great Taos he observed and comprehended, and taught them to the world. The vast open black lens bracket Supreme Tao book close black lens bracket fully describes the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. It is said that almost half of the nameless true immortals in the immortal realm were born after observing the open black lens bracket Supreme Tao book close black lens bracket. It is just a pity that the Supreme Tao book, which was originally floating in the open black lens bracket boundless star territory close black lens bracket and could be viewed by all immortals, unfortunately encountered the first large-scale Tao annihilation calamity in the immortal realm. It is said that at the moment when the Tao annihilation tide descended, every character in the Supreme Tao book burst out with infinite light. It transformed into a light band connecting the sky, temporarily resisting the Tao annihilation calamity. It bought a short escape time for the true immortals below who were observing and comprehending the Tao. But after all, it was just a Tao book, and it was still unable to resist this terrifying calamity. In the end, it was swallowed by Tao annihilation along with the entire star territory. Only a few great Tao symbols survived. Satu Xing was fortunate enough to be born before the disappearance of the open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Book close black lens bracket. During his observation, he accurately determined his own Tao path. That is to become the second inscription Tao Immortal. It should be known that although the Supreme Tao Book lies across the boundless star territory, all immortals can see it. However, the immortal realm stands above the open black lens bracket upper sky mountain close black lens bracket, boundless and infinite. The open black lens bracket boundless close black lens bracket domain alone cannot be explored by immortal power. There are very few who have the ability, determination, and luck to truly come to the boundless star territory to view the Tao Book. The Supreme Tao Book is like a wall sculpture built against the mountain, immovable. But if someone can carve, record, and transfer the Tao Book, so that the true immortals in the world do not have to travel all the way to see the true face of the Tao Book, that would also be a great merit. Satu Xing was determined to do this. Although there was no guidance from the Tao Book, it can be said that it was extremely difficult and dangerous to become the second inscription Tao Immortal. However, Satu Xing's aptitude and luck were both extraordinary. Stumbling and staggering, he spent half his life. In the end, he still achieved the nameless realm as he wished. Certifying the Tao of open black lens bracket engraving close black lens bracket meant that there was a successor to the inscription Tao Immortal, and the immortal realm was naturally greatly shaken. Many nameless immortals came to visit, which was the most glorious period of Satu Xing's life. It's just a pity, the act of inscription Tao was far from as simple as he had imagined. In the beginning, he could still rely on the memory of observing the open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Book close black lens bracket in the past to engrave many Tao paths into tangible forms. But as time passed, Satu Xing gradually realized that his success rate of inscription Tao was getting lower and lower. Because after certifying the Tao to the nameless realm, his body merged with the Tao of engraving, and he naturally became more and more alienated from other Tao paths. If he wanted to engrave again, try, fail, try again, fail again. Until the end, when he completely gave up, Satu Xing realized the power of that inscription Tao Immortal in this cruel reality. The act of inscription Tao is not something that ordinary people can do. It is just a pity that after leaving a open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Book close black lens bracket, the inscription Tao Immortal disappeared without a trace. Satu Xing's idea of asking how to be compatible with the various Taos was turned into an impossibility. Satu Xing was not a person who would be directly defeated by setbacks. Although he could not directly inscribe the Tao path, he could inscribe his own insights and the insights of the immortals. He lowered the level, but he could still benefit the world. In a sense, Satu Xing's ambition to be the second inscription Tao Immortal was actually realized. Open black lens bracket upper sky mountain close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Book close black lens bracket. Li Fan broke away from Satu Xing's brilliant remnant thoughts. Even if it was a remnant, the memory was extremely real. Especially with the blessing of the Supreme Tao Book in the memory, this wisp of Li Fan's divine thought was absolutely immersed in it, almost losing himself. Fortunately, due to the approaching Tao annihilation calamity, Satu Xing's thoughts surged, allowing Li Fan to wake up in time. He returned the power of the remaining heavenly pillars and the guardian mound phantoms, and with their joint support, the Tao annihilation calamity slowly turned into nothingness. But Li Fan keenly noticed that, compared to before, the pressure on each heavenly pillar seemed to have become greater. It seems that this method of using the Tao annihilation calamity to scare people cannot be used too much. Each time it is used, it forms a flaw that will cause the Tao annihilation calamity to come sooner. However, this is not within Li Fan's consideration. At least in this life, before he returns to reality, he can repeat this 4 or 5 times, which should be enough. Moreover, after experiencing a Tao annihilation scare, Satu Xing's sea of consciousness has been breached. No longer as condensed and flawless as before, Li Fan can take some effort to check it himself, just like peeking at the hungry immortal. From the memory of Satu Xing, this nameless true immortal who has been proving the Tao for a long time, Li Fan has indeed gained a lot of extremely valuable information. People, ascend the mountain and transform into immortals. Saint Sovereign Lianshan was the first sage to ascend open black lens bracket upper sky mountain close black lens bracket and find a clear path for all living beings to ascend the mountain. Upper sky mountain, infinite sea. They should be existences of the same scale in the mortal world. The so-called immortals, although they occupy the mountain to create the immortal realm. However, the fate of the mountain and the sea merging also created the ending that the Tao annihilation calamity is destined to come. Li Fan's consciousness once visited the infinite sea and personally felt the infinity of the sea. The mountain is on par with the sea, and it must be of the same scale of vastness. The immortal realm created by Upper Sky Mountain is boundless and infinite, which is also a kind of infinity in a sense. Compared with the mountains and seas, true immortals are no different from ants. But the ants ascended and temporarily trampled the mountains and seas under their feet. It almost gave Li Fan a sense of agitation that humans can conquer nature. In addition to the four saint sovereigns such as Lianshan and Guihai, the inscription Tao Immortal also belongs to this figure who seems to be able to despise mountains and seas. In Situ Xing's memory, the supreme Tao book floating in the boundless star territory is respectable and awe-inspiring. It seems to be trying to exhaust the principles of mountains and seas. The true immortal seal characters I once glimpsed, including that open black lens bracket creation close black lens bracket, seem to come from this Tao book. Just one or two characters are already so mysterious and infinite. It is really hard to imagine how shocking the complete Tao book would be. Even in the lower realm, legends about the inscription Tao Immortal are circulating. Li Fan first learned about the existence of the inscription Tao Immortal from Bai Hua's mouth. The inscription Tao Immortal's resounding reputation and deep influence on the immortal realm can be seen from this. The four saint sovereigns of the immortal realm and even Duke Shukyu, they may be stronger. But in terms of widespread dissemination, they are far inferior. This is determined by the nature of different Tao paths. The inscription Tao Immortal has long been hidden and does not appear in the world. Perhaps he has already left the open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket possibility. His method of inscribing the 3000 Taos, being able to transcend, is also reasonable. Thinking of this, a trace of doubt could not help but emerge in Li Fan's heart. Through this period of time, communicating with true immortals and even nameless true immortals, he has barely figured out the origin of the immortal realm and the whole story of why the Tao annihilation calamity will descend. But now, an unavoidable question arises in front of Li Fan. The formation of the immortal realm originates from mountains and seas. But what is the connection between different possibilities and open black lens bracket upper sky mountain close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket infinite sea close black lens bracket? From my previous speculation on the theory of open black lens bracket unification of all selves close black lens bracket, mountains and seas are obviously powerhouses of this level by nature. And conversely, it also shows that even in infinite possibilities, there is only one infinite sea and one upper sky mountain. Perhaps, being in the same mountains and seas is also the theoretical basis for being able to jump between different possibilities. After thinking for a long time, Li Fan finally shook his head slightly. Without reaching that realm, no matter how much you imagine, you will ultimately not be able to understand the truth. But the appearance of mountains and seas has pointed out the direction for Li Fan's original Tao path, which was in a fog and stopped at the half-immortal stage. Let's not talk about transcending mountains and seas for now. Being in the mountains and seas, if you want to obtain strong strength, you will inevitably have to borrow the power of the mountains and seas. Lianshan and Guihai are the names of the two saint sovereigns, and they also expound the true meaning of the power of open black lens bracket immortals close black lens bracket. Originally, everything was fine. True immortals trampled the mountains and seas under their feet and created a brilliant world. But the problem now is open black lens bracket mountain and sea merge close black lens bracket. From the cognition in Situ Xing's memory, it seems that the immortal realm is built on the so-called open black lens bracket upper sky mountain close black lens bracket. When the mountains and seas merge, everything in the mountains falls into the deep sea. The immortal realm will naturally disappear with everything. Recalling the Tao annihilation calamity he saw with his own eyes, Li Fan suddenly moved in his heart. The Tao annihilation calamity is not as simple as the immortal realm being swallowed by the infinite sea. But when the mountains and seas merge, the mountains are no longer mountains and the seas are no longer seas. Perhaps, it is returning to before the mountains and seas. The parable left by Sun Piaomiao could not help but reappear in Li Fan's mind. The mountains and seas argued, and the sea asked the mountain, what is meant by belonging to? Are our infinite lifespans innate? In Li Fan's mind, he could not help but imagine many scenes. Situ Xing said that the merging of mountains and seas is the general trend. But the key to solving all problems lies in why the mountains and seas will merge. Li Fan looked into the distance. The direction from which the black sky physician crossed the possibility and charged over that day. Perhaps, in that open black lens bracket other shore great world close black lens bracket that acts, there is the real answer to this question. Heavenly Physician, Su Bai, Inscription Tao, Shukyu. Whether it is what I have come into contact with myself, or what I have only heard in historical rumors. They may all gather there. One face after another flashed through his mind, and Li Fan could not help but take a deep breath to calm his agitated mood. Objectively speaking, Li Fan's strength is still far from these people. But with the open black lens bracket returning to reality close black lens bracket treasure in hand, one day reaching their realm is a certainty and beyond doubt. The key is, how to go. From the current point of view, my idea of devouring and evolving the 3,000 great Taos with ink kill, and integrating the Taos into one body, is still the most suitable for me. Especially after learning about the existence of the open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Book close black lens bracket. It's a pity that the Supreme Tao Book has already been swallowed by Tao annihilation. Occasionally, there are only 3 or 2 characters left. Otherwise, as long as I devour the Tao Book, I'm afraid I can immediately leap to the realm of transcendence. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He lost a perfect shortcut to take. But he thought about it again. Although the real Tao Book has disappeared, there may still be some who have seen the Tao Book in the history of the immortal realm and are still alive today. Being able to survive the great calamity of the immortal realm back then, their strength must be not weak. There is a high probability that they went to the boundless star territory back then and met the Tao Book. Such true immortals, like Situ Xing, are great tonics for me. At least it can save me thousands of years of hard thinking. A gleam flashed in Li Fan's eyes. The Tao annihilation myriad forms he envisioned, if he simply relied on his own solitary comprehension. Evaluating Li Fan's almost infinite expendable spirituality. Perhaps he can do it in the long and endless reincarnation. But the efficiency is too low. Where is it more convenient to directly ask the immortals about the Tao? Just like in this life, after successively devouring the hungry immortal and the archmage, he has been able to initially weave a Tao annihilation myriad forms network. And now, by absorbing the memories in Situ Xing's mind, this network will instantly expand several times. Nameless true immortals, the theoretical limit in a single possibility, is the union of the body and the Tao. Next, if you want to go further, you need to devour yourself in other possibilities. And every ink-kill Tao form can reach the realm of a nameless true immortal. Just in a single possibility, as the 3,000 great Taos all return to my body, I may be able to grow to a level comparable to evil Su Bai and Black Sky Physician in strength. Not to mention, Li Fan narrowed his eyes, the limit of each ink-kill Tao form is those powerhouses who unify all selves. What evil heavenly physician, Black Su Bai. They are all just food on the plate. With a cold snort, wisps of ink-kill black energy covered the heavenly pillar transformed by Situ Xing, plundering the resources needed for Li Fan's cultivation. In the dark star sea, all hidden worries have been eliminated. Li Fan can finally practice with peace of mind and digest the gains of this period. With a flash of thought, an invisible Tao network instantly enveloped the entire dark star sea, analyzing and deconstructing all the Taos presented in the star sea. And the open black lens bracket road close black lens bracket leading to the outside of the high wall is opened again, constantly absorbing the more complete Tao paths of the Shuo star sea. Even a single Tao path in the world, even for those with extraordinary talents, may not be able to understand it in their entire lives. Li Fan's desire to comprehend the 3,000 great Taos at the same time is destined to be extremely slow. He was mentally prepared for this. Therefore, he does not seek perfection, but just roughly establishes the empty frame first. Even if it is just a very shallow outline, it will collapse at a touch now and cannot exert any effect. But as long as there are immortals to fill it in the future, that will be fine. First, universally confer the God list. Then, slaughter the immortals in the world. While Li Fan's thoughts were wandering, the prototype of the ink-kill transformed myriad forms Tao network gradually appeared. The 3 heavenly pillars, including the 5 guardian mound phantoms, were all covered by the increasingly dense Tao network. Time passed. When Li Fan's dormant consciousness was awakened once more, a century had already passed. It wasn't the arrival of the annihilation calamity that disturbed Li Fan, but rather Li Fan's active awakening upon sensing the return of someone. The one who came was none other than the dream power incarnation of Emperor 3, Mo Wuyu. Previously, Emperor 3 had volunteered to find Wan Xiong. Who would have thought he would leave and never return? Li Fan had also asked Emperor 3's main body, but Emperor 3 had also lost perception of the dream incarnation. He only knew that all contact had been severed upon entering the starry sky where Wan Xiong was located. Originally, it was thought that this dream body of Emperor 3 would never return. Unexpectedly, after 100 years, he hurriedly returned. Not just the dream body. Even Emperor 3's main body, after finally sensing the experiences of the dream body over the years, had a sudden change in expression. Without hesitation, he wanted to pay respects to Li Fan. And the reason why this beast of wisdom, who didn't know how long he had lived, was moved. "You're saying, you followed Wan Xiong to another possibility?" Li Fan, in his transformed form, looked at the merged Emperor 3 and said in a deep voice. "That's right, I didn't actually stay in that possibility for too long. After understanding the general situation, I quickly returned. I didn't expect it to be 100 years later here. Although Ku Ying had told me in advance that this kind of unexpected situation would occur, the sudden passage of 100 years still made me a little flustered." Emperor 3's tone was full of sighs. "Another possibility? What's the situation?" Li Fan asked, pondering. "The 13 Tao forms of the primordial era all exist. A supreme golden age for my race," Emperor 3 said slowly. "Oh," Li Fan raised an eyebrow, carefully staring at Emperor 3. Wanting to see the truth or falsehood in his words from his face. "Isn't this the place you've dreamed of? Why did you still come back? Is it to pick up the main body?" "Don't worry, I won't stop you," Li Fan said indifferently. Emperor 3 shook his head. "Senior misunderstood. In that possible history, because there was no slaughter by the nameless humans, my race has continued to multiply to this day. Although there have been various internal strife and killings, they have ultimately maintained a strong state. However, the annihilation calamity is still unavoidable. Moreover, it's coming too fast." From Emperor 3's tone, one could hear a deep-seated fear. "The 13 Tao forms are struggling to support it. But I'm afraid they still can't escape the fate of destruction. The time left for my race is running out." "So, you want to bring your people over here?" Li Fan vaguely guessed Emperor 3's thoughts. Emperor 3 nodded. "Indeed, I have this idea. Although our current world is also suffering from annihilation, the lower star sea is relatively stable in comparison. At least there is a long period of safety. If we reorganize here." Li Fan smiled. "If you could complete the jump on your own, I'm afraid you wouldn't have come back to me." Emperor 3 did not deny it, and said frankly, "I really need Senior's help. In that possibility, for some reason, the Xuanwang realm does not exist. Therefore, 1504, the Wanxiang Dao network is completed, 6K. Without the Xuanwang realm, there would be no open black lens bracket essence ancient azure origin close black lens bracket. Without the essence ancient azure origin, my race would be unable to traverse possibilities. We could only wait for death in despair near that encroaching annihilation." Emperor Sanmo spoke calmly, his pair of ancient eyes containing boundless wisdom, yet fixed intently on Li Fan. "That's not necessarily true, is it? I remember you saying that your race has a means of merging furnaces into one. Since you can complete the traverse of possibilities, then the fusion body after the unification of all beasts should be able to do the same. Why seek help from others?" Li Fan said casually, his right index finger slowly rising, blocking Emperor Sanmo's line of sight. A small ball of ancient bronze-colored energy suddenly appeared at his fingertip. It was the essence ancient azure origin that Emperor Sanmo had been painstakingly seeking. Emperor Sanmo's pupils constricted, but before he could speak, the ancient bronze-colored ball shattered like a bubble and disappeared. Knowing that Li Fan was doing this intentionally, Emperor Sanmo took a deep breath and revealed the truth. "It's not that I don't want to, but I really can't. The method that Ku Ying and I used to traverse possibilities has great limitations. Not only can it only allow a single consciousness to pass through each time, but there is also the risk of being trapped in the temporal and spatial turbulence." Li Fan did not answer, still quietly looking at Emperor Sanmo. Emperor Sanmo's face was full of helplessness. After Wan Xiong died, Ku Ying traveled under his identity and went outside the high wall. Over the years, after experiencing various things, he joined open black lens bracket Immortal hunt close black lens bracket. This is the most powerful force in the Shuo star sea outside the high wall. The cultivators within possess a treasure called the open black lens bracket world crossing dark coffin close black lens bracket. The people of Immortal hunt do not seem to know its origin, only recognizing it as a replica. But Ku Ying can sense from this dark coffin the fluctuations of the race originating from another possibility. Probably because our race has traversed possibilities too many times, therefore we are more sensitive than ordinary people. Emperor Sanmo was speaking when Li Fan suddenly waved his hand gently. Is it this thing? A dark coffin appeared in front of Emperor Sanmo just like that. Emperor Sanmo was first stunned, but after seeing it clearly, his expression changed drastically. This dark coffin was exactly the one that Li Buren had taken from where Wu Xian and Qian Ruocheng resided. And the Shuo Star seaside seemed to have been concealing the existence of this hidden emperor from Li Fan. Although Emperor Sanmo had Wan Shiyong as an internal agent, he did not know about the great changes that had taken place in the Shuo Star Sea over the past century, and that his predecessor before him actually had a great relationship with them. This world-crossing dark coffin is made from the remains of a human transcendent expert, so it can traverse to the other shore. However, it requires a specific method to cooperate with it. You certainly don't know this method, but you can maximize the effectiveness of the weapon and complete the traverse. Indeed, you have some ability. Li Fan commented lightly. He casually put away the world-crossing dark coffin again, not letting Emperor Sanmo take a closer look. This dark coffin was indeed the real thing. But Li Fan had severed its spirituality and lost its ability to traverse possibilities. At first glance, it might be able to fool Emperor Sanmo. If it were displayed for too long, he might be able to see something wrong with it. The appearance of the dark coffin was further proof of Li Fan's unfathomable strength. Emperor Sanmo's determination became even stronger. Senior showed great divine power when he saved me earlier. With Senior's ability. That's right, I can help your race traverse. But why should I? As the saying goes, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. In this great world where the 13 primordial Tao forms are all present, if I help you complete the traverse, wouldn't I be letting a wolf into the house? Li Fan interrupted Emperor Sanmo's words. Emperor Sanmo had come to persuade Li Fan, so he had already prepared his arguments in advance. We have long anticipated Senior's concerns. However, please rest assured, Senior. In the possibility we are in now, there is an object called Open Black Lens Bracket Myriad Beast Wheel Close Black Lens Bracket. This wheel is actually the original Myriad Beast Furnace. It witnessed the entire process of the race's life from 10,000 to 1, and then from 1 back to 10,000. Therefore, it possesses a certain authority that surpasses my race's life form. As he said this, Emperor Sanmo's long eyebrows and hair suddenly moved without wind, fluttering wildly in the air. The beard and hair were connected, forming a ring. A phantom image of a wheel appeared from the ring. From the phantom image in front of him, Li Fan seemed to see countless different kinds of strange beasts roaring in competition. The race is entirely controlled by this wheel, even those 13 primordial Tao forms. Except for the initial 5 Tao forms that were buried in the hands of the nameless true immortal of the humans, the remaining 8 are also constrained by this wheel. Bo Fuju, who merged with billions of races, is most deeply affected by the furnace, so there is no need to say more. Kei Chengxi, Ji Liangshu, and other primordial Tao forms, when helping the race constantly traverse possibilities and were about to perish, also merged a part of themselves into the furnace. Although this was not done by the primordial Tao forms in the possibility of that glorious great world, strictly speaking, there is actually no difference between them. With this wheel, we can definitely resolve Senior's worries. Emperor Sanmo explained with a normal expression. The virtual wheel image gradually solidified, turning into a concrete entity, which Emperor Sanmo presented to Li Fan. Li Fan looked at the patterns on the wheel, and seemed to truly feel the majestic energy of 10,000 beasts galloping. In the previous reincarnation, he had also seen the myriad beast wheel. But it was the one in the inheritance of the beast-controlling sect. Compared to the one that Emperor Sanmo personally offered in front of him, it was obviously much worse. After some inspection, Li Fan found that Emperor Sanmo was not lying. Holding the wheel, it seemed that the entire detailed process of the birth of a beast race's life from nothing appeared before his eyes. Even Emperor Sanmo and Emperor Yi were among them. The mysteries of the demon beast race's life were no longer a secret to Li Fan. He could easily manipulate them. Emperor San, does the other side know about your actions of offering the myriad beast wheel this time? Li Fan looked at the beast of wisdom in front of him with a playful look. Emperor Sanmo lowered his head and answered indifferently, of course they don't know. In fact, they don't even know that there is such a thing as the open black lens bracket myriad beast wheel close black lens bracket in the world. Then aren't you going to bear the eternal infamy of being a open black lens bracket beast traitor close black lens bracket? Hee, I have been wearing this title for tens of thousands of years. It's not a big deal to do it again. Emperor Sanmo really didn't seem to care at all. He looked at Li Fan very sincerely. Compared to the continuation of the race, everything else is not worth mentioning. Li Fan pondered, and for a moment he couldn't accurately grasp the true thoughts in the heart of this beast of wisdom. But no matter what, he would never give up this feast of the 13 primordial Tao forms. With Li Buren's current strength, I'm afraid he can only compete with one of the primordial Tao forms. But this is only under normal circumstances. If the strength of the Shukyugong Phantom is fully unsealed, even if it will further exacerbate the crisis of the arrival of the Dark Star Sea Tao Annihilation Tribulation, if it can be exchanged for the gluttonous opportunity of the 13 Great Taos, it is enough. No matter whether this myriad beast wheel is useful or not, I can severely concoct these Tao forms. Li Fan's mind turned 100 times. Then he laughed heartily. Very good. The so-called wise man submits to circumstances. Emperor San, you are indeed worthy of being the embodiment of the race's wisdom. Li Fan's expression suddenly changed. I won't hide it from you either. Your race's 13 Tao forms are of great use to me. While saying this, Li Fan deliberately made a greedy and eager expression. I will eventually return to my hometown. Moreover, I will personally kill those 2 bastards who almost destroyed my homeland back then. Li Fan gently tapped, and the figures of He Tianyi and Xie Subai appeared in the air in front of him. Li Fan stared at the 2 figures, paused, and said, but what must be admitted is that there is still some gap between my current strength and theirs. But I inherited the Supreme Tao lineage, as long as you give me some time and resources. He ended with a sneer, leaving Emperor Sanmo with endless reverie. Supreme Tao lineage. Emperor Sanmo really keenly noticed the key point in Li Fan's words. In Li Fan's fabricated past, although his hometown's immortal world was destroyed, it left many Tao lineages in the lower realm, and could even temporarily resist the Tao Annihilation Tribulation. And Li Fan's ability to handcraft open black lens bracket essence ancient azure origin close black lens bracket was also the best proof of the fact that he inherited the Supreme Tao lineage. Emperor Sanmo couldn't help but believe it. Senior means that the primordial Tao forms are the resources you need. So this beast of wisdom quietly asked. Li Fan nodded proudly in acknowledgement. You don't need to worry either, I won't attack your ordinary clansmen. Only the Tao forms that are the natural embodiment of the Great Tao are my sustenance. Is it to choose to abandon the primordial Tao forms, but save the lives of most of the clansmen, or to watch them all be buried in the Tao annihilation tide? You make a choice. Emperor Sanmo's answer was very quick. My answer will not change. I had already thought clearly about the pros and cons on the way here. The only thing I didn't expect was that Senior could transform the form of the Great Tao and use it. If it is compared to human cultivators, wouldn't it be? Li Fan smiled grimly. Sometimes, being too smart is not a good thing. He appeared beside Emperor Sanmo like a ghost, and pressed his palm on his head. Emperor Sanmo only felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all in an instant. It was even more like a carving knife was constantly carving and cutting in his mind. Even with his experience, it was difficult to endure such pain. The abnormality on his body came suddenly and disappeared quickly. After a moment, he returned to normal. Everything that had just happened was completely like an illusion. Only a faint shadow in the shape of Li Fan, still existing in his mind, lingered. No matter how he calmed his heart, it still stood above his mind. It's just a small restriction method, you don't need to be nervous. As long as you act according to the plan, everything will be fine. Conversely, Li Fan smiled inexplicably. I don't mind you using the lives of your entire race to try. Emperor Sanmo's expression was solemn, and he lowered his head and said that he dared not. Next, after Li Fan and Emperor Sanmo discussed the general details of the reception plan, he asked the key question, how much essence ancient azure origin is needed to traverse possibilities? Emperor Sanmo took out a strange mask. From our past experience, it is enough to fill this divine mask. Li Fan took the mask, sensed it, and said lightly, okay. 3 days later, I will deliver the essence ancient azure origin to you fully loaded. Also, when you traverse possibilities this time, please put this thing on. Emperor Sanmo fixed his eyes and saw that what was floating quietly in front of him was actually a sculpture made of unknown material. Mountains and seas leaned against each other. And above the group, there seemed to be a figure standing with his hands behind his back. The moment he touched the sculpture, the image of the mountains and seas merged into his body, and it was difficult to detect where it was hidden. You may go. After being given the order to leave, Emperor Sanmo's eyes blurred, and he returned to the Xuanwang realm. He did not leave, but waited quietly. While standing, he looked at the surrounding scenery. Compared to 100 years ago, it had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only was the world more lofty, but the most significant thing was the ubiquitous vitality. Emperor Sanmo was vaguely in a trance, as if he had returned to the ancient times when the catastrophe had not yet arrived. If we can live and multiply here, it is indeed a fortunate thing. Although it cannot last, it is also a temporary paradise. Moreover, as long as there is enough essence ancient azure origin, even if this place is no longer habitable one day, we can find another place. Emperor Sanmo thought silently in his heart. Inside the heavenly pillar space. Li Buren looked serious, closed his eyes and stood, acting as a bridge connecting the power of the main body and the Shukyugong phantom. As an energy form that can support crossing possibilities, the grade of essence ancient azure origin must be extremely high. It is by no means easy to falsely create a mask full of it. Even Li Fan now was a bit reluctant. Therefore, he needed to borrow strength. Of course, Li Fan would not allow the Shukyugong phantom and the power of other heavenly pillars to directly contact open black lens bracket return to truth close black lens bracket, which was both false and true. Instead, he used the Tao network connection between the clone and the main body to transform it. After silently comprehending the Tao for 100 years, the gradually growing ink slaughter myriad Tao aspects allowed Li Fan's main body to have the ability to withstand the power of the Shukyugong phantom. The abundant and unparalleled mountain and sea power, with Li Buren as the link, was transferred into the net woven by the ink slaughter Tao aspects. As Li Fan expected, the nature of ink slaughter and Tao annihilation were vaguely the same, both belonging to the transformation of the fusion of mountains and seas. As if they were of the same origin, the power of the Shukyugong phantom was completely unimpeded, and the transformation was completed. In the great net woven by Li Fan, the stars rushed and the rivers flowed, and the torrents suddenly arrived. It was like the several times increase in strength produced by casting, false is also true, on himself. The power soared out of thin air, and it was inexhaustible and inexhaustible. False is also true. The memories and feelings of falsely creating essence ancient azure origin out of thin air back then reappeared in his mind. Li Fan kept chanting in his heart. And in front of him, there were constantly ancient bronze-colored light spots born out of nothing. The things created by Li Fan himself using the false is also true supernatural power would only last for a few breaths. Then it would dissipate, leaving only a little residue. But after 100 years of comprehending the Tao, the proportion of this remaining residue had increased significantly. It soared from about 1 in 10,000 to 5 in 10,000. And now, after being blessed by external forces and his strength leapt to the realm of the nameless, this remaining proportion had actually leapt again to 5 in 1,000. Even if there was still a loss of 999 and 5,000ths. But in the face of the nature of open black lens bracket infinity close black lens bracket, all these losses could be ignored. Operating the ink slaughter myriad aspects Tao network to the maximum load, Li Fan was immersed in the experience of creation. With the birth of each drop of light, his understanding of the changes between true and false reached a new level. 3 days later, Emperor Sanmo was summoned again. A mask was thrown violently, and he subconsciously caught it. The surging, familiar aura emanating from the mask caused the old wisdom beast's body to tremble uncontrollably. In his eyes, it contained not only energy but also the hope for the survival of the entire clan. I will certainly live up to the senior's expectations. Di Sanmo said solemnly. If he had any hesitation before, after seeing the complete Jingji Kang Yuan of the mask, he had no more doubts. As long as there is enough of this energy, we can continue to find new safe havens until the entire world is destroyed. At least until then, the clan can always be safe and not have to gamble anymore. In comparison, the sacrifice of a few Taigu Daoxing is not worth mentioning. Di Sanmo's inner determination was hidden beneath his cloudy eyes. He hurried back to the border of Suo Xingxi. Li Fan watched Di Sanmo's disappearing figure, sensing his location in his mind, and nodded slightly. The mark he left in Di Sanmo's mind was the result of his comprehension of the Tao of engraving in the past 100 years. He didn't expect it to work after Di Sanmo transcended possibility, as long as he could track everything that happened inside the Dushizan coffin. That way, even if Di Sanmo betrayed him, Li Fan could find his way to the possibility where the 13 Daoxing existed. Even if he was in enemy territory and his strength was insufficient, as long as Li Fan determined their specific location, he would have plenty of ways to deal with them in the future. Moreover, in Li Fan's opinion, the possibility of Di Sanmo going against the plan was extremely small. It's time to make some advance arrangements. He couldn't help but feel excited. Only after truly digesting the great Tao contained within an unnamed entity did Li Fan realize how much it had improved him. From a realm perspective, Li Fan's main body was still in the half-immortal realm. However, as long as the Mo Sha Dao net was spread out, he could easily capture opponents whose weight was below him. The so-called weight was Li Fan's description of the proportion of the Tao he cultivated in the great Tao of heaven and earth. There was no quantified data, just anchoring by perception. Just like the Tao of engraving he glimpsed from Situ Xing's memory, although it was incomplete, it was, after all, from the He Dao unnamed entity itself. The weight of its Tao was almost equivalent to half an unnamed entity. Far from what ordinary true immortals could compare to. And this was just one of the many in Li Fan's Mo Sha Dao net. Formless, hunger, creation, primordial, and so on, distributed throughout the Dao net. With these comprehended Tao principles as weights, it was enough to support Li Fan in a contest with a real unnamed true immortal without falling behind. This had been verified in the past 100 years in Li Fan's occasional sparring with his clone. Strictly speaking, this was not Li Fan's own power. It was adapting to local conditions and using force against force. Leaving the current possibility, the available weights in the Dao net might instantly become empty. But at least, in the original possibility, with this trick, Li Fan was almost in a state of semi-invincibility. Except for some old monsters who survived the immortal realm catastrophe, Li Fan was not afraid of anyone else. Shukyu Shadow, own Dao net. Every time an unnamed entity is suppressed and devoured, both of these will be greatly enhanced. The power of the Shukyu Shadow has a limit. But my Mo Sha Wanxiang Dao net is endless. Perhaps, the limit is my ideal. The 3,000 great Daos all belong to me. Li Fan was very satisfied with the gains from his retreat over the past 100 years. The more he tasted, the more he knew the flavor, so he couldn't help but turn his gaze to the Suo Xingxi next to him. Due to the time difference caused by traversing different possibilities, it might be another 100 years before Di Sanmo had news. Li Fan couldn't just wait like this during this time. Having initially reached a cooperation agreement with the remaining true immortal factions, the Suo Xingxi, where true immortals gathered, was naturally his ideal hunting target. Over the past 100 years, Wu Xian had been reporting the progress of both sides to him from time to time. Although it was slow, with the joint efforts of some forces, the immortal hunters and true immortals gradually put aside their previous grievances and agreed to jointly bear the responsibility of resisting Dao annihilation. After all, the conditions promised by the immortal hunters, to release all the true immortals and unnamed true immortals imprisoned in the depths of the Dao net, were truly sincere. Although the condition was that before leaving the Dao net, they had to leave a Chengdao shadow using the shadow-bearing Dao method. The only flaw of the Chengdao shadow was that when they truly achieved great transcendence in the future, they would have to take back the shadow. Even Shukyu Gong had not been able to do it yet, let alone these prisoners. Therefore, they all agreed. They didn't reveal the list of released true immortals. Li Fan hid behind the high wall, looking at the Suo Xingxi not far away. Over the past 100 years, constantly extracting the Suo Xingxi's Dao principles to nourish the weak and depleted Ji and Xingxi, although the degree of influence was negligible, the unusual anomalies still attracted the attention of the Suo Xingxi. They sent people to investigate several times. But they were frightened away by Li Fan's actions. Having endured several times, they can't keep enduring like this. Let me add some more fuel to the fire for you. For Li Fan, fighting near the high wall had an absolute geographical advantage. Therefore, any plan was best to bring the battlefield here. With his mind made up, Li Buren, transformed into a road, opened his bloody mouth again. Like a bottomless sea abyss, swallowing the Dao principles of the Suo Xingxi. This time, Li Fan didn't restrain himself at all, and the momentum was so great that it directly formed a distorted halo near the high wall. The Suo Xingxi was also alarmed in an instant. After a moment of silence, two figures came together. One of them was Wu Xian. Li Fan had not seen the other figure before. However, this person did not have the slightest aura of a true immortal. Instead, wherever he passed, he was like a giant beast swimming underwater, causing ripples of Tao principles in the surrounding starry sky. They're here to demonstrate their strength. Li Fan found it amusing. This person clearly belonged to the Immortal Hunter side. With the power to control the Tao net that the other party showed, it was impossible to cause such a big commotion during the journey. Li Fan quietly observed the aftermath of the Tao net. The Tao net woven for who knows how many years with unnamed true immortals as pillars. Sure enough, its power is extraordinary, far above my current Wanxiang Tao net. However, such clamor is still too presumptuous. With a thought from Li Fan, the power of Wuji burst out, transforming into a large hand, grabbing towards the Immortal Hunter. 1505. Wanjun grants divine skills. Li Fan's attack was sudden and unexpected, like a dark shadow emerging from beneath the water's surface. The Shuo Xinghai Immortal Hunter noticed the incoming attack and was momentarily stunned. But he quickly regained his composure. However, a hint of anger was hidden in his expression. Wielding the immense power of the Tao net, he was about to suppress the intruder. But he never expected. The magnificent Grand Tao, for some unknown reason, vanished like melting ice the moment it approached that shadow. His powerful fist, capable of moving mountains, became as light as a feather, unable to stir even a single leaf. Not only that, but the very foundation of his strength, the Tao net itself, was also dissipating. It was as if the shadow had corroded a huge hole in the Tao net, and he was falling into this dark abyss. The anger in the Shuo Xinghai Immortal Hunter's eyes instantly turned to fear. Wu Xian, who was originally preparing to watch the show, also sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to intervene, he felt a hand gently placed on his shoulder. It felt like mountains were pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the Immortal Hunter was swallowed by the shadow. What's the matter this time? After everything had calmed down, Li Fan's lazy voice rang out. He didn't mention the suppressed Immortal Hunter at all, as if he had just casually swatted a fly, not worth mentioning. Knowing that his impolite actions had angered this capricious, hidden emperor, he had provoked the other party's attack. The thought that Elder Wei, who ranked among the top 3 in strength within the Shuo Xinghai Governance Council, had been captured so easily sent a chill down Wu Xian's spine. Over the years, the Governance Council had analyzed the strength of this hidden emperor through various means. However, the realm he inadvertently displayed at this moment far exceeded the scope of their analysis. Even that one probably couldn't do this. No wonder they knew of this hidden emperor's existence all these years, yet never came to pay their respects. They were afraid. Thoughts surged within Wu Xian's mind, but his body responded without hesitation, and he respectfully lowered his head and said, I sensed anomalies in the Grand Tao at the edge of the Star Sea, and fearing it was a summons from you, Senior, I rushed here to investigate. Wu Xian didn't mention the Immortal Hunter at all. HMPH. It shouldn't be a problem for me to absorb some of your cardinal principles of the Great Tao, right? Anyway, you have the support of the Tao net, and recently there have been some true Immortal Tao shadows to bolster you, Li Fan asked coldly. With the Immortal Hunter Elder who was there to support them directly captured, how could Wu Xian dare to express the slightest objection? He could only nod bitterly and say, no problem, no problem. I have been awake for a long time, and now that Tao annihilation is initially subsiding, everything is waiting to be rebuilt. I intend to re-establish the Immortal Court. Wu Xian was still calculating how to explain things to the Shuo Xinghai Immortal Hunter faction upon his return. But Li Fan's words were like a thunderbolt, directly blasting his mind into a blank. Re-establish the Immortal Court? Wu Xian was dumbfounded. Years ago, the vast and magnificent scene of the Immortal Realm couldn't help but appear before his eyes. Tao annihilation hasn't receded, so re-establishing the Immortal Realm is temporarily impossible. But restoring an immortal domain is still barely achievable, Li Fan said proudly. It will be completed soon, and those of you who are interested can come and visit. However, irrelevant people and those who don't understand etiquette need not come. Wu Xian was still immersed in this explosive news, his mind dizzy. Just as he was about to answer, he felt the weight on his shoulder increase again. The scenery before his eyes flashed, and when he came back to his senses, he had been thrown tens of thousands of miles away. And it seemed like something else had been thrown out with him. However, that thing only flew out 3,000 miles before stopping. It stood quietly in the void. At first glance, it seemed to be a stone pillar. On it was engraved a large character quiet. However, after observing it for a moment, Wu Xian felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What stood before him was not a stone pillar at all. It was clearly the immortal hunter elder who had come with him. When the Dao net was first created, Wei Dao Fu was already one of its pillars. Immersed in the Dao net for many years, his body was integrated with all Daos. Even when facing the Nameless, he was more than capable. His power in negotiations, forcing back 3 who attacked him simultaneously, was a sight to behold. I never thought he would fall to this. There was no grief for his kind in Wu Xian's heart, only unspeakable fear. Originally, the analysis was that the hidden emperor had obtained the magical method of the Gravekeeper by chance. Now it seems that the Gravekeeper deliberately entrusted it to him. With such strength, he is probably a close friend of the Gravekeeper. The more Wu Xian thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He didn't dare to care about Elder Wei, who had been turned into a stone pillar, and quickly rushed back towards the Shuo Xinghai. The matter was too important, and he had to inform everyone as soon as possible. Li Fan coldly watched Wu Xian's disappearing figure, then turned his gaze back to the stone pillar with the character, quiet, on it. Although both were stone pillars, their essence was different from the heavenly pillars like the primordial beginning. It was just that Li Fan had transformed it with the Tao of engraving. It was not the solidification of a single great Tao. After all, the immortal hunter only borrowed the power of the Tao net, and did not possess any Tao path himself. After Li Fan used the power of infinity to completely isolate this immortal hunter from the Tao net, the strength he displayed was even inferior to that of the heavenly physician within the high wall. Although he had been turned into a pillar, he still retained his own perception. Gone was the arrogance he had displayed earlier, replaced by only fear, despair, regret, and all sorts of complex emotions lingering in his heart. Li Fan used the fear in this immortal hunter's heart as a guide to slowly corrode and peek into his inner world. Unsurprisingly, everything involving the Tao net was covered with a layer of cloth, making it blurry and unclear. But all sorts of major and minor affairs within the Shuo Xinghai Governance Council could be seen clearly. This newly formed alliance has actually gathered 4 nameless and 36 true immortals. Although it's not as delicious as the 13 primordial Tao forms, it can barely be considered a feast. If Li Fan had only chosen to avoid the Shuo Xinghai from afar after learning of its vast power, the feeling that now surged in his heart was an uncontrollable greed. And after realizing this mentality, Li Fan frowned slightly and instantly retreated from the fantasy of feasting. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. The myriad forms Tao net devours the nameless, forcibly occupying other people's Tao paths. This method of increasing strength is indeed too fast. It can't even be described as seeking quick success and instant benefit. Therefore, my mentality is inevitably affected somewhat. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to accept any gradual progress. Of the myriad great Taos in the world, I may be able to find a way to devour and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. But only the transformation of truth and falsehood requires me to slowly comprehend it myself. Li Fan was thoughtful, and the desire to eat in his heart slowly subsided. Devouring the myriad forms Tao net, although it seems to point to transcendence. But the transformation of truth and falsehood is my true foundation. The method is wonderful, but it must not affect my will. After a long period of introspection, Li Fan gradually broke away from that almost uncontrolled state. Although the plan to hunt the nameless remained unchanged, he was no longer as eager or even impatient as before. With the power Li Fan now possessed, even if the 4 nameless of the Shuo Xinghai gathered together, he should be able to suppress them all if he didn't care about the cost. Moreover, the Shuo Xinghai would never send all the nameless true immortals to the first test. The plan was not difficult to execute. However, the bait must be carefully polished. Li Fan reached out, and dozens of faint light fragments appeared in his palm. Their former form was the immortal domain chess pieces left by Sun Piao Miao. In the process of the primordial beginning bone transforming into the heavenly pillar, most of the immortal domain had disintegrated and returned to the primordial beginning. Only a few fragments remained. With just these fragments, Li Fan was still unable to recreate the immortal domain. But if he only wanted to create a deceptive immortal court, it shouldn't be a big problem. The reason why the immortal realm is immortal is that it has the momentum of the upper mountain and the infinity of the infinite sea. If these two are complete, even if it is not the immortal realm, it can be considered the immortal realm. I have the Gravekeeper's phantom and several heavenly pillars in hand, which can resist the calamity of Tao annihilation. Its momentum is more than enough for disguise. The key is the attribute of infinity, Li Fan pondered, hesitating for a moment. The inexplicable existence he sensed in the infinite sea was truly terrifying. Most importantly, it seemed to be able to sense the returning to truth within his main body through the connection between the clone and the main body. This made Li Fan find a way to connect to the infinite sea, but he had never used it a second time for 100 years. In hesitation, Li Fan finally decided to actively ask returning to truth. After all, since the last time he triggered returning to truth's thoughts, he had experienced a storm. And after 100 years of tempering, Li Fan felt that he seemed to be able to withstand more of returning to truth's thinking. Not long after conveying his thoughts, Li Fan indeed received returning to truth's reply. This time, it was not like the simple emotional fluctuations of the past. Nor was it like the exact thoughts of the last storm. But a pure pointer that explained things. Li Fan carefully savored the content, and his expression gradually became wonderful. The content of this pointer was likely a divine power. The reason for using likely to describe it was that the content returning to truth taught was completely different from any divine power Li Fan had known in the past. The magic of divine power lies in the word cultivation. From nothing to something, from unfamiliar to familiar, and then to control. It is a gradual process of mastering unknown skills. But what returning to truth was now telling Li Fan could directly skip the intermediate process of hard cultivation and go straight to the result. It was like a spell that could achieve the effect as long as it was spoken. Li Fan was skeptical and did not practice or experiment for the first time. Of course, out of caution, he still did not carry it out on his main body. Instead, Li Bu Ren continued to bear the experiment. After the pointer was completed, Li Bu Ren did not feel any changes in himself. He still resolutely, relying on the memory left last time, once again connected to the infinite sea. Because he had already established a connection with the infinite sea, there was no need for the trivial steps before. In just a thought, he returned to the boundless ocean again. Even though it was not his first time seeing it, Li Bu Ren was still shocked by the infinity before him. But unlike in the past, being in the infinity and bearing the weight of hundreds of millions of years, Li Bu Ren did not feel any pressure. It was as if he had obtained the legendary water aversion pearl, covering the surroundings with a layer of protection, ignoring the natural pressure of the seawater, and allowing him to frolic freely in the infinite sea. Li Bu Ren was sure that this was a unique experience that even the nameless true immortals could not have. Even the so-called transcendent powerhouses might not be able to stay quietly at the bottom of the infinite sea so safely and comfortably. But returning to truth did it with just a magical method. Li Bu Ren's mind was a little dazed, and he carefully experienced the changes that had occurred to him. He had realized that he had not been able to detect the changes in himself before because the influence of returning to truth's magical method had exceeded his own cognition. Making him, a mortal who did not belong here, become of the same origin as the infinite sea. Because he was originally a part of the infinite sea, he would not be subjected to pressure from himself. Li Bu Ren was very clear that this must be an extraordinary supreme divine power. But looking at the endless condensed time and events around him, Li Bu Ren was a little at a loss for a moment, not knowing what to do next. Just as he was stunned, a sudden shaking came from all around him. It was as if the shield of the water aversion pearl was about to be broken, and the pressure of the infinite sea was about to descend again. So this change, or deception, has a certain time limit, Li Bu Ren realized in his heart. Not daring to be careless, he returned to the present world one step ahead while the divine power was still in effect. With the help of returning to truth's magical method, this time the clone ventured into the infinite sea and did not attract the attention of the unknown terrifying existence at the bottom of the sea. Moreover, if I have this method to bless me, I seem to be able to mobilize more of the power of the infinite sea than other true immortals. During the duration of the divine power, I can extract it as much as I want without causing the pressure and riot of the infinite sea. Li Fan tasted the entire exploration process, and his heart jumped uncontrollably. The immortal array decomposition disk had long been able to evolve its own immortal power. Li Fan knew that although immortal power had infinite properties, the energy level of immortal power that a single individual could mobilize had an energy level cap. This energy level cap was closely related to one's own strength. The immortal power of the nameless true immortal must be far greater than that of ordinary true immortals. And the gravekeepers and others were above the general nameless true immortals. But now, with the divine power taught by returning to truth, Li Fan seemed to be able to ignore this scale and achieve the inter-level reception of infinite immortal power. Unable to restrain the itch in his heart, Li Fan immediately wanted to try again. But found that the spell failed. Unwilling to give up, he tried several times in a row before Li Fan discovered the problem. It was not that his steps in casting the divine power were wrong, but that the divine power itself had become unusable on him. Could it be that this kind of deception can only be used once? Li Fan's eyelids jumped, and after carefully feeling it again, his heart relaxed. It's not one time, but it has to be used again after a period of time. How does it seem like a skill? Li Fan's expression could not help but become strange. Thinking, Li Fan seemed to remember something, and quickly looked at the display panel and returning to truth. After the name, age, charging progress and other information, before the bound item information, there was an extra line. Godsend. Illusion is also true. 1506. Create the prehistoric fairy world. Just 3 simple words, without any other explanation, aroused infinite reverie in Li Fan. Illusion as reality obviously refers to the principle of, when the real is taken for the false becomes real. The key lies in the preceding words, divinely blessed. Divine, blessing. Li Fan carefully savored this phrase on the still true panel. The core lies in the word, divine. Illusion as reality is a divine power bestowed upon Li Fan by still true, and it can even be said to be a form of protection. Then, who does the preceding, divine, refer to? Still true itself. Does it mean that, in still true's own perception, it belongs to the ranks of gods? What is a god? Li Fan couldn't help but think of the fable left by Sun Piao Miao, and the legends about the god of creation, the mountains, and the seas. Over the years, I have searched almost every corner of the Xuanwang realm. However, I have never found the book mentioned by Lu Ruchen. Not a single trace was left behind, as if it had evaporated into thin air. The probability of it being naturally annihilated in the river of history is not high. Either it was taken away by someone alone, or it was taken away with other materials as the immortal Tao 10 sects fled. The remnants of the 10 sects are almost all in the Shuo Star Sea. Li Fan's gaze turned to the neighbors outside the high wall once again. Obtaining the illusion as reality divinely blessed is equivalent to Li Fan having an additional unknown true immortal level combat power that can assist him at any time. It might even be far more than that. Suppressing his myriad of excited emotions, after about 24 hours had passed, Li Fan sensed that illusion as reality could be used again. He immediately calmed down, activated it again, and returned to the infinite sea. No longer surprised by the incredible nature of still true's divine blessing, he immediately began to search for the true use of illusion as reality. Although I am an ant-like mortal, I can deceive the heavens and cross the sea. During the divinely blessed state, I am of the same level as the infinite sea. Li Buren's consciousness wandered in this vast ocean, trying to guide the infinite power within to reality. Because they were of the same level, this guidance did not require any pressure to be acknowledged. It was as if it was the ocean's own action. The main body guided it in the real world, scattering the remaining immortal realm fragments around the primordial heavenly pillar. It was as if the heavens and earth were reopening, recreating earth, fire, water, and wind. The immortal realm fragments returned to the great Tao, arranged around the heavenly pillar. Looking at this incomplete world, Li Fan connected his Inkkill myriad forms Tao net into it. What was insufficient would be supplemented. What overlapped would be tamed. At the center of the myriad forms Tao net was the power of infinity. Any that were unwilling to submit to the myriad forms Tao net were directly shattered. Then, they were re-evolved using the Tao that Li Fan himself comprehended. In a haze, the heavens and earth were newly born. There were no living beings within, only the primordial, hungry immortal, infinite, and other heavenly pillars standing tall. And Li Fan's blurry figure was still above these heavenly pillars. Once the universe is established, all forms arise. Hidden outside the heavens and earth, the Tao net emitted endless different glows. All kinds of great Taos began to manifest in this newly born world. It was not a solitary deduction, but Li Fan directly copied the original possibility, so the evolution did not change at all. In the flickering of light and shadow, before long, a desolate world had already appeared. 5 Tao guardian hill phantoms, and one heavenly pillar after another, supported the desolate high heavens. With the world established, the infinite immortal power that Li Buren guided also surged down along the Tao net path. Boom boom boom. The terrifying movement, as if the annihilation of the Tao had descended, was staged in the desolate world. The newly born firmament was completely occupied by dark clouds. Due to the enormous pressure, even cracks appeared. The world itself trembled violently, the sky shook and the earth quaked, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse at any moment. However, the benefits brought by the irrigation of infinite immortal power were also obvious. The nascent, barren world was like a land that had been dry for a long time, greedily absorbing the power of the infinite sea. The distance between heaven and earth was becoming more and more distant every moment. Above the earth, mountains rose, rivers, lakes, forests, plains, and many landforms emerged. It was no longer a barren and desolate bald continent. In the sky, the cracks caused by the limit of endurance were being repaired by the power brought by the infinite sea. Li Fan was blessed and did not completely eliminate these traces of the sky. Instead, he retained these 13 tangible scars, and even guided and infused a lot of extra infinite power. Due to Li Fan's special care, as the sky grew higher and the earth grew farther, each of the 13 traces of the sky accumulated almost as much energy as the entire desolate world. Li Fan noticed that these traces of the sky, because of the accumulation of so much energy, seemed to have a faint spirituality born within them. After pondering for a long time, Li Fan still did not choose to import a trace of his divine sense into them, so as to obtain control of these traces of the sky. The infinite immortal power accumulated in the traces of the sky had exceeded the scope he could control. If he wanted to forcibly dominate them, he was afraid that he would be backlashed instead. Li Fan only refined and separated the connection channel between each trace of the sky and the infinite sea. As long as he grasped the connection channel between the traces of the sky and the infinite sea, it was equivalent to tying a rein to them. No matter what they evolved into in the future, as long as the rein was in hand, he would not be afraid of them losing control. Inspired by this, when Li Fan noticed that this desolate world also began to gradually give birth to consciousness, he also intentionally divided this desolate world into 5 regions: east, west, north, south, and center. Different infinite sea channels were connected to each of them respectively. Like a river dividing into streams, the consciousness of the desolate world was also divided into 5 parts. The ominous premonition that Li Fan had vaguely felt in his heart also disappeared with it. It seems that it is because if the desolate consciousness is born, it will be too strong. There is a risk of losing control, Li Fan thought to himself. Standing outside the heavens, Li Fan quietly watched this desolate world continue to evolve. Endless immortal power poured down from the infinite sea. Under the indescribable enormous pressure, the desolate world was constantly growing, but at the same time, it was slowly compressed and became incomparably solid. The outside is built by the pressure of the infinite sea, and the inside still has the infinite adaptability of the ink-kill Dao net that can devour all 3,000 great Daos. I am afraid that even if I use all my strength, I will not be able to cause much damage to this continent. Moreover, it is still in a visible growth period. It seems that there is no limit at all. As long as the irrigation of the infinite sea does not stop, it can continue to grow forever. Li Fan looked at the changes within and was secretly shocked. He also had a feeling that with the birth of this continent inside the high wall, it was as if a thick stone pillar had been added. Even the entire space of the experimental field had become a lot more stable. In the infinite sea, Li Buren was in the midst of an extremely turbulent vortex, but he was still not affected in the slightest. After trying to guide the power of the infinite sea to the real world, he found that no matter how much he increased the intensity of the guidance, the infinite sea could always produce corresponding changes. And it would not attract the attention of the infinite sea itself. Li Buren gradually let go and continuously increased the intensity. Now, the scope of the vortex he was in had already covered all the areas of the infinite sea that he could observe. Although he could use the characteristics of illusion as reality to summon wind and rain in the infinite sea. However, the desolate continent in the real world was limited after all. The output of the exit channel was limited, and the power was gathered here, forming a vortex that could be called an unparalleled miracle. The time has come. In the thunderous vortex, he was not affected and was detached from the outside world. Li Buren silently observed and suddenly felt something. The duration is much shorter than last time. It seems that Still True has put in more effort to cover up such a big commotion. Li Buren was thoughtful, followed the vortex channel, and skillfully returned. Without the guide, the nourishment of the desolate continent was also cut off. The thriving world almost instantly fell into stillness. Then, the 13 traces of the sky and the 5 desolate world consciousnesses all roared and roared with dissatisfaction. Li Fan's vague figure stood in the heavens and earth. He snorted coldly and suppressed all their noises. In the silence, these newly born ones finally understood the source of their food. They all flattered and begged Li Fan. Li Fan remained silent. He was just waiting for the next use of illusion as reality. In the interval of silently waiting, Li Fan also used his hand as a knife to carve a series of magnificent buildings on the earth and sky. Their templates originated from the immortal realm that Li Fan had once glimpsed. Thanks to the cultivation of the wooden cat treasure before, Li Fan almost perfectly restored these immortal realm buildings. Time passed day by day. When the cooldown time of illusion as reality ended, Li Fan was not in a hurry to activate it again. Instead, he observed and summarized the attitudes shown by the 13 traces of the sky and the 5 desolate world consciousnesses during this period. Li Fan did not connect the one that roared the loudest among the traces of the sky and the world consciousnesses to the infinite immortal power. When the mighty infinite power descended again, the two of them could only watch their other brothers enjoy themselves, while they had nothing. These nascent bodies did not have much complex consciousness. They felt extremely angry instinctively when others had what they did not. The roar resounded throughout the world, even surpassing the movement of the infinite immortal power irrigation. Li Fan smiled coldly and cut off all connections to the infinite sea again. The traces of the sky and the world consciousnesses that were greedily absorbing were stunned. It took them a lot of effort to figure out the reason why Li Fan stopped the infinite immortal power. For the sake of their food, they united and swarmed up, severely teaching the two troublemakers a lesson. It has to be said that the power of these existences that evolved naturally between heaven and earth was indeed powerful. The desolate continent became scarred in this great battle. Fortunately, the result was good. The troublemakers were outnumbered and dared not make any more noises. They could only watch their brothers happily eating. When the duration of illusion as reality ended again, these desolate consciousnesses could not avoid complaining when faced with Li Fan's fasting. But the movement was much smaller than before. Especially this time, the one who did not get food did not make any sound. The next time, Li Fan changed the object of the cut-off. The two who knew how to return from their mistakes and performed well were given the opportunity to connect and draw infinite sea power. The trace of the sky that was cut off was both terrified and angry. He did not know what he had done wrong. But he did not know that Li Fan had just randomly selected him. Once again, everyone was happy and everyone had it. The traces of the sky and the desolate world consciousnesses were overjoyed. Again and again, after waiting for a long time, the infinite immortal power never came. The desolate consciousnesses gathered outside the tall buildings where Li Fan's figure stood, but they did not dare to act rashly. They just silently guarded. After that, the infinite immortal power was all connected again. In this way, day after day, year after year, Li Fan trained these desolate consciousnesses using this method of constantly training dogs. In the blink of an eye, another 15 years had passed. Li Fan realized that this desolate continent had grown to its limit. Although it could still absorb infinite immortal power, it could no longer be strengthened. Li Fan sat high in the clouds, looking at the vast continent beneath his feet. While slowly raising his hand, a pair of giant palms also enveloped the desolate world. With a flourish of the pen, the shapes of living beings were engraved on the earth. After a dazzling light erupted, the extremely complex characters disintegrated into thousands of fragments. And on the desolate continent, countless living beings transformed from stones, trees, mountains, lakes, and seas emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain. Although their consciousness was ignorant, they knew the one who had given them life. They knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, "Thank you, great Lord, for giving us life." Li Fan waved his hand again and distributed the access rights to the infinite sea to every living being. Of course, the energy level of the infinite immortal power that these acquired creatures could mobilize was far inferior to the 13 traces of the sky and the 5 desolate world consciousnesses. It was estimated that even if they were all added together, they would only be comparable to one of them. This is the handle of power. Li Fan sensed that all access rights to the infinite sea in this desolate world were under his management. He could bestow it with a thought, and he could deprive it with a thought. Perhaps the former immortal emperor in power was like this, deciding life and death. Li Fan had some understanding. The desolate continent became lively, and Li Fan silently chanted illusion as reality again in his heart. The object of the divine power was no longer the infinite sea, but the desolate world in front of him. After the divine blessing was activated, Li Fan seemed to have transformed into a part of the desolate world. Not only could he clearly feel everything that was happening in the world, but even the faint communication between the world consciousnesses could be clearly perceived. It was as if he had become a member of them, but they were unaware of this inexplicably added, brother. After listening for a while and finding that these world consciousnesses did not have any rebellious remarks, Li Fan could not help but nod in satisfaction. This illusion as reality divine power is really useful. Moreover, Li Fan silently sensed the duration of the divine blessing. Indeed, the duration that can be sustained is different depending on the object used. When it acts on this desolate continent, it can last almost forever. Even if this world is destroyed with time, the effect of illusion as reality will still exist. This desolate immortal world is already an extraordinary creation. But the gap with the infinite sea is still so big. The arrogant emotions that Li Fan had as the creator disappeared in an instant. The cold reality made him calm down. 1507. The scroll leads all the fairies. Although the immortal realm of the Great Desolation could be said to have been created by Li Fan himself, there were significant differences between him and a god of creation, in the true sense. The key to the manifestation of the immortal realm of the Great Desolation was the reception of the power of the infinite sea. And Li Fan was able to do this entirely thanks to the divine blessing bestowed by Huan Zhen. If this continent truly had a god of creation, then it could only be Huan Zhen. Li Fan was merely the one who had received divine favor and acted on its behalf. Quickly adjusting and correcting his mentality, Li Fan pondered what he could do with this immortal realm of the Great Desolation. Originally, I only wanted to build a facade to save face, but I never thought that with Huan Zhen's help, I would actually create an immortal domain. It's not only enough to fool those true immortals of the Shuo Star Sea, but even. Li Fan's thoughts instantly focused on the 13 heavenly marks and the 5 paths of heaven and earth consciousness. As vast consciousness entities born alongside the immortal realm of the Great Desolation, don't think they were trained by Li Fan to be like domestic dogs. It was only because Li Fan controlled the key leash that could cut off their connection with the infinite sea at any time. But for others, they wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Tyranny, capriciousness, and contempt were the most fundamental nature of these Great Desolation beings. Theoretically speaking, the actual combat power of each of them should not be weaker than an unknown true immortal. But after all, they rely entirely on instinct, so it's hard to say how much they can actually exert. However, the quantity is here. It's more than enough to deal with those true immortals of the Shuo Star Sea. Li Fan looked into the distance again, waiting for the bait to be taken. Since 15 years ago, after Wu Xian witnessed the strength that Li Fan inadvertently displayed and the news that he wanted to rebuild the immortal court, the Shuo Star Sea showed the necessary respect for a strong person. They no longer questioned Li Fan's absorption of the complete Great Tao of the Shuo Star Sea. They even intentionally relaxed the restrictions of the starry sky and Tao net around the high wall, making Li Fan's absorption of the Great Tao smoother. Li Fan didn't really want to completely drain the Great Tao of the Shuo Star Sea and cause the Tao annihilation to come early. He was just trying to fill the dried-up Tao principles within the Dark Star Sea. After the immortal realm of the Great Desolation was created, although it was a newly born continent, it had the infinite sea behind it. The many great Tao laws that naturally evolved were even superior to the surrounding Dark Star Sea. So Li Fan no longer needed to learn from the Shuo Star Sea. In the 10th year, he closed the road and completely stopped absorbing the Great Tao of the Shuo Star Sea. Of course, Li Fan wouldn't be so kind as to let the immortal realm of the Great Desolation benefit the Shuo Star Sea. With the isolation of the high wall, the outside world couldn't detect the birth of this immortal domain continent. However, Li Fan's initiative to restrain himself was a signal of the re-establishment of the immortal court. In the past 5 years, Wu Xian had visited several times. Although he didn't mention the immortal court in his words, he submitted a list issued by the Shuo Star Sea. An unknown true immortal leads, accompanied by 6 true immortals. This lineup is not small. Those people from immortal hunting didn't come. It should be that the surname Wei was instantly suppressed by me, which scared them. Li Fan chuckled. The list didn't specify the Tao that the leading unknown true immortal had comprehended. Good transformation, reverse, chaos. I wonder if it will be one of these 3. Li Fan withdrew his gaze, looked at the immortal realm of the Great Desolation beneath him, and slightly grabbed with his fingers. The fleeting light and shadows in this Great Desolation world were instantly captured and gathered in Li Fan's palm, forming a vivid, flowing scroll. The scroll gradually materialized from illusion to reality. 13, Li Fan said lightly. Amidst the overflowing light, a silver figure appeared in front of Li Fan. The outline of the figure was constantly changing, without a physical body. However, it could vaguely be seen that it had some similarities with Li Fan. Obviously, this heavenly mark was intentionally imitating him. Take a trip, give this painting to our neighbor. When the scroll is unfolded, it will be the day the Immortal Court is officially re-established. 13 lowered his head and accepted the order. Then, like a thunderbolt, after flashing, he disappeared into the immortal realm of the Great Desolation. It was 13's first time leaving the immortal realm of the Great Desolation, and he was initially a little excited. But when he saw the barren starry sky outside the high wall with his own eyes, his curiosity slowly turned into loss and disdain. If the immortal realm of the Great Desolation, filled with infinite immortal power, was a magnificent palace, then the Shuo Star Sea in front of him couldn't even compare to a low-thatched hut. At most, it could only be regarded as a randomly built nest, only beasts would live in it. Not wanting to stay any longer, just wanting to complete the task and return as soon as possible, 13 charged straight ahead, flying towards the location indicated by Li Fan. There was no obstruction at all, until suddenly, he seemed to fall into a large net. As if at the same moment, there were billions of threads sticking to every inch of his body. 13 felt a huge resistance coming from outside his body. Who comes? Perhaps they had already realized that 13's direction was exactly where Li Fan was. The Shuo Star Sea did not directly attack this rash intruder. Instead, they asked very cautiously. Entrusted by the Great Master, to deliver the scroll of the immortal realm of the Great Desolation. When this scroll is unfolded, it will be the day the Immortal Court is rebuilt. Those on the list can go and admire it. The unruly 13 raised the scroll bestowed by Li Fan above his head, feeling the surrounding resistance, and deliberately said loudly in displeasure. Like a Dao Tian Ju Lang, or a Ling Li Kuang Feng, it suddenly rose in the Dao net. Thousands of Dao strings trembled uncertainly in an instant. The indestructible Dao net was like duckweed in the wind, swaying non-stop. Hearing the exclamations from all over the Star Sea, 13 was very proud. However, in the next moment, the wind and rain stopped suddenly. Just like when it came, it subsided very suddenly. It was as if something had instantly suppressed the turbulence in the Dao net. At this moment, 13 felt several auras similar to those of his strongest brothers, and could not help but restrain himself a bit. Moreover, outside the Dao net, there seemed to be a gaze falling on him. The feeling was exactly the same as when the Great Master was watching. No wonder the Great Master wants to invite these people to attend the ceremony. 13 suddenly realized, and did not dare to be presumptuous anymore. He just cupped his hands and said goodbye. Then he turned into a silver thunderbolt and left. In the vast Shuo Star Sea, no one could stand up to stop him, allowing him to come whistling and return whistling. In a silence, everyone focused their attention on the scroll left by 13. Even though the scroll had not yet been unfolded, everyone could still feel the extraordinary aura on it. Especially the true immortals in the Shuo Star Sea. It was as if they vaguely saw the immortal realm that had already been destroyed. The Dao net shimmered, recovering from the disorder, blocking the gazes of outsiders on the shining scroll. Within the obscured circular field of vision, one figure after another appeared next to the scroll. They watched quietly, engrossed, without saying a word. A pair of large, blue, transparent hands descended from the sky and landed on the painting. They exerted force, attempting to forcibly unfurl the scroll. The transparent hands surged with blue light, but the painting remained motionless. This painting possesses the weight of vast seas and mountains. It seems the hidden emperor's words about re-establishing the celestial court are not mere delusions. A fluctuation emanated from the blue hands, devoid of discernible emotion. Another figure stepped forward to try, but the result was the same. This feeling is almost identical to when the former celestial emperor carved out the nascent celestial domain within the upper mountain. Indeed, it's the method of a ruling celestial emperor. Could it truly be the descent of a former celestial emperor? The figure retreated, his tone filled with surprise and uncertainty. No one could answer his doubts. If that's the case, then let's investigate firsthand. This hidden emperor's strength is unfathomable, and his attitude is unclear. I'll lead the team. Even if he has any sinister intentions, I can at least bring everyone back safely. Having experienced several calamities, we truly cannot endure any more losses. Another voice came from the void. The true immortals standing beside the painting did not refute his words. Knowing Li Fan's methods, the true immortals still acknowledged that the owner of this voice had the ability to come and go freely. Their belief in his strength was evident. Although hidden emperors are rarely good, in the current situation, it's best not to antagonize him. If he truly still possesses the means of a ruling celestial emperor to create celestial domains, then cooperation might be possible. After a silence, the only figure among the true immortals who showed his true face spoke. This person was dressed in white robes, with a black cat perched on his shoulder, forming a stark contrast in color. The cat seemed to be asleep, but its ears twitched from time to time, as if listening to something. This white-robed true immortal seemed to have great authority among the immortals. Once he spoke, the others simply nodded in agreement. Let's wait then. It shouldn't be more than a few days. The immortals reached a consensus and simply waited beside the painting. For them, a dozen or hundreds of years were but a fleeting moment. Waiting a few days was equivalent to taking a nap. Li Fan did not make them wait long. On the 9th day after the painting arrived at the Shuo Star Sea, a strong fluctuation surged from it. Gusts of wind blew for no reason, seeming to slowly unfurl the painting. In the fierce wind, the true immortals seemed to have difficulty standing firm, and they retreated one after another. Only the point of nothingness, the figure with the black cat on his shoulder, and the pair of blue hands did not move. However, they stared intently at the unfolding painting, their expressions becoming more serious than ever before. The aura of the limitless sea. And it's fresh. How many years has it been? We finally meet again. Their tone was strange, with some caution and some sighs. The more the painting of the primordial celestial realm revealed, the stronger the wind emanating from the other side became. This was not wind in the ordinary sense, but the pressure of Li Fan, from a high vantage point, on the mortal world by using the limitless sea power of illusion as truth. Only a powerhouse like Keeper Chu, who could stand firm on the mountain peak by the sea, could withstand it. Li Fan had tried it himself. If he was not in the state of illusion as truth, even if he used several of Keeper Chu's illusory shadows, he couldn't do it. He only lasted a few breaths before being defeated. Among the three figures, none seemed to have the strength to approach Keeper Chu. When the painting was 9/10 unfolded and the pressure reached its maximum, they all retreated to varying degrees. Only based on the degree of retreat, the strength of the three was revealed. The weakest was the point of nothingness. Even if it could dissolve all external influences, this exemption seemed to be ineffective in the face of the pressure from beyond the mortal world. It could only retreat inch by inch. The blue transparent hands performed slightly better. The palms became increasingly transparent, seeming to completely blend into the surrounding environment. However, it didn't seem to be using the surrounding environment to resist the majesty of the limitless sea, but rather helping the Shuo Star Sea Dao network to survive in this pressure. Diverting a portion of its power, it was forced to move away. The strongest of the three was the white-robed figure. In the wind brought by the limitless sea, the black cat on his shoulder had already awakened. Two ghostly green eyes, like gemstones, stared intently at the painting in front. It stuck out its tongue and licked, its tail gently swaying incessantly. Man and cat as one, he was barely forced to move in the wind. When the painting was fully unfolded, the miniature scene of the primordial celestial realm was instantly displayed before everyone. The boundless vitality made those who had watched over the desolate star sea for so long feel somewhat huanghu dazed in a trance. If this hidden emperor can reproduce this divine power, and with our methods, perhaps resurrection is possible. It was not the three true immortals who spoke, but the black cat on the white-robed figure's shoulder. However, it didn't seem to be the black cat's own words, because while speaking, the black cat's green eyes suddenly dimmed. After saying these words, when the green light shone again, the black cat seemed somewhat confused, unaware of what had just happened. It was as if something had borrowed its body. Now that the painting has been unfolded, I will go first and investigate his reality. The others all slowly nodded, their gazes still fixed on the painting. Within the primordial celestial realm. While the Shuo Star Sea true immortals were watching the painting, Li Fan was also observing them through the painting. Except he hid himself within the limitless sea through the divine power of illusion as truth, so he was not discovered. The others were fine, the strength of the true immortals appearing in the Shuo Star Sea did not exceed Li Fan's expectations. Until the white-robed black cat figure appeared. The moment he saw the black cat, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a jump in his heart. The scene of Cat Bao leaping and devouring the hungry immortal seemed to reappear before his eyes. However, after the instinctive vigilance of the moment, Li Fan found that this black cat was not the cat bao he had seen before. Li Fan had carved various cat bao wooden statues, and he knew the form of cat bao like the back of his hand. Therefore, after a brief daze, he still found obvious differences between the two. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. If the one perched on his shoulder was really cat bao, my plan might have to be changed. Fortunately, anchored by the hungry immortal, Li Fan now has a rough assessment of the power cat bao displayed back then. Not inferior to the strong among the nameless true immortals. But not as good as a keeper Chu illusory shadow. The current Li Fan can be said to be qualified to face cat bao without fear even if he really encounters it. The key is the unknown force behind cat bao. 1508. Transform into the fifth saint. When the avatar evolved into the Holy Emperor in that lifetime, the cat treasure, whose true nature was not fully understood, displayed 3 heaven-defying abilities: item replication, life-form mimicry, and marrow cleansing through the I Ching. Even Li Fan, who had now become a true creator god of an immortal domain, could not easily accomplish these things. And the cat treasure was merely a pioneer of the hunt. The power of the force behind it was unimaginable. Most importantly, Li Fan now had a good understanding of the power dynamics within the Shuo Star Sea. However, he had not discovered any clues related to the cat treasure. Therefore, the force behind the cat treasure either came from a more distant part of the starry sky. Or, perhaps it came from another possibility. If it was just the former, that would be fine. But if it was the latter, then perhaps the hidden fishing pond in the Xuanwang world needed to be re-examined. Now, within the entire high wall, only one location remained outside of Li Fan's control. That was the location of the fishing pond. Inside the fishing pond, thousands of treasures shone like stars, all captured by the fishing pond from various places. However, the desolate starry sky of the primordial possibility seemed unable to support the existence of so many treasures. The treasures in the fishing pond often had very distinct characteristics. Almost every item came from a unique civilization. The primordial possibility, which had suffered the annihilation of the Tao and even seen the destruction of the immortal realm, could no longer nurture so many different cultivation civilizations. The fishing pond was likely connected to the true myriad worlds. This was the fundamental reason why Li Fan, even with the strength to easily handle the nameless true immortal, did not dare to act rashly against the fishing pond. As long as he didn't provoke it, the fishing pond would remain quietly like a real pond. Li Fan was unwilling to risk interfering with it. In the past, Li Fan needed the various treasures in the fishing pond to help him cultivate. But now, after comprehending the change of true and false besides Huan Zhen, there were no treasures in the world that Li Fan couldn't part with. The fishing pond and the cat treasure, for now, would not be mentioned. As Li Fan manipulated the unfolding scroll, the true immortals of the Shuo Star Sea were already on their way to pay their respects. Not wanting these people to discover the existence of the high wall, Li Fan had Li Buren and the 3 heavenly marks wait directly outside the high wall. Soon, led by chaos, the true immortals of the Shuo Star Sea left the range covered by the Tao Net and arrived in the Annihilation Land. Compared to the past, after Li Fan actively absorbed the abundant Tao principles of the Shuo Star Sea, the Annihilation Land near the high wall showed some signs of life. However, the places damaged by the annihilation of the Tao could not be restored, and the terrain remained narrow and elongated. The moment these true immortals set foot in the area, they sensed the great Tao pathway transformed by Li Buren. Interesting, isn't this an alternative Tao Net? It's a pity that the immortal hunters couldn't come. Otherwise, the expressions on their faces would have been very amusing when they saw this road. A voice came from the void point leading the group. The other true immortals, walking on the road, also had different expressions. Having fought each other for so long, they were quite familiar with the Shuo Star Sea's Tao Net. In their opinion, the road under their feet seemed to be no less impressive than the Tao Net. The question was, what was its basis? The Shuo Star Sea's Tao Net was built on the foundation of many nameless beings, supported by many true immortals. And there was that one who imprinted the Tao Net with a single hand. It took the combined efforts of many parties to create such a thing that could allow mortals to compete with true immortals in a single leap. And what did the road before them rely on? Was it solely the achievement of that hidden emperor? If that was the case, then the strength of this hidden emperor was probably higher than they had expected. Worry flashed in the eyes of the immortals. After walking for a short while, everyone's eyes were attracted by a stone pillar standing in the void ahead. The huge, silenced character on the stone pillar made the immortals' hearts skip a beat. They had all heard about the immortal hunter guard elder being suppressed and turned into a pillar, but seeing it with their own eyes at this moment still made them feel a chill in their hearts. There's a reason why he became the hidden emperor, they muttered inwardly. Although they deeply sympathized with guard elder, no one offered to rescue him. After passing the stone pillar, Lee Buren and the 11th to 13th heavenly marks had been waiting for a long time. Everyone, we meet again, 13th grinned, his tone sinister. 11th and 12th were also staring at the true immortals in front of them with the eyes of hunters. Having witnessed the power of the infinite sea emanating from 13th, the immortals couldn't help but feel nervous and uneasy when they saw that there were two others beside him who were no weaker than him. Among the immortals, only Chaos's attention was focused on Lee Buren from beginning to end. Seeming to sense the special aura of Lee Buren's recent return from the infinite sea, Chaos's attitude subtly changed. Lee Buren manifested a seven-colored road, guiding the immortals. Stepping onto the path, they were surrounded by thousands of rays of light, blinding their eyes and deafening their ears. It seemed like they were flying forward rapidly, instantly crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. When the seven-colored rays of light dissipated, the magnificent and sacred primordial immortal realm suddenly leapt into the immortals' eyes. Even the nameless Chaos froze suddenly. Seeing it through a painting and experiencing it personally were completely different concepts. What they had felt from the painting before was not even 1/10,000th of what they felt now. The sky was high, the land was vast, and the expanse was boundless. The large lakes distributed like mirrors, the mountain peaks hidden in the clouds, the palaces standing above the high sky. Life was surging, nurturing infinite possibilities. What made the immortals feel even more dazed, as if they had returned to their homeland in the immortal realm, was the incomparably abundant infinite immortal power in this realm. They didn't know how long it had been since they had enjoyed such a comfortable feeling. Although their own power also possessed the nature of infinity at the moment of proving the true immortal Tao, they still missed the atmosphere where everything around them was infinite. In the harsh environment of the lower realm, their strength indeed prevented them from suffering any substantial harm. However, they still lived very awkwardly. It was like being in a muddy swamp. Although they could still walk, the mud splashed up as they walked still made them feel uncomfortable. Stepping into this primordial immortal realm at this moment was truly like a fish in water, a bird flying in the sky. It was like returning home. Many true immortals burst into tears on the spot. Having fought in the cruel environment of the lower realm for so many years, they never thought that they would be able to see the immortal realm again one day. Even if it was just an immortal domain, it was enough. While the immortals were in a state of excitement, the primordial immortal realm suddenly became quiet. All living beings, in unison, looked up at the sky, holding their breath and focusing their minds. Then, they slowly bowed down. The immortals also looked in the direction of the world's living beings. Above the sky, the 13 heavenly marks were distributed in order. And 5 palaces with misty purple energy were faintly visible beyond the sky. That is, the immortals vaguely glimpsed 5 gazes like gods from these buildings. Looking down from above, overlooking the immortals. The immortals instantly had the illusion of seeing the ruling immortal emperor. Infinite immortal power stirred around the immortals like gusts of cold wind. Under the pressure created by the specific environment, several true immortals felt uneasy and almost bowed to these 5 figures on the spot. But they were stopped by the nameless chaos. World consciousness. 1 becomes 5. As expected of the nameless realm, it saw through the reality of the 5 figures beyond the sky with just one glance. As the 5 world consciousnesses naturally nurtured by the primordial immortal realm, their strength was even greater than the 13 heavenly marks. Chaos thought that it could face the 13 heavenly marks without fear. But facing the 5 world rulers of the primordial immortal realm, if I don't use my last resort, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult, the nameless chaos secretly assessed. I didn't expect this immortal domain to gather so many enormous innate beings. This was completely beyond chaos's expectations. Although the immortal realm was vast and boundless in the past, there were very few innate beings. And innate beings who could connect to the infinite sea were even rarer. But now, this immortal domain was actually gathering them. That hidden emperor, exactly. Chaos's heart sank. It constantly searched, trying to find the hidden emperor who created this immortal domain. But after searching, it still found nothing. Next, it didn't need to search anymore. In the absolute silence of the world's living beings, Li Fan finally spoke. Not from the sky, not from the human world. but spontaneously sounded from every corner of the primordial immortal realm. As if omnipresent. After many years, the immortal domain has been rebuilt. The achievements are immortal, and now it is complete. Today, the immortal realm is initially established, and the immortal court begins. Confer. The central Jun Heaven Limitless Great Emperor. Confer. The Eastern Azure Heaven Purple Micro Great Emperor. Confer. The Western Vast Heaven Jade Emperor Great Emperor. Confer. The Southern Yellow Heaven Netherworld Great Emperor. Confer. The Northern Mysterious Heaven Eternal Life Great Emperor. ... With the sound of each voice, the tall figures sitting in the 5 palaces beyond the sky underwent changes in appearance and clothing. If they were still like flowers in the fog before, and could not be seen clearly, then the crowns and imperial robes at this moment were extremely clear. At the moment when the 5 world consciousnesses were conferred by Li Fan, the sky, and even the earth under the sky, also appeared with natural barriers. The primordial immortal realm was divided into the central Jun Heaven, the Eastern Azure Heaven, the Western Vast Heaven, the Southern Yellow Heaven, and the Northern Mysterious Heaven by the words echoing between heaven and earth. And the 5 heavenly emperors each resided in the sky, sitting majestically. In the 5 heavenly domains, different environments began to evolve. For example, in the Northern Mysterious Heaven, all things lived forever. It was obviously more vibrant than the other heavenly domains. The Eastern Azure Heaven was an image of inestimable value. The living beings in the heavenly domain, simply because they were in the realm, spontaneously began to climb upwards in their life forms. In practice, it meant that the upper limit of the infinite immortal power that they could mobilize to connect to the infinite sea began to slowly increase. And the central Jun Heaven was neutral and peaceful. Like an uncrowned king, although it did not compete, it could win forever. The 5 heavenly emperors were conferred, like 5 mountains, pressing down on the heads of the immortals. This was the pressure brought by the entire primordial immortal realm, and it was not something that these immortals could resist. Therefore, even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they were forced to lower their heads, which had been directly facing the 5 heavenly emperors. Even the nameless chaos was the same. These 5 world consciousnesses have become stronger, chaos said in horror. That voice of conferring echoing between heaven and earth should be the hidden emperor. Because of his bestowal, the world consciousness truly gained the recognition of this world. Only then could it grasp all things between heaven and earth. Chaos's thoughts raced. Even the ruling immortal emperor in the past did not have such supreme authority in the immortal realm. After all, the immortal realm was opened up by the joint efforts of the 4 holy sovereigns. In comparison, the ruling immortal emperor and the 5 emperors conferred at this moment are existences of the same level. Could it be? Chaos's heart trembled violently, and a bold guess instantly flooded its mind. Has that hidden emperor embarked on the path of becoming a saint? Otherwise, it is difficult to explain what he is doing. Chaos could no longer calm down in its heart. Although there have been past immortal emperors in the immortal realm, the 4 holy sovereigns have always remained unchanged. It has been unknown how long it has been since it was opened up, but the 5th holy sovereign has never been born. Could it be that with the destruction of the immortal realm, the 5th holy sovereign is about to appear? Chaos lowered its head, trying to find the trace of the hidden emperor. However, this hidden emperor seemed to have forgotten about them, the true immortals who came to observe the ceremony. After conferring the heavenly emperors, what followed was the conferring of the 13 heavenly marks. The status of the heavenly marks was a step weaker than the world consciousness. They obtained the title of Venerable. The originally formless and shapeless heavenly marks instantly solidified and evolved into shapes at the moment of being conferred. Some were like primordial behemoths, some were like towering mountains, and some were like ordinary people in the world. They were all different. After the 13 venerables were conferred, the grand voice slowly disappeared. The 5 heavenly emperors and the 13 venerables each selected their own generals and soldiers from the living beings in the immortal realm. For a time, it was very lively. On the contrary, the true immortals of the Shuo Star Sea who came to observe the ceremony were left aside. By the time everything was over, 100 days had passed. And from beginning to end, Li Fan had not come out to meet them. On this day, 13th appeared in front of all living beings wearing a gorgeous robe. Greetings, Venerable. The nameless chaos took the lead in saluting, and the other immortals had no choice but to follow. After being conferred the title of Venerable, 13th's words and actions were not as frivolous as before. The Great Master has ordered that the ceremony is over. It is time for you to leave. The immortals were stunned for a moment. But we haven't seen. 13th's expression turned stern, and the contempt on his face was obvious. He almost said the 4 words, "You are not worthy," directly. This 13th Venerable is also much stronger than before. After a moment of thought, the nameless chaos finally cupped its hands and saluted. Then, it led the immortals who came to observe the ceremony and left the primordial immortal realm along the 7-colored road that reappeared. Perhaps because they had stayed in an environment full of infinite immortal power for too long, when the immortals returned to the Shuo Star Sea, they instinctively felt bursts of discomfort. The huge sense of loss made them look at the location of the primordial immortal realm. It was a pity that with the closure of the 7-colored road, they could no longer return. It took the immortals a long time to re-adapt to the difficult environment of the Shuo Star Sea. They had different expressions, not knowing what they were thinking. Chaos Wuming lived up to his task, safely bringing all the immortals back. Moreover, the information they provided was extremely important. Especially the speculation about the strength of the hidden emperor, Li Fan, which forced the Shuoxing Sea forces to adjust their strategic approach. Chaos himself, however, had been absent-minded ever since his return. 1509. The wind from the grave sweeps the fairy world. Besides reminiscing about the immortal realm of the Great Desolation, Chaos Nameless was more concerned about the hidden emperor himself. Because in the ancient legends of the immortal realms past, the sages of the immortal realm possessed the supreme power to transcend true immortals with a single stroke. Since the destruction of the immortal realm, the 4 holy sovereigns have also disappeared without a trace. If this one has walked the path of transformation into a sage, then could it be that, every time Chaos Nameless thought of this, he couldn't suppress the urge to return and personally visit the hidden emperor, no matter what? However, after proving the Tao for many years, Chaos was still able to maintain some composure. This matter cannot be rushed. It requires careful consideration. It would be best to contact the other few together. After all, it would probably be difficult to enter the eyes of a sage with just me alone. Chaos Nameless pondered the various legends he knew about the 4 holy sovereigns of the past immortal realm. Open black lens bracket Tai close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Lianshan close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Guihai close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Jingfen close black lens bracket. It was said that the Tai Holy Sovereign was the first living being in the world. He witnessed the process of the world's birth from nothing, and his wisdom was unparalleled. The Lianshan Holy Sovereign opened the path to immortality in open black lens bracket Mount Shengfang close black lens bracket. The first immortal in the world, his strength was truly immeasurable. If the strength of the true immortals was determined by the momentum of Mount Shangfang, then the one standing at the very top of Mount Shangfang must be this Lianshan Holy Sovereign. The Guihai Holy Sovereign opened up the open black lens bracket infinite spring close black lens bracket, causing the strength of the immortals to undergo another qualitative change. After endless years of excavation, the infinite spring also transformed into the vast infinite sea, allowing every true immortal in the immortal realm to possess endless resources. Controlling the mountains with the sea, its power was no less than that of the Lianshan Holy Sovereign. Jingfen Holy Sovereign, the moment he thought of this one, Chaos Nameless instinctively felt a chill in his heart. He silently chanted a mantra, and the intense feeling of fear slowly dissipated. The Jingfen Holy Sovereign was born after the immortal realm's atmosphere had fully matured, and was also the last holy sovereign to prove the Tao in the immortal realm's history. Although the immortal realm had opened up the method of infinity, the Tao was born and died, grew and waned, always within the cycle of heavenly principles. Even the immortal realm could not avoid this. However, the reason why the immortal realm was full of vitality and had no place for the Tao to wane was all due to this Jingfen Holy Sovereign, who used himself as a tomb, burying all the Taos of the heavens, ensuring that the Tao's waning and destruction would not affect the flourishing immortal realm. When the Tao revolved and returned to the time of the Tao's birth and growth, this Jingfen Holy Sovereign would then release the Tao. Jingfen devours the Tao, opening the ring, above the desolate mound. This was an ancient saying passed down in the immortal realm. It was precisely because the 4 holy sovereigns were like pillars, supporting the firmament of the immortal realm, that there was the boundless, vast, and infinitely vibrant paradise for the immortals. But it was also precisely because the 4 holy sovereigns had too many responsibilities and were unable to manage the immortals, that there were the successive immortal emperors of the immortal realm. In the beginning of the immortal realm, the true immortals of the world still knew the names of the 4 holy sovereigns and often silently recited their gratitude. However, as time passed and the 4 holy sovereigns had not appeared for a long time, Although the immortals would not forget them, they could not reverse the gradual fading, and they were only equivalent to symbols. If the four holy sovereigns had remained consistent, perhaps so many things would not have happened later. All the changes originated from the Jingfen Holy Sovereign's abandonment of his responsibilities. Although saying so seemed somewhat disrespectful, it was the truth. After burying and sorting out the Immortal Realm's declining Taos for who knows how many years, this fourth holy sovereign of the Immortal Realm suddenly went on strike, one day. He laughed loudly 3 times and spat out the declining Taos that had not yet completed their rotation. The decaying gale that could obliterate all immortal Taos instantly swept through the entire Immortal Realm. Countless immortal servants, immortal puppets, and immortal artifacts decayed after being contaminated by this open black lens bracket grave wind close black lens bracket. Even true immortals and nameless true immortals found it difficult to avoid this aura of Tao decay. The entire immortal realm suffered countless casualties and heavy losses. However, in the face of the immortal realm with its infinite energy, this loss was actually nothing. As long as a little time was spent, it could always be repaired. The key was that the open black lens bracket Jingfen Holy Sovereign close black lens bracket stopped working. Then, no one could handle the Tao's waning and destruction anymore. They could only let it be, avoid it, and evade it. Moreover, because it was contaminated with the nature of infinity, this Tao's waning and destruction became even more powerful. Not only did it occasionally transform into a decaying gale, invading various parts of the immortal realm, but it also evolved into many apocalyptic and destructive phenomena, descending irregularly in various parts of the immortal realm. Even the lower star sea was difficult to avoid. One of the 4 pillars suddenly disappeared. This was destined to bring unparalleled chaos to the immortal realm. It was said that the Tai, Lianshan, and Guihai holy sovereigns, unable to bear the suffering of the immortal realm, had once jointly persuaded this somewhat willful Jingfen holy sovereign. The final result was unknown. It was only after the immortal realm's anomalies disappeared briefly for 3,000 years that they gradually began to evolve in various places. However, instead of a one-time large-scale outbreak, they gradually increased in intensity and frequency from scratch. At least it gave the immortals a not-so-short period of adaptation. Under the instructions of the 3 holy sovereigns, the ruling immortal emperor infected many nameless ones to suppress the open black lens bracket grave wind close black lens bracket anomalies in various places. The immortals worked together to successfully sort out the chaos in the immortal realm. Chaos was one of these many nameless ones. That was a long time ago. So long that when Chaos Nameless recalled this matter, he couldn't even confirm how many immortal emperors had passed from that time to the present. Later, the immortals of the immortal realm gradually adapted to the many anomalies brought about by the grave wind. They even slowly forgot the source of these anomalies. They simply got used to it and regarded it as the original scenery of the immortal realm. In fact, what in the immortal realm was innate. Although the Jingfen Holy Sovereign did not ask about worldly affairs, he did not disappear from this world. All those who expressed the slightest criticism of his actions, even if only in their hearts, were all sensed by him. None of these true immortals were spared, and they were all caught by the Jingfen Holy Sovereign and thrown into his stomach. It should be known that the Jingfen Holy Sovereign could even absorb and transform the Tao's destruction and waning. In his view, the Tao enlightened true immortals of the immortal realm were almost no different from delicious food. Without the power to resist, they all turned into decaying grave wind. At that time, there were countless true immortals in the immortal realm who slandered the Jingfen Holy Sovereign. The Jingfen Holy Sovereign treated everyone equally, not missing a single one. After such a cleansing, the immortal realm almost felt emptied out. This was a great calamity in the early days of the immortal realm. But only for the true immortals at that time. For the entire immortal realm, later history proved that it was actually a good thing. After the Jingfen Holy Sovereign swallowed countless true immortals, he spent many years spitting out the Taos comprehended by the true immortals. Some of these Tao principles filled the heavens and earth of the immortal realm, while others quickly found new masters. The immortal realm once again revived with a scene of vitality. It was just that after experiencing such a disaster, very few people still remembered this Jingfen Holy Sovereign. Only a sentence remained: Jingfen devours immortals and opens the Tao, above the desolate mound, circulating in the hearts of a few true immortals. With such perverse actions, although the true immortals did not dare to have any criticism of the Jingfen Holy Sovereign, they used practical actions and daily words to express their attitude. On occasions when the Jingfen Holy Sovereign was mentioned, they no longer mentioned the name, Holy Sovereign. They only called him Jingfen Great Sage. Perhaps he was quite satisfied with this title. The Jingfen Holy Sovereign himself did not care letting this name circulate. Chaos was fortunate enough to escape a calamity that year, and even personally watched as a region of the immortal realm, countless true immortals, turned into wisps of green energy and were sucked away. Naturally, he both respected, feared, and dreaded this Jingfen Holy Sovereign. Not daring to imitate others' title of Jingfen Great Sage, he still referred to him as Jingfen Holy Sovereign in his heart. It was precisely because of the Jingfen Holy Sovereign's resignation that the fact that the Holy Sovereign could transcend true immortals was later known to the world. The Jingfen Holy Sovereign's swallowing of the immortals was not only to cause fear among the immortals. There were also some true immortals who were shocked by the strength displayed by the Jingfen Holy Sovereign. From then on, they became even more convinced and devout in their hearts, even becoming somewhat fanatical. The Jingfen Holy Sovereign ignored most of these believers. But because he thought about them every day, the Jingfen Holy Sovereign also saw through their hearts. 3 of them were favored by the Holy Sovereign. Then they were transcended under the watchful eyes of everyone. This caused even more madness among the Jingfen Holy Sovereign's believers. Later, there was another wave of cleansing, which eliminated all the slanderers and fanatics in the world, only leaving behind a faint 4-character name, left in the world. As for where this Jingfen Holy Sovereign went after the destruction of the immortal realm, it was not something that Chaos Nameless could know. That hidden emperor's strength must be inferior to the 4 holy sovereigns of the immortal realm. However, since he is already walking on the path of transforming into a sage, transcending true immortals is probably not difficult for him. After all, the many heavenly emperors and heavenly traces in that great desolation immortal realm show his close connection with the infinite sea. And wanting to transcend, crossing to the other shore, this is the most crucial point. Chaos's thoughts surged. After a long time, he did not go to find the other nameless ones first. Instead, he first summoned Wu Xian. In the Shuo Star Sea, this one had the most contact with the hidden emperor. For the past 100 years, he had been the one to run errands and report. After inquiring in detail about every detail of Wu Xian's contact with the hidden emperor, Chaos tried to figure out the hidden emperor's temperament. It seems that he is not particularly difficult to contact. Relatively speaking, in Chaos Nameless's eyes, the means of turning people into stone pillars was really nothing. After dismissing Wu Xian, Chaos thought about it and finally felt that he had to make a decision as soon as possible. So, the nameless ones of the Shuo Star Sea gathered again. The one who spoke first was the black-clothed white cat. What you see may not be true. The hidden emperor may not be the hidden emperor. Even if that great desolation immortal realm was really created by him, it may not be able to explain his true strength. After the destruction of the immortal realm, the ruling immortal emperor's authority also disappeared. Maybe this one was lucky and got the authority, and is putting on an act here. If he was really a former immortal emperor, he would have come to us as soon as he descended to the world. How could he have quietly been our neighbor for so many years? The one speaking was the black cat on the shoulder of the white-clothed figure, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Those blue big hands also echoed. The area occupied by that hidden emperor is a bit strange. It is the old land of the holy merchant. The expressions of the true immortal powers in the field changed to varying degrees upon hearing the name of the holy merchant. During the great battle between their true immortal forces and the immortal hunters, the greatest losses they suffered several times were caused by the holy merchant. After a moment of silence, Chaos spoke. Brother Bo Yan, I think you are overthinking it. No matter what, that holy merchant cannot be compared with that hidden emperor. Indeed, they have developed many sharp weapons, some of which can even severely injure us. But none of them involve the infinite sea. This is the most crucial point. The black cat retorted sharply, immediately speaking out in rebuttal. Chaos, you may not know something. The predecessor of the holy merchant was the merchant immortal boat. It was split from the Zan merchant immortal boat. Since there is a holy merchant, how do you know that there will not be another holy Zan in the world? Moreover, the holy merchant does not have the power related to the infinite sea. I think that may not be the case, right? The holy merchant disappeared into the star sea in a day. Isn't this escaping to other possibilities? Without the power to connect to infinity, how could they do this? The black cat's words left Chaos speechless. But the various things he had experienced in the immortal realm made Chaos's nature unwilling to engage in verbal disputes with others. So he remained silent. The white-clothed figure touched the black cat on his shoulder. The black cat's voice also stopped abruptly, recovering from the state of being controlled. The white-clothed figure said, "Black's reasoning is not without reason. Thinking carefully, the sudden appearance of that hidden emperor does have many inexplicable points. However," the white-clothed figure smiled, "all of these are not the point at all. The key is, what is his strength? If we can fight and defeat him, who cares if he is the hidden emperor or something else? Everything in that great desolation immortal realm will belong to us. Even the authority to connect to the infinite sea." These words made the immortals' minds sway and their expressions became uncontrollable. Only Chaos was stunned. He really did not expect that these seemingly rational companions around him would make such a muddled judgment. He couldn't help but glance at the black cat on the shoulder of the white-clothed figure. After a long while, he spoke with difficulty, "Do you all remember the Jingfen Great Sage of the past?" Jingfen Great Sage. This was an extremely ancient name. At least half of the people present had not heard of this name. Hearing this, they were a little dazed. And the remaining ones who had heard of it instinctively flashed a trace of fear in their eyes. But they quickly retorted, "Brother Chaos, you are confused. That hidden emperor is just creating a small immortal land. How can he be compared with the Jingfen Great Sage? That great desolation immortal realm sounds good. In fact, its scale is not as good as my former cave dwelling. HMPH, if the immortal realm is still there." Brother Chaos is a bit alarmist. If that hidden emperor really has the ability of the Jingfen Great Sage, what if we are his food on the plate? Listening to the different rebuttals from the people around him, Chaos Nameless gradually reacted. The reason why they made completely different judgments from himself was mainly due to 3 reasons. First, they did not personally go to the Great Desolation Immortal Realm. They did not personally experience the power of that hidden emperor when he created the Immortal Court and infect the Heavenly Emperors. Just hearing his description, it was easy to make a wrong judgment. Second, they were ultimately greedy for the authority to connect to the infinite sea that the hidden emperor revealed. Third, and most importantly, what the black cat represented behind him gave the true immortals around him confidence. The light origin star sea gathers immortals, which is indeed more than the remote Shuo star sea. But, thinking of the voice outside the sky of the great desolation immortal realm, Chaos quickly made a judgment, "You can decide for yourselves. Anyway, I'm not going." 1510. The limit of Wanjun. Chaos Nameless's decision drew laughter from the immortals of the Shuo star sea. However, Chaos had always been cautious, and the immortals were used to it. The white-clad man gently stroked the black cat on his shoulder and joked, "Don't worry, Brother Chaos. Once we capture that pretentious hidden emperor, a palace in the sky above the desolate immortal realm will definitely be yours. After all, even if you don't have merit, you've still put in the effort." The other immortals echoed his sentiment. Chaos, however, was not annoyed. Although Shanhua's words were a bit harsh, since he had spoken publicly, he would never go back on his word. This was entirely beneficial to him. If he was wrong and the hidden emperor was truly vulnerable, he could still secure a place in the desolate immortal realm based on his past achievements. But if they were terribly wrong, Chaos Nameless had already begun to plot in his heart. "It's a pity Ni isn't here now, otherwise we wouldn't have to be so conflicted." Chaos glanced at the black cat on Shanhua's shoulder and snorted coldly in his heart. Li Fan was currently unaware of everything happening in the Shuo star sea. Since the day he infected the 5 heavenly emperors of the desolate immortal realm, a completely new understanding, unlike anything he had felt before, suddenly surged in his heart. Taking it as a long-term investment, he directly left Chaos Nameless and the others to the side, focusing wholeheartedly on studying this change. The origin of this understanding came from the sitting heaven art. Li Fan had assumed that this method of reaping rewards would become ineffective after he reached the half-immortal realm. And it seemed that way. No matter how much he directly or indirectly helped cultivators increase their cultivation, he had not received any feedback. Until this infectment. After the 5 heavenly emperors were established, the desolate immortal realm was completely stabilized from its creation. It was no longer a continent forged by imitating the immortal realm, but truly became an immortal domain. Standing upon Mount above, Li Fan, who had facilitated all of this, felt as if he had suddenly seen the light the moment it was completed. It was as if he had an extra stepping stone under his feet, allowing him to climb a little higher. The scene before his eyes changed instantly, filled with countless wonders. So it's not that the sitting heaven art is ineffective. It's just that after proving the immortal path, ordinary feedback is no longer enough to drive my progress. Only the creation of an immortal domain from scratch is barely useful, Li Fan realized. Even though his strength had not changed in any way, this slight elevation made him see the guarding mound shadow within the high wall, the starving immortals, the limitless heavenly pillars, and everything else differently than before. Looking down from a high position, handling things with ease, these 8 characters couldn't help but appear in Li Fan's mind. After a brief moment of comprehension, Li Fan understood where this feeling came from. Whether it was the guarding mound shadow or the heavenly pillars, Li Fan had been in secluded cultivation for over 100 years, comprehending them. Even if he didn't know them like the back of his hand, he was very familiar with them. And the feedback from the sitting heaven art was based on this foundation of familiarity. Under the feedback from the creation of the desolate immortal realm, this foundation of familiarity doubled directly, saving Li Fan 100 years of time. Li Fan's eyes narrowed involuntarily. In an instant, he examined himself and discovered that it wasn't just his comprehension of the guarding mound shadow and the heavenly pillars. Everything he had learned and known had almost doubled with this slight climb upwards. Even the myriad manifestations Ink Kill Dao Net was included. This terrifying rate of progress made Li Fan himself a little unbelievable. After confirming it again and again, he had to accept this fact. 1 inch higher on mount above is the difference between earth overturning and heaven collapsing. The increase in strength doesn't increase evenly as you climb higher, but the higher you stand, the cultivation increases by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. No wonder the gap between true immortals, even nameless true immortals, and the Mound Guardian and the 4 saint sovereigns who stand at the pinnacle of the immortal realm is so vast. Even greater than the gap between cultivators in the lower realms. Give me billions of Tao harmonization cultivators, and I could use numbers alone to surround and kill supreme experts like longevity or heavenly physician. But even if there were billions of true immortals, they might not be a match for any one of the 4 saint sovereigns. Li Fan looked back at the past, at himself before this understanding. If he didn't rely on external forces, but only on the strength he could exert himself, the current Li Fan could easily suppress himself before the creation of the desolate immortal realm. The special nature of Mount Above leads to unimaginable gaps between true immortals and true immortals, nameless and nameless, even within the same great realm. After all, theoretically speaking, so-called transcendent experts are actually among the nameless true immortals. Only by personally climbing can one know the height of the mountain. This was the first improvement in Li Fan's own strength since he reached the half-immortal realm, and he had already caught a glimpse of a corner of this vast and immeasurable Mount Above. It's truly unimaginable how powerful the saint sovereigns, who stand above all immortals, are. And the infinite sea and Mount Above themselves. Li Fan couldn't help but yearn in his heart. After a period of contemplation, his thoughts returned to reality. Li Fan looked at the desolate immortal realm below, which he had created with his own hands. He could vaguely feel that with his constant pouring of infinite immortal power, it had already become a part of the mountain and sea. Even if he cut off the passage between the desolate immortal realm and the infinite sea, he couldn't change this fact. So this is the price. Everything in the mortal world is not of the same level as the infinite sea and Mount Above. Although you can cleverly borrow their power, the result is that you will be eroded by the power of the mountain and sea and become a part of them. The immortal realm is like this. True immortals are also like this. When the mountain and sea merge, it will be the time to repay the debt of Tao annihilation. Everything he had seen in past reincarnations was now unfolding before Li Fan's eyes. So-called Tao annihilation, so-called calamities, could not escape this law. This is the understanding that surged in my heart after I truly created an immortal domain. Although I pride myself on my comprehension, the former immortal emperors of the immortal realm and even the 4 saint sovereigns must have had talents no less than mine. I can understand these things, how could they not understand them? They stand higher, so naturally they see further. Li Fan couldn't help but look up slightly, towards, above. So, they knew this day would come long ago. That's why they wanted to climb a little higher, and then a little higher, before the mountain and sea merged. The lifespan limit on the Still True panel is the lifespan of the entire mortal world. But it may not fully reflect the lifespan of the infinite sea and Mount Above. The merging of the mountain and sea is a trend. However, trends always have a day when they stop. A bolt of lightning split open the fog in Li Fan's mind. In an instant, he seemed to jump out of the mortal world, with only the endless mountain and sea before him. When the mountain and sea merge, the myriad beings in the mortal world below will vanish with this fusion. The tide of Tao annihilation continues to approach the mountain. The peerless experts on the mountainside are climbing upwards one after another. As long as you climb high enough, you may be able to avoid the calamity of the mountain and sea merging. Li Fan seemed to have reached the summit of Mount above, looking down at the turbulent waves below. His heart was shaken, and this thought surged uncontrollably. But then, he couldn't help but think, how high do you have to stand to avoid the fate of being destroyed by the mountain and sea merging? Mount Guardian, the four saint sovereigns. Or, still true. In a moment of inspiration, Li Fan suddenly thought of this extraordinary treasure that had accompanied him for so long. And this time, Still True's response was very strange. It neither admitted nor denied it. Only its emotions were a bit low. And the mere expression of slightly negative emotions by Still True had an extremely significant impact on Li Fan. Perhaps no matter how high you climb, you can't escape the fate of destruction. Climbing Mount Above, every step is too difficult. Missing the opportunity when Mount Above was first opened, wanting to catch up now. The shadow left by the Mount Guardian is already so powerful. What would the Mount Guardian's true strength be like? If the Mount Guardian is already like this, then what about the four saints of the immortal realm? And what can I rely on to surpass them? Li Fan's eyes gradually became confused, and he gradually lost his mind. Just as Li Fan was about to fall into this inner demon, Still True noticed something was wrong in time. It completely restrained its emotional fluctuations. Without Still True's influence, Li Fan gradually broke free from this inner demon. Even though he had experienced 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Li Fan was definitely not such a negative person. He always firmly believed that as long as Still True was in his hands, he would one day be able to completely transcend and be free. But Still True's emotional induction was actually just an inducement. The most fundamental thing was that Li Fan had finally seen the scenery on Mount Above and became lost and somewhat despairing because of it. The gap between him and those powerful individuals standing at the pinnacle of the mountain and sea was too great. So great that even Li Fan, with his ability to reincarnate infinitely, did not have complete confidence in bridging it. Especially as Li Fan's strength improved and he got closer and closer to these powerful individuals. The risks he would bear were destined to become higher and higher. And the external forces he could rely on became increasingly scarce. Only those powerful individuals in the mountain and sea remained. The surrounding area was full of bare cliffs, with no place to borrow strength. So what would you use to cross that chasm and catch up with or even surpass them? If it were before, as long as he had true and false transformation, the greatest trump card to maintain confidence in Li Fan's heart, he would not have been affected by such negative emotions. But the current situation was extremely special. Because first of all, even Still True itself was affected by this pessimistic emotion. Which in turn involved Li Fan. After Still True suppressed its own emotions, it disappeared from then on. Everything that had happened before was just like an illusion. But Li Fan's slightly trembling body showed that the experience just now was not his imagination. It took a long time, relying on great perseverance, for Li Fan to temporarily break free from those emotions. However, Li Fan himself also knew that the shadow had not been completely erased. It still existed in a corner of his heart, ready to erupt at any time. Li Fan closed his eyes, erased the haze within, and then reopened them. What he really cared about was not his momentary loss of control. After all, this was not the first or second time this had happened. It was Still True's emotional fluctuations that were really beyond his expectations. After seeing all of the mountain and sea, have I finally glimpsed the limit of Still True? Li Fan was slightly stunned, as infinite emotion surged in his heart. Once upon a time, he always thought that Still True was omnipotent. As long as he had this extraordinary treasure in his hand, he could always move forward courageously. Now, it seemed that the time when he had to walk on his own was finally approaching. Li Fan's face was as deep as water. He knew that the so-called approaching was actually still a long time away. But after all, it was already within his visual range. It was not far away. Faced with Li Fan's various thoughts, Still True seemed to have returned to the state it was in when Li Fan first began to cultivate, with no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. Li Fan stood there like a clay sculpture, quietly, until the slight fluctuations coming from outside the high wall disturbed him. The momentum was huge, even stirring up the road constructed by Li Biren to the point where it was almost unsustainable. Li Fan looked over coldly. The visitors were none other than the immortals of the Shuo Star Sea. Led by the nameless immortal, a group of true immortals and nameless true immortals arrived together outside the high wall. I heard that Senior used great divine powers to re-establish the immortal realm's immortal court. We saw it and yearned for it. Therefore, we came uninvited, wanting to see its wonders, the white-clad figure said in a loud voice. This voice seemed to have infinite magic power. When it fell into Li Fan's ears, all the emotions that had been caused by the accident caused by Still True instantly turned into nothing. Li Fan even inexplicably felt a sense of joy for a moment. As if old friends he hadn't seen for many years had come to visit. Overjoyed, Li Fan was about to wave his hand and let the immortals of the Shuo Star Sea in. Suddenly, his heart was shocked, and he broke free from the illusion just now. Huh, what was that just now? Shanhua, Li Fan's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous look flashed across his face. As expected of a nameless immortal who has proven the Tao for a long time. Even I was almost tricked by him. It's a pity I have Limitless by my side. No matter what kind of divine power the heavens have, I can ignore them all. The awakened Li Fan did not change his actions. As if bewitched by the power of Shanhua, he was not at all annoyed by the other party's uninvited arrival. Instead, he laughed loudly and directly led the immortals of the Shuo Star Sea in. Li Fan keenly noticed that there seemed to be some unfamiliar faces among the visitors this time. And that Chaos Nameless was not among them. Li Fan instantly understood their plan. It just so happens that my desolate immortal realm is newly opened and still seems empty. Li Fan, who had suffered the Still True incident, was not in a good mood at the moment. And coincidentally, the people of the Shuo Star Sea came to his door themselves. It was already destined in the dark that their next tragic fate. Of course, this group of true immortals was still unaware at this time. They were still in the shock of their first arrival in the immortal domain. 1511. Swallowing the heretic whole. The primordial immortal realm was officially established and stood towering above Upper Mountain. With the blessing of the 5 heavenly emperors and the 13 celestial marks, earth-shattering changes occurred every moment. After connecting to the infinite sea, there were no more constraints on energy. These officially appointed managers of the primordial immortal realm, bestowed by Li Fan, could freely transform the world according to their wishes. Therefore, compared to what the nameless chaos entity had witnessed not long ago, the current primordial immortal realm had undergone tremendous changes. The 5 celestial domains each evolved into different landscapes. As the saying goes, when one achieves enlightenment, even one's pets ascend to heaven. The strength of the living beings in each celestial domain also increased with each passing day. This vibrant scene far exceeded the expectations of the immortals from the Suo Xing Sea. Although the size and scale could not compare to the former immortal realm, in terms of liveliness, it had already far surpassed it. It doesn't matter, my conversion power is still useful. Even if they are numerous and powerful, we only need to capture Huang Long. The white-clad figure quickly transmitted a message to reassure the wavering morale. The black cat on the white-clad figure's shoulder also chimed in, as long as we can successfully meet that hidden emperor, with the blessing of the supreme treasure, no matter what divine powers he possesses, he will surely be defeated on the spot. Capture the leader to capture the army. The living beings in this immortal domain can instead be used by us. The supreme treasure mentioned by the black cat seemed extremely convincing, and the immortals' emotions quickly stabilized. Looking at the primordial immortal realm, the greed in their hearts grew again. The white-clad conversion entity led the immortals on a brief tour. Then, they bowed towards the sky. Senior, recreating the immortal realm is truly a monumental achievement. Perhaps comparable to the 4 sages of the immortal realm and the guardian of the mound. We admire you immensely and sincerely hope to see your heavenly countenance soon. Seemingly very pleased with the white-clad figure's flattery, various anomalies suddenly appeared in the primordial immortal realm. Golden light filled the sky, falling like floral rain. From the 13 celestial marks, various colorful halos erupted. The sound of the sea breeze seemed to come from beyond the heavens, resounding throughout the entire immortal domain. This was a sign of the infinite sea releasing its infinite immortal power to its heart's content. Indeed, this hidden emperor controls the governance authority. Among the immortals, several nameless entities, including the conversion entity, could not hide their excitement. Since Heavenly Net Emperor caused the great disaster, the immortal realm was destroyed, and the 4 sages disappeared, we thought that this governance authority had also vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, it has reappeared on this hidden emperor in the lower realm. Everyone, if we control the authority, we may be able to truly rebuild the immortal realm on the Tao network. Moreover, it will be a mobile immortal realm that can float above the Tao annihilation. We will never have to worry about Tao annihilation again. The Black Cat's words were extremely Shandong-Xing, as if possessing a kind of magic. It completely unified the determination of the immortals who were originally somewhat hesitant. Kill the hidden emperor and seize the authority. You all, come up. A booming voice resounded from beyond the sky of the primordial immortal realm. Perhaps because of the previous flattery from the conversion entity, there was a hint of smugness in the voice. At the moment the voice appeared, all conscious beings in the entire primordial immortal realm knelt on the ground. Even the 5 heavenly emperors in the celestial hall revealed themselves and bowed to the true master of this primordial immortal realm. The immortals from the Suo Xingxi also confirmed the true identity of the owner of this voice. It must be that hidden emperor. A silver road hung down from beyond the sky. Like a bolt of silk, it descended in front of the immortals. Feeling the envious emotions emanating from all living beings in the primordial immortal realm, the immortals suppressed the excitement in their hearts and stepped onto it one after another. Wait, conversion entity, this road. Tao network. Hiss, could it be that there are helpers beside that hidden emperor? The reason why the immortals from the Suo Xingxi would ask such a question was because the Suo Xingxi Tao network was built jointly by the immortals. Now that a creation similar to the Tao network has appeared in this primordial immortal realm, how could it not make them suspicious? No need to worry, it's just a gathering of some Tao paths. How can it compare to the Senluo Tao network? If he didn't have such strength, how could he create an immortal domain? The conversion entity spoke to reassure them. After exchanging glances with the Black Cat on his shoulder, his expression became even more serious. The immortals disappeared along the sky-reaching road amidst the envious gazes of the beings in the primordial immortal realm. The next moment, they arrived in a realm of darkness. This darkness, no one knew where it came from or how it was born. It could actually shield the immortals' senses, making them suddenly blind, unable to distinguish north, south, east, and west. Whereas the immortals, though surprised, were not panicked, surrounding the conversion entity. But they did not receive any response. Waiting for them in the darkness was a silence of death. Conversion Tao brother, it seems the situation is a bit off, someone among the immortals reminded him. The Black Cat suddenly screamed, it's Tao annihilation. After a slight daze, the immortals looked at the surrounding darkness and suddenly woke up. The feeling that the surrounding dark aura gave them was exactly the same as the destroyed area after being washed by Tao annihilation, as if they came from the same source. It was just not completely similar, which made it difficult for them to distinguish it at first. The immortals had already begun to realize that this place was a trap. But after all, they were existences that had survived from the ancient calamities. After truly encountering a crisis, they did not fall into chaos for a while. Daring not to show his true self to the world, only knowing how to play tricks, proves his guilt. Tao friends, please use the supreme treasure. The immortals had different expressions, but most of them looked at the Black Cat on the conversion entity's shoulder. Although the conversion entity's face still maintained its calmness, an uncontrollable surge of doubt arose in his heart. His conversion power was clearly not Shishao. Even from beginning to end, the effect on the surroundings had not changed. Then why, after entering this space, did the hidden emperor's attitude suddenly change drastically? Could it be that from the very beginning, he was not affected by me, but wanted to lure us in? Once the thought arose, it could no longer be eliminated. The conversion entity's heart gradually turned cold. The Tao of conversion that he comprehended was strong, indeed. As long as one could not resist the influence of conversion, there was no room for resistance in front of him, and he could only be slaughtered by him. But conversely, if the other party could ignore conversion, then he, this nameless true immortal, was actually no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. Just as he was about to discuss countermeasures with the one on his shoulder, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the darkness. Since you all want to see me so much, then I will fulfill you. The darkness gradually dissipated, and the heavenly pillars previously hidden in the darkness also appeared in the immortal's vision. Reaching from the sky to the earth, lonely and standing upright, seemingly telling some tragic past events. Looking at the heavenly pillars in front of them, a chill rose from the hearts of the immortals. They were somewhat incredulous. That is, the southern immortal heavenly pillar. How is that possible? Didn't it completely disappear along with the Tai Li star region and the Kangsheng ancient realm in Tao annihilation? This pillar is the pillar of hunger. This pillar, I can't sense it at all. The immortals gradually panicked. Yuanxi, Hunger Immortal, Heavenly Capital Grand Master, Situ Shing. The 4 heavenly pillars crashed down like 4 heavy hammers, striking their hearts with brutal force. And within the circle of these pillars, a figure stood silently. He surveyed the assembled immortals, as if they were livestock awaiting slaughter in a cage. Being watched with such eyes, the immortals felt both anger and fear. Do not panic, everyone. Watch as I capture him. The black cat's green eyes locked onto Li Fan from afar, a hint of mockery in their depths. Then, it leapt into action, instantly closing the distance to Li Fan. 2 brilliant beams of green light shot out, transforming into a saber and a sword. In a flash, they enveloped Li Fan. Although the black cat's sudden attack was within Li Fan's expectations, the green saber and sword that shot from its eyes were somewhat beyond his control. Because Li Fan discovered that the protective power of open black lens bracket limitless close black lens bracket surrounding him was ineffective against this pair of green weapons. Goosebumps erupted all over his body as his heart pounded a warning. Not within the Tao principles of open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket possibility. In an instant, Li Fan understood. He vaguely saw within the green saber and sword a desolate world filled only with inanimate objects. It was as if it had suffered a world-ending catastrophe, with all living beings extinct, leaving only countless broken weapons. He didn't know how many years had passed, but these open black lens bracket weapons close black lens bracket that had settled in the desolate starry sky, driven by instinct, imitated their former masters. They gradually occupied the myriad paths of the heavens. The Tao struggle between weapons was even more brutal than that between humans. Devoid of any emotional factors, it was relentless and unending. With the constant fighting and fusion between weapons. Finally, only a saber and a sword remained in that cold starry sky. Open black lens bracket Tao sword Tao saber close black lens bracket. Like the Tao transforming stone mother, what the black cat was using at this moment was actually a manifestation of a possible, complete great Tao. Although it was the desolate possibility after suffering a catastrophe, it was, after all, a fusion of complete great Taos. As the green saber and sword approached, Li Fan realized with horror that he seemed to be trapped in a desperate situation. 2 icy killing intents had already locked onto him. It seemed that no array, divine power, or Tao technique could block the attack of this saber and sword for him. No wonder this group of true immortals, even knowing everything in the desolate immortal realm, still had such confidence and insisted on making things difficult for me. With this open black lens bracket Tao sword Tao saber close black lens bracket in hand, with the strength of the 5 heavenly emperors I painted, I'm afraid they would be instantly killed and turned into nourishment for the growth of the saber and sword. Because they had grown up from mutual slaughter, this open black lens bracket Tao sword Tao saber close black lens bracket had an almost instinctive interest in killing and devouring other Tao principles. Li Fan could almost feel the greed and excitement emanating from this pair of faintly green weapons. In an instant, the saber and sword approached again. With no time to spare, Li Fan made the most appropriate decision at the last moment. The green saber and sword passed through his body with a whoosh. The immense aura caused a stir and boiling in the heavenly pillar space. Even the 4 heavenly pillars seemed to be affected, trembling incessantly. However, under the gaze of the immortals of the Star Sea, the figure of the hidden emperor still stood motionless. He even reached out and gently stroked the green saber and sword beside him. Spying star, what's going on? Shan Hua's expression changed drastically. Unable to control himself any longer, he questioned the black cat on his shoulder. The black cat also wore an expression of disbelief. After unleashing the open black lens bracket Tao sword Tao saber close black lens bracket, its spirit was already very weak. Now, seeing that the enemy was unscathed under its trump card, it immediately felt unspeakable horror and confusion. Unwilling to give up, the black cat tried to use the open black lens bracket Tao sword Tao saber close black lens bracket to injure the enemy again. But for some reason, that figure seemed to not exist in this world. No matter how heaven-defying and destructive the open black lens bracket Tao sword Tao saber close black lens bracket was, it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. This situation completely exceeded its understanding. Li Fan ignored the completely panicked immortals. Under the protection of open black lens bracket illusion is also reality close black lens bracket, he continued to stroke the pair of green saber and sword beside him. Just now, in the midst of the crisis, he decisively activated this ability to return to reality. He had transformed into the saber and sword themselves. After a moment, the warning in his heart disappeared completely. The overwhelming killing green intent could no longer harm him in the slightest. Just like when he merged into the infinite sea and could freely call upon the power of infinity, at this moment, he had become a part of this pair of saber and sword. The saber and sword were sharp, but how could they kill themselves? As expected, it is a Tao path from another possibility. Li Fan squinted his eyes, feeling a completely unfamiliar aura from this pair of green saber and sword. Just like the Tao origin he had come into contact with in Starsea after leaving the High Wall. It seemed to be a completely unfamiliar system. But in the final analysis, it was still the evolution of the great Tao under different circumstances. My myriad manifestations Tao.net, today is a good day to experience this exotic style. The power of the ink slaughter immortal soul surged out of Li Fan's body. Under the cover of the illusion is also reality divine power, it rushed towards the open black lens bracket Tao sword Tao saber close black lens bracket impatiently. Since it was a manifestation of the great Tao, it could not escape the erosion of Tao annihilation. Once its aggressiveness could be ignored, this open black lens bracket Tao sword Tao saber close black lens bracket was nothing more than a meal on the ink slaughter myriad manifestations Tao.net. Just as Li Fan was devouring this collection of Tao principles from another possibility. The immortals of the Starsea finally woke up from their dreams. Especially the black cat, which screamed repeatedly, "Stop him! He is devouring my treasure." Although they were in a desperate situation, the immortals did not choose to sit still and wait for death. They displayed their divine powers and attacked Li Fan together. But all the moves disappeared after approaching 3 Zhong in front of Li Fan. This strange phenomenon also exceeded the immortals' understanding. But Wuming among the immortals vaguely recognized something. The black cat named open black lens bracket spying star close black lens bracket stopped screaming. Despite its unwillingness, it could only helplessly accept its fate. The green intent completely disappeared, as if it had left the black cat. Limitless. Great Venerable, Shan Hua trembled, the look in his eyes towards Li Fan was already filled with despair. Although there are 3,000 great Taos in the world, but to be able to ignore all other Tao path attacks like this. Only the legendary open black lens bracket limitless great Tao close black lens bracket that existed before the heavens. It is said to have been painted and taken in by the Holy Monarch. Even the successive immortal emperors in power had to treat him with respect. He was truly inestimable. Unexpectedly, the object they wanted to hunt today would be him. At this moment, Shan Hua's heart was filled with endless regret. Yes, the power of the immortal emperor's reign was originally bestowed by the Holy Monarch. Now that the immortal realm is destroyed and the immortal emperor has fallen. Besides the Holy Monarch's disciples, who else can hold this power? Great Venerable, please calm your anger. Great Venerable, please calm your anger. Completely plunged into despair, Shan Hua suddenly seemed to remember some life-saving straw, and said repeatedly. 1512. Shocked by the cat treasure. In the past, immortal Emperor Jiayang paid respects to Supreme Yi Sage, though his luck was poor and he never had the chance to see the sage's face. However, he was fortunate enough to be rewarded with a scroll of scripture. Later, because I made contributions in resisting Tao annihilation, immortal Emperor Jiayang rewarded me with this scroll of scripture. At that time, the immortal emperor said that this scroll of scripture was personally written by the sage, and it was too profound. The Supreme Yi Sage took pity on the world's difficulty in understanding it, so he ordered you, the Great Venerable, to annotate it. Shanhua spoke extremely quickly, because he keenly noticed that the immortals from the Shuoxing Sea who came with him, as well as the reinforcements from the Guangwu Star Sea, had all gradually transformed into miniature heavenly pillars. It seemed that the power of the limitless Great Venerable was truly terrifying. Among the immortals, there were those whose strength was not weaker than his, but they had no power to resist at all, and they were almost completely annihilated. The fear in Shanhua's heart was overflowing, and he quickly took out the scripture that he thought could save his life. Open black lens bracket the genesis of mountains and seas close black lens bracket. Li Fan looked at the scroll of scripture floating above Shanhua's head, waved his hand, and took it over. He indeed felt the aura of open black lens bracket limitless close black lens bracket from the countless tiny characters on it. So, there was some connection between you and me. Li Fan looked at the scripture while simply admitting his identity as open black lens bracket limitless great venerable close black lens bracket, and said lightly. Great venerable, you truly have discerning eyes. Shanhua nodded repeatedly. In his mind, he was rapidly thinking about information about this great venerable under the sage. The 4 sages of the immortal realm were almost only in legends. Even the past immortal emperors found it extremely difficult to meet them. However, except for the scripture grave sage, the other 3 sages all had spokespersons. Among them, the limitless great venerable in front of him was the easiest to talk to. As long as everything went along with him, coaxing him, it was best to also pull some relationship with him in words, and he could often win the venerable's great joy. This scroll of open black lens bracket the genesis of mountains and seas close black lens bracket was created when the Supreme Yi Sage watched sages Lianshan and Guihai build the vast immortal realm from scratch. The words in it are mysterious and profound, almost transcending the Tao. I, Shanhua, have dull aptitude. Without your annotations, great venerable, even if I have the precious scripture in hand, I would find it difficult to comprehend its mysteries. Great venerable, you are truly my teacher. When Immortal Emperor Jiayang handed this scripture to me, he also said that your attainments in Tao techniques are far above his. You are indeed worthy of being a disciple of the sage. At this moment, Shanhua no longer cared about this long-dead former immortal emperor, and he spoke whatever came to his mouth, fabricating stories. Li Fan carefully examined the scripture in his hand amidst Shanhua's eloquent words. In a sense, Shanhua was not lying. This scroll of open black lens bracket the genesis of mountains and seas close black lens bracket, although it describes the creation of the immortal realm in the infinite sea and the upper mountain, also contains a large number of the Supreme Yi Sage's own feelings when witnessing these major events. It was extremely similar to the open black lens bracket Guardian's ramblings close black lens bracket that Li Fan had obtained before. However, compared to the Guardian's straightforwardness and saying whatever he wanted, this Supreme Yi Sage seemed much more literary. The entire scripture was filled with a large number of seemingly meaningless words and sentences. If it weren't for the Supreme Yi Sage's personal transmission, Li Fan would almost have mistaken it for the ravings of a madman. This shocking scripture did not seem to be for ordinary mortals to read. The immortals of the immortal realm were also included in the category of mortals. Only the other sages might be suitable as readers of this scripture. If there were no annotations from the limitless great venerable, that is, the heavenly capital Grand Master, had served the Supreme Yi Sage for countless years. Under his constant guidance, he was obviously easier to understand the sage's thoughts than everyone else in the world. His annotations, although not 100% consistent with the sage's original intention, were almost 80 or 90% correct. Just talking about the scripture itself, Li Fan really couldn't understand it. But with the blessing of the Grand Master's annotations, he could barely get a glimpse of the Supreme Yi Sage's state of mind. One of the paragraphs. When Sage Lianshan achieved the first immortal in the world, all living beings that existed in the world at that time benefited from it to some extent. All beings were immersed in great joy. Only the Supreme Yi Sage, while slightly happy, felt an equal amount of worry. At that time, the Supreme Yi Sage could not understand where this worry came from. There was also a paragraph. It said that after Sage Guihai opened up the infinite spring, he invited sages Lianshan, Supreme Yi, and others to watch the ceremony. Guihai said to Lianshan in a joking tone, "Brother, do you know which is higher, the mountains or the seas? If you don't know, we can wait and see." Lianshan smiled and replied, "Although the mountains are high and the seas are deep, immortals can stand on the top of the mountains and also step on the infinite spring. Therefore, immortals are the highest." Guihai clapped his hands and laughed. The Supreme Yi Sage vaguely saw the whistling of mountains and seas in the 2 sages in front of him. He felt a sense of sorrow for a moment. With the help of this open black lens bracket the genesis of mountains and seas close black lens bracket, Li Fan seemed to have returned to the beginning of the immortal realm, and personally experienced the ancient past from the perspective of the Supreme Yi Sage. In addition to the events of the sages and the nascent immortal realm, this scripture also described some innate beings in the primordial immortal realm. That was an almost boundless and desolate continent. The continent was covered with many wonderful innate beings. Some of these beings were manifestations of the great Tao, some were intelligent from strange objects, and some were people. However, the people in this primordial immortal realm were much stronger than the current mortals. Perhaps because they were born from heaven and earth, these people could hunt and kill the Tao-bearing innate beings on the continent, digest and absorb them, and turn them into their own use. But as time passed, the people discovered that their simple and crude devouring could not truly master these Taos. Once they died, the Tao would return to heaven and earth. And they could not continue the Tao through the method of reproduction. So the people began to think about the method of truly controlling the Tao. They began to learn to imitate the innate Tao-bearing beings on the continent, and some even gave up their human bodies in order to master the Tao. In the long years, countless races began to appear and evolve. And the innate beings, because of the people's covetousness, slowly hid from the world. Open black lens bracket. The genesis of mountains and seas. Close black lens bracket did not clearly describe the true identity of the Supreme Yi Sage. But from various details, it may be inferred that the Supreme Yi Sage was not originally a person, but an innate being transformed. However, when the strength reaches the level of the Supreme Yi Sage, what kind of life form is no longer important. As long as you are willing, you can have all kinds of changes at any time. Open black lens bracket. The genesis of mountains and seas. Close black lens bracket is as broad and profound as the Guardian's ramblings. It takes a lot of time to read carefully to understand it. Although Shanhua offered such a great gift, Li Fan had no intention of letting him go. Shanhua's Tao has a bit of the meaning of illusion and reality. It is very suitable for filling the myriad manifestations Tao net. And Shanhua's nameless intuition was also extremely sharp. He could even feel Li Fan's unfriendly thoughts. Looking at the countless heavenly pillars standing around, he broke out in a cold sweat and blurted out, "Great Venerable, do you need true immortals to be heavenly pillars?" In the Shuoxing Sea, there are still many true immortals who have survived. Including that Guangwu Star Sea, the number of true immortals gathered is far greater. I am willing to be your vanguard, Great Venerable. Hearing this, Li Fan's eyes flickered, and he temporarily put away his hand that was about to fall. Although he suppressed a lot of true immortals this time, the quality was a bit unsatisfactory. Most of them were in the ranks of ordinary true immortals, and there were only two in the nameless realm. One is the Tao of open black lens bracket shared prosperity close black lens bracket. The controller of the Tao can enjoy the various benefits brought by the prosperity of the forces to which they belong, and bring the increase of strength to a certain extent to the companions in the forces. And he himself can avoid the negative effects brought by the decline of the forces. Even if the forces he is attached to disappear, he can retreat calmly. The main thing is to share the blessings and not share the difficulties. Although this great Tao ability seems a bit useless, in fact, this increase effect is extremely terrifying. It is rising steadily and can be added like a snowball. The nameless shared prosperity was once a guest of honor of many ruling immortal emperors. If it were not for the irresistible factor of the Tao annihilation tribulation, the immortal realm might really be able to develop and prosper indefinitely. And the other nameless true immortal that Li Fan suppressed this time was open black lens bracket divine thought close black lens bracket. Even if the star seas are connected and cut off due to the Tao annihilation tribulation, he can use the Tao of divine thought to find the surviving civilizations in various closed corners. That Guangwu Star Sea and the nameless true immortal called open black lens bracket gazing star close black lens bracket were contacted by divine thought. It can't be said that these great Taos are useless, but the strength is really a bit unsatisfactory. Perhaps the real powerhouses among the nameless true immortals have already escaped to other possibilities. Thinking of this, Li Fan was a little more interested in the remaining nameless in the Shuoxing Sea forces. Besides Shanhua, there is also Hundu and Ni, and the blue hand that builds the Tao net. Having begun to absorb memories from the suppressed true immortals, Li Fan also has a preliminary understanding of this mysterious powerhouse. Unlike other nameless who meet frankly with the Tao, they have proven. This nameless, who created the Shuoxing Sea Tao net with one hand, has never truly revealed his true identity. Every time he appears, he replaces it with a blue light and shadow body. And the immortals cannot identify what Tao this person controls. The true immortals suppressed in the Shuoxing Sea Tao net should know his true identity. But even later, the true immortals and immortal hunters joined forces, they were not released. Still firmly suppressed in the depths of the Tao net. Li Fan couldn't help but think of the city lord of the City of Bliss. He almost forgot that he still had an agreement with this true immortal. Soon. Wait, I will help you get rid of it. This Shanhua is indeed still useful now, so there is no need to rush to seal it into the heavenly pillar. Anyway, it is still early for the 13 primordial Tao forms mentioned by Emperor Sanmo to return. Thinking like this, Li Fan snorted coldly, seeing that you are still sensible. I will spare you the crime of great disrespect for now. The nameless Shanhua was relieved and quickly thanked the great Venerable for his kindness. At this moment, another thing that made his soul fly away suddenly happened. The black cat on his shoulder, who had temporarily fallen into a coma because the nameless gazing star had borrowed his body. At this moment, he had woken up leisurely. When it saw the figure not far away, making wild remarks to its master, it actually stood on end and yelled fiercely at Li Fan. Meow, 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 meow. Little beast, presumptuous. Shanhua couldn't care less about his heartache for his treasure, and slapped the black cat on the head. The black cat was in pain, but not only did it not restrain itself. Instead, it roared in a low voice at its master. An ungrateful beast. Great Heavenly Venerable, don't take offense. Shanhua smiled bitterly and apologized to Li Fan nervously. Do you think that I would care about a beast that has not yet opened its mind? Li Fan sneered, waved his hand, and took the black cat into his hand in the air. Looking at this little thing carefully. Don't say, the black cat and Mao Bao do have some similarities in appearance. No wonder Li Fan almost mistook it after a quick glance. At this moment, the black cat was captured by Li Fan, and its life fell into the hands of others. But it didn't know anything. Still ignorant of life and death, it bared its fangs and claws at Li Fan and kept roaring. It's really fierce. Li Fan clicked his tongue and said. Shanhua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, I have always used infinite immortal power to warm this little beast. Perhaps it has eaten too much, so it has become unruly. It is the same when it encounters other true immortals. It's not aimed at you, great Venerable. Alas, it was obviously very cute when it was a child. Hearing this, Li Fan's fingertips surged with gurgling infinite immortal power and handed it to the black cat's mouth. Sure enough, the black cat immediately became honest and swallowed the energy from the infinite sea in big gulps. The little thing can really eat. After a long while, it was full. But what surprised Li Fan a little was that he thought that after he fed the black cat, it would become more obedient. Unexpectedly, this beast immediately turned against him and roared at Li Fan in a low voice again. Seeing Li Fan's face slowly becoming unkind, Shanhua secretly cried out in his heart and explained tremblingly, this beast has the same temperament as the cats in the world. It is only familiar with familiar people. Even if outsiders can use some tricks, they will never be able to make it truly obedient. Li Fan lost all interest, and in a despondent mood, threw the black cat back to Shanhua. However, at this moment, his movements paused slightly. Shanhua's heart tightened again, thinking that Li Fan had changed his mind. But he heard Li Fan ask faintly, what did you just say? Shanhua didn't understand, so he could only repeat his words again. It has the same temperament as the cats in the world. It is only familiar with familiar people. With these words, Mao Bao slowly appeared in front of Li Fan's eyes. And its figure lying quietly on the Holy Emperor's shoulder. One cat and one person, as if standing in front. Crossing time and space, quietly facing Li Fan's true self. A point that Li Fan had long overlooked, then appeared in his heart. How could a divine object like Mao Bao be subdued by a mere source power essence? Mao Bao could almost fully cooperate with whatever the Holy Emperor wanted. Even if it was an extremely physically demanding thing, the Holy Emperor could appease it by feeding it some source power essence. If you change to someone else, can you do it? Li Fan had never thought about this question before. But now, 1513, derivation of the law to the Tao. It seems that it wasn't just the Holy Emperor simply subduing cat treasure with the essence of source power. Rather, cat treasure instinctively felt close to the Holy Emperor, so it willingly and constantly lay on the Holy Emperor's shoulder and worked for him. Li Fan looked at the black cat returning to Shanhua Wuming's shoulder, and couldn't help but think about the origin of the Holy Emperor's clone. The Holy Emperor Li Ping was created by him using the essence and blood of Wang Xuanba and Sun Erlang. However, in the Holy Emperor's life, cat treasure had direct contact with Wang Xuanba and Sun Erlang, but did not show any special affection for them. So, the problem lies with the Li Fan body. In the process of making the clone, using the essence and blood of the two was just to strip them of their talents. The reason why the clone can become a clone is still due to Li Fan's own essence and blood. Li Fan's eyes flickered, and a huge wave surged in his heart in an instant. The Li Fan he was referring to was not himself, but the original owner of this body. The weak scholar before he transmigrated and possessed the still true treasure. Even after 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, Li Fan has now completely merged with his body, without any gaps. But it cannot be denied that he did steal someone else's body. If Cat Treasure's original owner was the original Li Fan looked towards the outside of the high wall without showing any emotion. The original body's cultivation aptitude is indeed a bit poor, but it is not completely impossible to cultivate. Moreover, this is the performance within the high wall, in this Xuanwang realm where the great Tao is withering. In a normal environment, he would definitely be considered a malleable talent. Infinite possibilities. Li Fan's thoughts spun rapidly. Theoretically speaking, there is indeed such a possibility of a mortal rising and proving the supreme Tao. In other words, theoretically, anyone within the high wall, or even in the primordial possibility, may have another supreme identity in other possibilities, just like Black Heaven Doctor and Evil Subai. But the current reality is not like this. The high wall acts as a cover, concealing the attention of those supreme beings who want to devour other versions of themselves. But since Li Fan entered the experimental space within the high wall, obtained the power of the Shukyu Phantom, and completely controlled the Dark Star Sea, he had also sent out so-called geniuses from the wall in batches. None of them caused any abnormal fluctuations outside of possibility. Not to mention breaking through the air like Black Heaven Doctor, even the telepathic induction and control like Evil Subai did not appear. These geniuses even include First Sutra, Chao Sidao, and others who Li Fan believes have absolutely top-notch talents. If there are truly infinite possibilities, there must be alternate world supreme beings of them. But the reality is that there are none. This also means that infinity is not true infinity. Because of the rampant Tao annihilation tribulation, most of the possibilities have already been annihilated. The alternate supreme incarnations of most people in this world can probably only be found in the past recorded in the infinite sea. To be able to survive until now in the grand background where the entire mortal world only has 7 million years of lifespan left, one must either be lucky, or have the strength to resist the Tao annihilation tribulation to a certain extent, like Lord Shukyu. Either way, it is definitely not good news for Li Fan. Based on what happened to Heavenly Doctor and Subai before, if Li Fan's guess is correct, then as soon as he steps out of the high wall, he might be sensed by the Holy Emperor Li Fan in another possibility. The situation between the two should be irreconcilable. If the other party can truly cross possibilities, even if I use all my cards, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. Only under the protection of illusion is also truth can I miserably escape while returning to the truth. To verify this conjecture is actually very simple. Li Fan only needs to take a step out of the high wall with his true self. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan temporarily suppressed this restless thought. Even if he can't wait to verify it, now is not the time yet. Fortunately, I am cautious and have not easily jumped out of the high wall. Otherwise, I would definitely be greatly startled. The current plan is still to steadily increase my strength. The remaining truth and falsehood in the Shuo Star Sea, as well as that Guangwu Star Sea, and the 13 Tao forms. If these are not enough, then I will suppress and devour all the remaining true immortals in the primordial possibility. I don't believe that I will still be no match for that Holy Emperor. Thinking of this, Li Fan coldly said to Shanhua, who was trembling in front of him, I will give you 30 days to handle this matter. If you cannot give me a satisfactory result after 30 days. Li Fan glanced at Shanhua Wuming. Shanhua's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly assured him again. Without saying any harsh threats, he just flicked his sleeves and drove Shanhua away. His mood gradually calmed down from the excitement, and he began to digest the gains from this time. What surprised Li Fan the most was naturally the Mountain and Sea Genesis chapter, written by Tai Holy Monarch that Shanhua handed over. But what can increase Li Fan's current combat power to the greatest extent? Extending his left hand, a pair of swords exuding a strange green light appeared in Li Fan's palm. It was the trump card used by the nameless envoy who possessed the Black Cat and was called Stargazer. Objectively speaking, the immortals of Shuo Star Sea indeed had the confidence to come to his door. Even if all the living beings in the primordial immortal realm joined forces, plus Li Fan himself, they might not be able to survive the pincer attack of this sword and saber. In Shuo Star Sea, there is a saber island and a sword domain. They are the materializations of the remaining saber and sword Daos in the primordial possibility. And this pair of sabers and swords, the sabers and swords are just the appearance. Li Fan gently stroked the green light in his palm and closed his eyes. As if he was in that dead and extremely desolate starry sky. Slaughter, devour, until all Daos merge. This is the true essence of this treasure. It is exactly what my myriad manifestations Dao net needs. Li Fan was overjoyed. He opened his mouth slightly and directly swallowed the pair of green sabers and swords into his stomach. Thousands of green lights suddenly surged out from the sabers and swords, merging into Li Fan's myriad manifestations Dao net. On the originally grim Dao net, a pair of transparent sabers and swords were faintly suspended. Among the many Dao manifestations manifested in human form, it seemed so out of place. But precisely because of this, it invisibly added a unique charm to the myriad manifestations Dao net. Weapons, killing, termination. Gurgling Dao intents of completely different new experiences flowed through Li Fan's heart. This is a Dao path that is different from the primordial possibility. It is not only derived from other possibilities, but also a new possibility of the Dao path being attached to and carried by non-living carriers. In the primordial possibility where Li Fan is located, although there are also things where the great Dao manifests as objects, these treasures cannot cultivate like humans. Being in charge of a Dao is a characteristic they are born with, but it is also the upper limit of their entire lives. The Dao swords and Dao sabers from the terminal starry sky directly opened up a supreme Dao for their existence. With a thought, a blood-red circular jade appeared in front of Li Fan. It was the body of the Yanfa jade taken from the little lowly body of the Yanfa jade. Without the infinite immortal power, the broken Yanfa jade cannot be considered an immortal artifact now. The ability to deduce the laws of the mortal world is useless to Li Fan. Li Fan's idea was to realize the sublimation of Xuanwang and the transformation of the immortal world again, and promote the broken Yanfa jade to transform from mortal to immortal again like himself. But now, Li Fan has found a better method. Even, it can create a complete superior substitute for Yanfa jade. Yandao jade. Li Fan has already carefully played with the Yanfa jade. Its ability to deduce all possibilities in the world probably comes from some kind of exhaustive search. However, this rough exhaustive search of countless possibilities is unexpectedly efficient. It seems that it can instinctively discard those impossible possibilities. What Yanfa jade represents is the Dao path of derivation. Although it is only a projection of a part of the Dao, it may not be impossible to reverse the universe by using the method of devouring and strengthening the Dao swords and Dao sabers. Transform the shadow into reality. Li Fan held the blood-colored ring tightly in his hand. The pictures and perceptions about the possibility of the terminal weapons that the myriad manifestations Dao net had absorbed were absorbed by him after passing through one Dao, and then poured into it. The already somewhat strange blood jade became even more bizarre after merging with strands of infiltrating green light. The so-called true transmission is just a sentence. With the extremely rich experience of mutual devouring of Dao swords and Dao sabers, the incomplete Yanfa jade almost quickly learned this advanced experience. As if it had been hungry for thousands of years, it instinctively wanted to launch an attack on the surrounding area. But Li Fan slapped it mercilessly and stunned it. This is not an ordinary slap, but contains strands of Wuji power. You can only eat what you are fed. You can only watch what you are not fed. After being severely taught a lesson several times after trying to eat, Li Fan successfully established rules for Yanfa jade. Looking at the blood-colored ring that was crying for food, Li Fan looked at the few short heavenly pillars that were sealed this time. Without the realm of namelessness, there is almost no ability to bear the Dao. They are only similar in shape and cannot be called true heavenly pillars at all. And their perception of the great Dao is almost useless after being devoured once by Li Fan with the myriad manifestations Dao net. Standing here is a bit of an eyesore. It just so happens that it can be used to feed Yanfa jade. The leftovers that have been absorbed once are absolutely delicacies for Yanfa jade. As the short heavenly pillars disappeared one by one, Yanfa jade gradually became crystal clear. The blood color is no longer so dazzling, and it is restrained internally, warm and incomparable. Li Fan played with Yanfa jade again after a full meal. Sure enough, the ability of derivation is more than 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, as Li Fan expected, it has begun to exceed the limits of derivation of laws. Rushing forward wildly towards the broader Dao path of derivation. The Dao swords and Dao sabers represent the self bottom-up, step-by-step devouring of their own true Dao path from the projection. Even the possibility of ultimately accommodating all 3,000 Daos. In fact, it can almost be regarded as another myriad manifestations Dao net. However, there are still some subtle differences between the two. The myriad manifestations Dao net is a true fusion of all Daos. No matter how much it devours, it will only present the complete appearance of all the devoured Daos. And this kind of devouring of Dao swords and Dao sabers. While devouring, it is inevitable to retain its original attributes. Just like them, even if they devour the entire Dao path of possibility, in the end, they will still not be able to escape the original appearance of weapons. Yanfa Jade is also the same. No matter how it devours and evolves, it will definitely still be the appearance of Yan Jade in the end. Li Fan did not feel sorry for them. On the contrary, this can better serve him. Inferring from one instance, not only Yanfa Jade, but even any great Dao projection can be like this. While thinking, Li Fan has already found a way to create trouble for Black Heaven Doctor and Evil Subai. But it needs to be experimented with carefully. 30 days passed quickly, and Shanhua did not disappoint Li Fan. On the 25th day, Shanhua pulled chaos and came to visit together. Please forgive this junior for the crime of hesitating before. Before Shanhua could speak, Chaos Wooming apologized to Li Fan first. I already knew that they wanted to harm Senior, but I didn't come forward to stop it. Although Chaos was expressionless, his words were full of regret. Li Fan smiled. You are a smart person, and I like obedient smart people. Chaos was overjoyed, and the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. I am willing to serve Senior. Li Fan glanced at Shanhua, who also said the same thing, and asked, Shanhua collects Mountain and Sea Genesis chapter, have you ever read it? Chaos glanced at Shanhua beside him in surprise, and shook his head. I have never had the honor to feast my eyes on it. Li Fan waved his hand and presented the scriptures passed down by Tai Holy Monarch in front of Chaos. Chaos's reaction was the same as anyone who saw this scripture for the first time, and he almost immediately fell into it. But before he could taste it carefully, the scripture was taken away by Li Fan. Chaos looked full of unfinished business, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Li Fan. He had to forcibly suppress the instinctive impulse in his heart. There are rewards for meritorious service, and punishments for wrongdoing. Do you two want to make meritorious service, or do you want to do wrong? At this time, Shanhua had the opportunity to express his position. Chaos and I have found out that there are still 4 nameless people suppressed in the Shuo Star Sea Dao Net. Including the Great Net, we want to offer them all to you, Great Venerable. Great Net, that's the title for the owner who created the Dao Net. I'm ashamed to say that he has been fighting against us for 10,000 years and cooperating for 100 years. But we still don't know his true identity and the Dao path he comprehended, Chaos explained. However, this person must already be in the realm of namelessness. And his strength is no longer below me in Chaos, Shanhua said with certainty. So how do you plan to offer these 5 to me? Li Fan asked with interest. Chaos and Shanhua looked at each other, and finally Shanhua whispered, the previous connection with Guangwu Star Sea was all through Divine Thought and my black cat. Divine Thought has been captured by you. Shanhua looked at the position where Divine Thought had turned into a heavenly pillar, but was surprised to find that it was already empty. He couldn't help but pause in his words. Are you looking for him? Li Fan then slowly showed the 2 nameless true immortals the blood-colored ring in his hand. Even though the 2 had experienced countless disasters and were immortal, their faces couldn't help but change at this moment. 1514. The 2 treasures break the Dao network. Among the immortals of the Shuo Xingxi, Shenxi was known for his good nature and popularity. His voice, appearance, and smile still seemed vivid, yet at this moment, both Chaos and Shanhua sensed the aura of the great Dao belonging to Shenxi from the blood-colored ring in Li Fan's hand. The implication was clear. Their former companion had been turned into sustenance for an artifact. These 2 nameless realm experts couldn't help but feel sorrow and fear. But after seeing Li Fan's cold and ruthless gaze, they instantly awoke from their grief. The deceased were gone, their survival was now paramount. Shanhua naturally continued, with Shenxi gone, contact with the Guangwu Star Sea will have to rely on me for the time being. When I returned to the Shuo Xingxi before, I didn't delve deep into the Dao network, but rather contacted Chaos from a distance to make plans. Therefore, the Great Net is currently unaware that our expedition of true immortals has been almost completely annihilated. Although so much time has passed without a response, it will definitely arouse his suspicion. But at most, he will only guess that we are in a fierce battle or a stalemate. He would never believe that we have been completely and easily defeated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to the conquest in the first place. Shanhua analyzed methodically, in this situation, Chaos and I can send a request for support to the Great Net. Whether from the overall consideration of the battle situation or from the initial investment costs, the Great Net is very likely to come to our aid. And when he arrives here, with Senior's methods, he will definitely be easily captured. Chaos added, it sounds like an extremely simple plan, but the key is how to gain the trust of the Great Net. Over the past period, Shanhua and I have made ample preparations. We have been continuously transmitting false battle reports to the Great Net. The Great Net doesn't seem to have noticed anything unusual and has even proactively asked us if we need support. Although the Great Net is strong, nearly half of its strength is manifested in that DAO network. If we can lure him out of the DAO network, capturing him will be much easier, Shanhua also said. After the two nameless true immortals finished their brief explanation, Li Fan looked at Chaos and praised with a smile, it seems you had the intention of surrendering long ago. Not bad, not bad. Fingers caressing the blood-colored ring, Li Fan paced and came near one of the heavenly pillars standing in this space. Your plan may be barely feasible, but in my opinion, there is one fatal flaw. His eyes looked towards the heavenly pillar, his tone languid. Chaos and Shanhua's expressions turned solemn. We hope the great Venerable will enlighten us. Just like you were confident in capturing me. In your plan, it seems that as long as the Great Net is lured out, he can definitely be defeated and suppressed. Overestimating your own strength while underestimating the opponent. Since his origin, background, and Dao path are unknown, how can you be sure that as long as I take action, I will definitely subdue him? Why isn't it possible that I'm letting a wolf into the house, and due to carelessness and underestimation, I suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of the enemy? Or is this what you secretly hope for? Feigned allegiance, but in reality, you are staging a scheme within a scheme, just to turn the tables in a desperate situation. Li Fan's voice grew colder. And the expressions and bodies of the two nameless true immortals, Chaos and Shanhua, trembled violently. Great Venerable, please don't misunderstand. How dare we have such insincere intentions, Shanhua hurriedly clarified. This junior is wholeheartedly considering things for your sake, Venerable. The heavens and the great Tao can attest to my sincerity, Chaos then reaffirmed his loyalty. In their hearts, they were both secretly groaning. This legendary great Venerable seemed to have undergone a great change in temperament after the destruction of the immortal realm. So suspicious, capricious, and tyrannical. Compared to the most brutal of past immortal emperors, he was even more extreme. I have no interest in knowing what you are really thinking. Nor is it important. Anyway, you will follow whoever wins. Since that's the case, I also have my own plans. Li Fan reached out, seemingly touching the boundless heavenly pillar. In reality, the myriad manifestation Dao network was suddenly activated, enveloping the entire heavenly pillar and the Archmage statue contained within. Although he had comprehended the boundless great Tao for 100 years, he was definitely not as proficient as the Archmage, boundless itself. Since the enemy is there, then we should just attack directly. Amidst the thunderous roar, the boundless heavenly pillar had already been taken down by Li Fan. Constantly shrinking, it eventually transformed into a gray-white stone staff. A figure flickered in the space ahead. It was Li Buren, summoned to come. Take it. Li Fan threw the boundless heavenly staff directly towards the clone. Considering the possibility of other potential Holy Emperor Li Fan appearing, this time he could only let the clone do the work again. Also cultivating the myriad manifestation Dao network, Li Buren did not feel the slightest bit strained when wielding the boundless heavenly pillar. Protected and blessed by the boundless great Tao, any primordial potential great Tao spells could not approach Li Buren's body. Unless this great net is also a visitor from another possibility. Otherwise, as long as this boundless stone staff is in hand, the clone is already in an invincible position. Defense is more than sufficient, but offense is still slightly lacking. Li Fan pondered, spitting out a pair of water-green sabers and swords from his mouth. I will entrust this treasure to you as well. If you still cannot win, then quickly flee. If escape is impossible, then just commit suicide. This instruction was only in his mind. Shanhua and Chaos, who were present, were unaware. From their perspective, they only saw Li Fan distributing two supreme treasures without any reluctance. After some sensing, they were both delighted and shocked. What pleased them was that they had already recognized the origins of these two supreme treasures. That pair of sabers and swords originally belonged to the stargazing Nameless. They had personally witnessed the power of this treasure before, otherwise they wouldn't have cooperated with her so easily and been persuaded by her. As for that gray stone staff, although they didn't know its exact mysteries, from the fact that it could ignore all senses of the two immortals, it was definitely an extraordinary treasure. With the help of these two treasures, the great net was bound to become a prisoner. What shocked them was that the saber and sword Tao were so extraordinary, yet Li Fan, this great venerable, was able to subdue them in such a short time. More importantly, he was so generous with these treasures, handing them out as soon as he said so. If they had obtained this treasure, they would definitely find a quiet and safe place to seclude themselves and carefully comprehend it. Chaos secretly pondered. He doesn't care about the ancient scripture passed down by the supreme Holy Monarch either. As expected of someone who has served under the Holy Monarch for so long, his vision is naturally far beyond us crude beings. Just follow. Whether you contribute or not is up to you, Li Fan casually instructed. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he sent Li Buren and the two nameless ones out of the high walls. Although there is a 90% chance of winning, I must also prepare for failure, Li Fan thought silently in his heart as he looked into the distance. The blessing of illusion as truth had already been applied to his body. Waiting for any anomalies, he would revert to truth at any time. If that great net could really win under the combined attacks of the boundless stone staff and the saber and sword Tao, then this person was definitely not someone the current Li Fan could defeat. Reverting to truth directly was definitely the right choice. In the dim starry sky, Li Buren placed the boundless stone staff on his shoulder and, like his main body, swallowed the green sabers and swords into his stomach. Then, using his body as a path, he carried Shanhua in chaos, rushing straight towards the Shuo Xingxi Dao network. As if he had practiced the attack route countless times, he was truly skilled and aimed directly at the core area of the Shuo Xingxi Governance Council. Using his body as a path, traversing the starry sky, billions of miles in an instant. Before the two nameless ones could react, Li Buren had already silently penetrated into the coverage area of the Dao network. Under normal circumstances, if there were foreign objects invading the Dao network, it would definitely trigger an immediate reaction from the entire Dao network. Not only would they face pressure from all the great Daos within the Dao network, but they would also be besieged by countless immortal hunters. Even in the realm of nameless true immortals, being so deeply trapped in the net would result in death or injury. In the years of contact with the Shuo Xingxi, Shanhua and Chaos had long regarded this as fundamental. Therefore, in the battles between the two sides, the true immortals had always used methods such as trying to sneak in and ambush the outer edges of the Dao network. But now, Li Buren's act of directly attacking the yellow dragon was truly completely breaking their perception. Wherever he howled past, the Dao network failed to react in any way. The densely packed Dao strings seemed to be shattered with a single blow. Wherever the gray stone staff passed, it was like a raging flame, directly burning holes in the Dao network. The Dao strings broke one after another. The Dao network was no longer a net. Such a bizarre situation left the two nameless ones, Chaos and Shanhua, dumbfounded. Even in their most unrealistic fantasies, they had never imagined a scene where the Dao network could be so easily defeated. By the time they came to their senses, Li Buren had already entered the central area of the Dao network. The Immortal Hunter headquarters and the Shuo Xingxi Governance Council were all located here. Looking at the Shuo Xingxi people who were awakened from a dream and in disarray, the two true immortals looked at the gray stone staff in Li Buren's hand. An incredible, but most consistent idea with the current situation, could not help but appear in their minds. They had personally seen that this stone staff was transformed from a heavenly pillar. Previously, they had been unable to determine the Dao path sealed and suppressed within this heavenly pillar. Until now, when the stone staff showed great power in the Dao network, they could finally confirm it. So the two nameless ones, who did not know how long they had lived, were trembling slightly. Boundless, great Venerable. The reason why they previously mistaken Li Fan for the boundless Venerable under the former Supreme Holy Monarch was because Li Fan had once displayed the power of boundless that could resolve all great Daos. And now, when the gray stone staff showed the same ability, they finally understood. The power of boundless did not come from that hidden emperor, but from boundless himself, who was sealed and suppressed by the hidden emperor. That is a congenital creature under the Holy Monarch, whose nobility cannot be described. Although the immortal realm is destroyed, the Holy Monarch may not have fallen. If the Holy Monarch is angered, even the boundless Venerable has fallen to such a state. How dare he? In an instant, countless thoughts surged in the hearts of the two nameless ones. But in the end, it turned into a deep fear of Li Fan, this mysterious hidden emperor. And Chaos was even more convinced of his judgment. It seems that he has truly walked out of his own path to holiness. Only those who are also holy monarchs can be so disrespectful to other holy monarchs. While the two immortals were in a state of shock, Li Buren had already started a massacre deep in the Dao network. After coldly saying, "Resistors die," the Shuoxing seaside still launched an attack. Li Buren mercilessly used the saber and sword Dao directly. Billions of green lights, like willow branches flying in the wind. Wherever they passed, not even a single exclamation was left behind. Living beings disappeared, leaving nothing but emptiness. Only the flying green light became a little more intense. The boundless heavenly staff opened the way, and the saber and sword Dao cleared the enemy. Li Buren charged all the way, breaking through the layers of the dense Dao network. He did not search for the mysterious great net nameless one in the Dao network, but went straight to the four pillars of the Dao network. The prisons sealing the nameless true immortals. As the most structurally stable existence in the entire Dao network, these strict prisons were like paper in front of the power of Boundless. Unable to defend against it at all. Soon Li Buren locked onto the location of one of the imprisoned nameless true immortals. The stone staff flew, smashing the prison with one blow. The imprisoned nameless one had various Dao strings inserted into his body. Seemingly still in a deep sleep, Li Buren waved his hand, clearing all the Dao strings on the other party's body. The imprisoned nameless one then showed signs of waking up slowly. This one seems to be Lord of Wealth and Fortune. Chaos, who was following behind Li Buren, seemed to recognize the identity of this immortal, and could not help but exclaim. Like Lord of Guarding the Mound, they were both referred to as Lord. But obviously the strength of the two could not be compared. Perhaps it was just because he was stained with the Tao of Wealth and Fortune. Li Buren did not care much, and before the Lord of Wealth and Fortune completely woke up, the power of the myriad manifestation Dao network erupted and enveloped him in an instant. Then he directly sent him inside the high walls, to where the main body was located. Seeing Li Buren's actions, the nameless chaos wanted to speak but stopped. But he saw Shanhua shake his head slightly, and then stopped him. The four pillars, suddenly losing one of them. The Dao network, which had already been riddled with holes, had even less suppression power. Chaos and Shanhua could both feel that the surrounding pressure was much less. Strange, even though things have reached such a state, why hasn't the Great Net shown himself? Be careful, the Great Net is not someone who easily admits defeat. From what I know of him, he should be gathering momentum, preparing a sure kill blow. Together with Li Buren, they completed the destruction of the Dao network. At this moment, the two nameless ones were completely bound to Li Fan, this hidden emperor. They were in an irreconcilable situation with the Shuoxing Sea, with no possibility of reconciliation. For the future, they had to speak out to remind him. Li Buren seemed to be unaware and continued to the next prison. This time, he rescued the nameless one whose Dao path was rock solid. This nameless one was in much better condition than the Lord of Wealth and Fortune. He did not know how many years he had been imprisoned, but he still looked energetic. Looking at the sudden intruder, this rock-solid nameless one was still a little surprised. Just as he was about to say something, Li Buren's myriad manifestation Dao network had arrived. 10.1 has a monthly ticket side story, Supreme Being is Emotionless, Heavenly Physician Transforms Calamities. You can keep a basic ticket for next month to unlock it. 15.15. Strike each other directly. Open black lens bracket rock steadfast close black lens bracket nameless, facing Li Buren's sudden assault, a yellow earth-colored light flashed in his eyes. Although imprisoned under the Dao net for tens of thousands of years, he was not flustered. Stomping his feet fiercely, his figure instantly resembled a towering mountain, standing between heaven and earth. The myriad aspects Dao net, which Li Buren used to envelop him, was like being suddenly grabbed forcefully, creating a momentary feeling of stagnation. The mountain formed by open black lens bracket rock steadfast close black lens bracket was continuous and vast. Even with the power of infinity surging within the myriad aspects Dao net, it was difficult to completely dissolve the mountain of rock steadfast in a short time. Slightly frustrated, Li Buren did not hesitate. He swung a staff at the old rock steadfast nameless. This situation was precisely what Li Fan had anticipated. Although he had comprehended the Tao for 100 years, turning the power of infinity to his own use, he had not yet reached the point of embodying infinity. Facing the true powerhouse among the nameless immortals, it might be difficult to achieve instantaneous crushing. That's why Li Fan brought the infinity pillar. Although rock steadfast nameless was old and firm, he was still somewhat lacking in the face of the true grand Tao of infinity. The infinity pillar pierced directly into the interior of the mountain. The hard rocks on the towering mountains crumbled like tofu upon contact. The yellow earth-colored light in Rock Steadfast's eyes vanished instantly, like a candle being blown out, leaving only shock. This Rock Steadfast's Dao path seems to be imitating open black lens bracket Mount Shengfeng close black lens bracket. After suppressing this nameless one as well, he sent him to the inner high wall. While Li Buren savored the Dao path he had just comprehended from his opponent, he rushed towards the third celestial pillar. With two great treasures in hand, Li Buren encountered no resistance worth mentioning and successfully plundered the third nameless immortal, open black lens bracket taciturn close black lens bracket, sealed within the Dao net. 3 of the 4 pillars had been lost. The Shuo Star Sea Dao net could be said to have lost most of its supporting anchor points. The suppression was greatly reduced, and both chaos and good transformation could move freely within it without being greatly affected. The Dao net's loss of power caused subtle changes in the Shuo Star Sea's starry sky. Under the grand backdrop of Dao annihilation, the existence of the Dao net was like integrated celestial pillars supporting the collapsing sky. But now, Li Fan had suddenly pulled away 3 of these pillars. While the star sea within the high wall became more stable as a result, the Shuo Star Sea here was undoubtedly becoming precarious. Within the star sea, life still remained for the time being. But outside the star sea, it was as if a layer of shadow had been cast, and dull rumbling sounds like mountain calls and tsunami waves were heard from time to time. The 2 nameless ones, good transformation and chaos, were clearly no strangers to this sign. Their memories were even very deep, and they showed extreme unease and fear as if they were experiencing a conditioned reflex. Li Buren ignored their emotions and only faithfully carried out Li Fan's orders. He went to the location of the last imprisoned nameless one. Good transformation and chaos had no choice but to follow behind him, while also unable to resist reminding him, something seems a bit wrong. This operation is going too smoothly. The Dao net is about to collapse, but open black lens bracket great net close black lens bracket hasn't shown himself yet. Where did he go? It's impossible that he just ran away. The Dao net is his hard work over many years, he definitely won't give up so easily. Unless, the importance of his current goal is above the Dao net. A thought couldn't help but appear in the minds of the 2 nameless ones. Li Buren seemed to have guessed what they were thinking. But he only paused slightly and continued forward. The location of the last Dao net pillar was completely devoid of any resistance personnel from the immortal hunters. It was eerily quiet, the only remaining nameless pillar barely supported the surrounding collapsing Dao strings. As long as this last pillar was taken away, the Shuo Star Sea Dao net would cease to exist from this day on. Li Buren repeated his old trick, using the infinity pillar to clear the way and dissolve the Dao net's remaining defenses. A gaunt figure appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have suffered unimaginable abuse and seemed to have been imprisoned for the longest time. This last nameless one was sitting cross-legged with his head lowered and his clothes tattered. Compared to the previous 3, he looked extremely miserable. Li Buren even felt that the grand Dao extracted from him by the Shuo Star Sea Dao net was even more than the other 3 combined. He alone seemed to bear the sum of the pressure equivalent to all the other Dao net pillars. His body was covered with dense Dao strings, making him look extremely creepy. Do you recognize him? Li Buren suddenly opened his mouth and asked the 2 nameless ones behind him. Chaos and good transformation carefully identified him, but both shook their heads slightly. The immortal realm is boundless, and there are countless who have attained the nameless Dao. It is normal that we cannot know them all, good transformation explained. Hearing this, Li Buren pondered as he looked at the prisoner in front of him, but he was not in a hurry to rescue him. With his current level of comprehension of the Grand Dao, he could see through the details of the previous 3 nameless ones with just one glance. Wealth, Rock Steadfast, Taciturn. Although these Grand Daos were combined with the nameless bodies, the nameless themselves had not transcended, so they still left some traces in the world. It was precisely by relying on these traces that Li Fan could peek into these Dao paths. But the person in front of him was in Li Buren's blind spot. A completely unfamiliar, unknown Dao path. Could it be that he's from another possibility? Or, although he had doubts in his heart, with 2 great treasures in hand, Li Buren was not too afraid. While being careful, the infinity staff was swung down again. The remaining Dao strings wrapped around this last prisoner disappeared. Just as the prisoner was freed and the Dao net was about to completely collapse. A pale, skinny hand suddenly grabbed the infinity staff tightly. The Tao strings that had originally dissipated suddenly surged out again from the person in front of him. Although he was mentally prepared, Li Buren's heart suddenly jumped. He wanted to control the infinity pillar and take it away. But he found that the gray stone staff seemed to be firmly stuck in the other party's palm. No matter how hard he tried to manipulate it, the infinity pillar would not move. Li Buren also noticed that in the short period during which the prisoner grabbed the infinity pillar, traces of infinity's aura began to emerge from his body. An ominous premonition arose in Li Buren's heart. At this moment, the last nameless immortal suddenly opened his eyes. "Little friend, why are you destroying my Tao net?" Not long ago, inside the high wall, Li Fan, who was paying attention to Li Buren's actions, suddenly felt an inexplicable irritability in his heart. Immediately, he was shocked and carefully investigated the origin of this inexplicable emotion. Since he embarked on the path of reincarnation and cultivation, his spiritual sense had saved him countless times. Although he still couldn't know the origin of this accurate spiritual sense, Li Fan had temporarily defaulted that this was a unique talent of his. Just like his own spirituality that could be infinitely reduced. A warning from his spiritual sense must have a reason. Li Fan's thoughts turned sharply, and he locked onto the target among thousands of possibilities. Open black lens bracket great net close black lens bracket. The Tao net is destroyed, but he doesn't ask about it. Is he planning to come directly at me? Li Fan couldn't help but feel absurd. Although the infinity pillar and Tao sword and Tao knife were taken away by Li Buren, he could almost be said to be invincible within this high wall. Not only did he have the blessing of the 5 Tao guardians, shadows, but he also had the creatures of the entire primordial immortal realm as soldiers. Unless it was a transcendent powerhouse among the nameless ones, Li Fan was not afraid at all. This warning from my spiritual sense is different from the past. It's not a fatal crisis, but there is definitely a potential threat. This shows that this great net's strength should not be underestimated. Li Fan thought again and again, but he didn't run away directly. He planned to meet this extremely mysterious nameless one first. Anyway, with the protection of open black lens bracket illusion as truth close black lens bracket, he was already in an invincible position. While he was thinking, Li Buren had already arrived at the last prisoner's side. And when the gaunt old man said the sentence, "Little friend, why are you destroying my Tao net?" a blue figure appeared in the primordial immortal realm like a ghost, without any warning. Moreover, it directly locked onto the location of Li Fan's main body. The distance between the two sides was only 1,000 feet. The primordial immortal realm was entirely under Li Fan's control. Naturally, Li Fan was the first to clearly sense this rash intruder. That's why he felt even more shocked. Without a doubt, the blue figure was the open black lens bracket great net close black lens bracket. But Li Fan had no idea how he appeared inside the high wall. Logically speaking, with the high wall as a cover, any true immortal who wanted to cross it would inevitably cause fluctuations that would attract Li Fan's attention. After all, he was now half a Tao Guardian's successor, possessing the authority of the entire experimental field branch. However, the blue great net completely ignored this rule. Exactly. Li Fan stared closely at the inexplicable figure in front of him. Without hesitation, he used his full strength at the first moment. Tao guardians, shadows, sealing celestial pillars. Even the myriad aspects Tao net woven by Li Fan himself. He wanted to suppress the great net nameless instantly. In the darkest star sea, it was as if a monstrous wave had been set off in an instant. In the primordial immortal realm, the wind and clouds changed color, and the sky was torn apart. The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mark were alarmed by the vision. Only then did they notice the two figures confronting each other in the immortal realm. Seeing that someone dared to challenge the majesty of the Creator Father God, the primordial immortal realm creatures were collectively furious. Turning into streams of light, they descended instantly. Standing behind Li Fan like dark clouds, they glared angrily at the blue figure in front of them. They were just waiting for Li Fan to speak, and they would rush up and tear the rebel in front of them to pieces. However, Li Fan, who had a cold expression, already had monstrous waves in his heart at this moment. Because he found that the power from the Tao Guardians, shadows, had actually failed. It wasn't that the power of the 5 Tao Guardians, shadows in the high wall itself had disappeared, but that Li Fan could no longer borrow power from the shadows. In just an instant, Li Fan's greatest reliance was inexplicably resolved. Could it be that this so-called great net is Tao Guardian Gong? As soon as the thought arose, Li Fan's heart couldn't help but jump wildly. At this moment, he didn't have the strength to contend with Tao Guardian Gong at all. That's not right. The actual performance of the Great Net is too different compared to the legendary Tao Guardian Gong. He has been fighting back and forth with a group of fallen nameless ones for tens of thousands of years. It's definitely not Tao Guardian Gong himself. Li Fan quickly calmed down and quickly thought about the reasons why such a strange phenomenon would occur. He has taken away my control over the Tao Guardians, shadows. He can come and go freely, shuttling between the inside and outside of the high wall. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, and he already had the answer in his heart. This Great Net, like me, is also from inside the high wall. And he has also entered the secret space of the experimental field and obtained Tao Guardian Gong's inheritance. However, he is not from our darkest star sea, but from another divided space in the experimental field. ... And what the blue figure said next seemed to confirm Li Fan's guess. He has obtained Tao Guardian Gong's inheritance, but he is doing such a thing. He pointed to the sealed celestial pillar here and said lightly. Li Fan's thoughts turned 100 times. Since the other party didn't directly attack, then there was room for negotiation. In any case, let's first get some useful information out. Anyway, with open black lens bracket illusion as truth close black lens bracket, S protection, he was already in an invincible position. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the onlookers of the primordial immortal realm creatures. Li Fan laughed loudly. It turns out that it's a case of the Dragon King's temple being flooded. Perhaps I can call you senior brother. The blue figure replied indifferently. I dare not. Li Fan didn't mention it again and changed the topic. What's the difference between what I'm doing and what you, senior brother, are doing? Both of us are turning immortals into pillars. This matter has existed in the immortal realm since ancient times. Even if the immortal emperors of the past were present, they couldn't accuse me of anything. Li Fan sneered. Supporting Tao annihilation with immortal bodies can also be considered a great merit. Others can, but you can't, because you have received Tao Guardian's inheritance. The blue figure didn't get caught up in Li Fan's sophistry, but directly defined, Li Fan. I can't, then you, senior brother, can. Hee, don't be too. Naturally, I can't violate it either. The blue figure interrupted Li Fan. But the lower realm star sea is about to be destroyed. It's too late to reason with the true immortals slowly. So I took the lead and entered the net myself. The blue light around the figure slowly dissipated with this sentence, revealing the true face inside. It was exactly the same as the old man who was sealed in the deepest part of the Tao net. Or rather, the two were the same person. If I don't lead by example, how can I have the other nameless ones willingly? The old man said lightly. You. Only at this moment did Li Fan understand. The mysterious nameless one who built the Tao net was actually one of the 4 pillars of the Tao net. The owner of the Tao net was also the prisoner of the Tao net. Since you have obtained Tao Guardian's sketchbook, why do you still need to be a pillar yourself? The inherited Tao shadow can replace it. After a brief shock, Li Fan came back to his senses and questioned, narrowing his eyes. The old man sighed. Unless you reach the realm of transcendence, no matter how real the shadow is, how can it compare to the true Grand Tao? Of course, the most crucial problem is that it's too late. If you give me twice the time, perhaps I can slowly cultivate enough inherited Tao shadows. As the old man spoke, he looked at the primordial immortal realm here. Good transformation, and the others didn't exaggerate. This place does have the legacy of the immortal realm. He nodded in evaluation. I still don't know senior brother's name. Li Fan cupped his hands. Since I learned the Tao of a teacher, I continue it with my body, and inherit it with my will. My Tao path is the word open black lens bracket inherited Tao close black lens bracket. The old man said solemnly. 1516. The immortal world ends with the master asking for monthly votes. Open black lens bracket bearing the Tao close black lens bracket. Li Fan savored these 2 words carefully. Then, he solemnly cupped his hands and said respectfully, leading by example, willingly entering the net. I admire what you have done, Tao brother. But, Li Fan chuckled coldly, you may be called a gentleman, but I am just a small figure with occasional opportunities. I only want to live. Pointing to the surrounding celestial pillars, Li Fan said calmly, if it weren't for Master's phantom and the protection of these nameless celestial pillars, this starry sky would have collapsed long ago. To be honest, Tao brother, I am a person who inherently lacks a sense of security. I fear that the calamity of Tao annihilation might suddenly arrive one day, and Master's phantom might not be able to protect us. It's normal to want to do some reinforcement work, right? Li Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. Anyone who heard it would find it hard to associate the little reinforcement work he spoke of with the nameless true immortals. Although I am willing to emulate master and bear the Tao with a phantom, alas, my comprehension is insufficient, and my aptitude is lacking. I am truly powerless and can only resort to opportunism. Tao brother is able to weave such a magnificent Tao net, so your cultivation must be extraordinary. Could you teach me? Li Fan smiled and waved his hand gently. Before him, the figure of the gravekeeper duke sitting and watching the sea suddenly appeared. Countless lights and shadows constantly changed around the gravekeeper duke's figure. It was precisely Li Fan's understanding of the open black lens bracket gravekeeper's ramblings close black lens bracket. Upon seeing the image of his master, the nameless one bearing the Tao instantly became serious. He even bowed first, and then carefully observed. Seeing this scene, Li Fan had a good idea of what was going on. The worries in his heart were mostly dispelled. The nameless one bearing the Tao did not act perfunctorily. He carefully studied the insights presented by Li Fan, and then even began to explain them to him on the spot. As expected of a nameless powerhouse who had attained open black lens bracket bearing the Tao close black lens bracket, the feeling was almost identical to the inheritance brought by the gravekeeper duke's phantom. It was as if a sage was by his side, giving him instructions. Li Fan was so engrossed in listening that he almost forgot his own dangerous situation. He frequently asked questions, raising all the doubts he had accumulated over the past century of Tao comprehension. The nameless one bearing the Tao was also all-knowing and answered everything without reservation. Li Fan's confusion was dispelled, and he was overjoyed. The time of lecturing seemed to pass in an instant. After the gravekeeper duke's image gradually disappeared, the nameless one bearing the Tao once again stared intently at Li Fan. Confusion can be resolved, but sins are hard to erase. You rely on your master's inheritance and act recklessly, so you should be punished. The death penalty can be waived, but the living penalty is unavoidable. I will punish you to stay with me, reside in the depths of the Tao net, and contemplate your sins behind closed doors. As the nameless one bearing the Tao shouted, an azure light suddenly erupted, enveloping Li Fan's body. Li Fan could see clearly that what was in front of him was not just blue light. It was actually countless dense Tao strings superimposed. Each one seemed to have the weight of a celestial pillar. The nameless one bearing the Tao's move was like covering Li Fan with the entire Tao net. This old thing is so strong. Li Fan was secretly shocked. But he was not afraid, but rather became interested. Since there was no danger to his life anyway, he simply decided to practice with the other party. It just so happened that since Li Fan ascended to immortality, he had not sparred with an evenly matched opponent for a long time. Illusion is reality, Li Fan first silently recited in his heart. The Tao net that suddenly approached instantly grabbed empty air. Clearly, Li Fan was standing there, but it was like a mortal fishing net could never catch water. The rules protecting Li Fan at this moment were above the great Tao. Naturally, it could not be captured by the Tao net. Tao brother, please look at my methods. Facing the nameless one bearing the Tao's surprise and uncertainty, Li Fan smiled. With a flick of his finger, thousands of Tao threads intertwined with the blue Tao net. The net transformed from the ink-slaughter immortal soul was simultaneously eroding the nameless one bearing the Tao's understanding of the great Tao. Reflected in reality, the blue light and shadow in the Tao net kept shaking. Dark shadows were constantly growing everywhere. Ink-slaughter's innate restraint against the great Tao caused the Tao net to have no resistance for a time. It could only allow Li Fan to nibble away. Countless understandings of the great Tao poured into Li Fan's heart. The efficiency was even far greater than before when devouring the Grand Master of Heavenly Capital. Li Fan keenly realized that it was not just the understanding of the nameless one bearing the Tao alone. There were also the remnants of those true immortals who had once been sealed in the Tao net. Heretical ways. Just as Li Fan was happily stealing, the nameless one bearing the Tao shouted angrily. The blue Tao net, which was swaying under the invasion of the shadows, instantly stabilized. It was as if it was no longer a lonely net, but had sufficient support behind it. Looking at the blue halo in front of him, Li Fan could not help but have the illusion of facing mountains and seas. Deep like the sea, steady as a mountain. The great Tao is invisible, its roots are outside. Li Fan suddenly seemed to understand. Although his myriad aspects Tao net had been deduced for 100 years and had devoured a lot of great Tao. Whether in terms of scale or power, it was indeed not weak. But Li Fan always felt that the foundation of his Tao net was not very solid. It was okay if the strength was not as good as his own. But if he encountered someone whose strength was above him, or even on par with him, then just a gentle push might be able to push away and break free from the so-called myriad aspects Tao net. Although the Tao net had woven myriad aspects, it could not tightly bind the enemy. The Tao net woven by the Nameless One bearing the Tao completely lacked this shortcoming. The mountains and seas were like a palm, gently pressing down, anchoring the swaying Tao net. It was likely Buren previously relied on the power of the boundless celestial pillar to wantonly destroy the Tao net, and even dismantled 3 celestial pillars. But in fact, the true foundation of the Sea of Shuo Xing Tao net had not been destroyed. The celestial pillars are just pillars. The anchored pile foundation is still there. As long as you grab some true immortals again, the Tao net will soon be restored. No wonder he watched the Tao net being destroyed before, but he was not worried at all. Li Fan understood in his heart. When he first saw the Sea of Shuo Xing Tao net, the invisible hand that appeared in his mind, pressing down on the heavens in myriad Taos, was actually formed with the help of the power of the mountains and seas. The Nameless One bearing the Tao was indeed a disciple of the Gravekeeper. He was actually able to use the power of the formless and intangible mountains and seas that were not within the mortal world, just like the Gravekeeper Duke. In comparison, Li Fan, this disciple, was a bit of a fraud. The blue Tao net had a foundation, so naturally it could not be nibbled away by Li Fan's methods. No matter how many winds blew, it remained still. It was like a delicious piece of meat suddenly turned into a very difficult bone to gnaw on. Li Fan had to temporarily give up and withdraw the myriad aspects Tao net. Good methods, Tao brother. Be careful, it was praise and sneak attack, coming out at the same time. Since you borrow the power of the mountains and seas, then I will cut off the connection between you and the mountains and seas. A cold light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Although it was nominally a sparring, if he could really take down this Nameless One bearing the Tao, then Li Fan would not hesitate at all. The mountains and seas transcend the mortal world. There are only a few people in the world who can see the true face of the mountains and seas. Li Fan was sure that the Nameless One bearing the Tao in front of him had never seen the mountains and seas with his own eyes. The reason why he could borrow the power of the mountains and seas was probably through the description of the inheritance of the Gravekeeper Duke. But unfortunately, Li Fan was one of the few people in the world. In a trance, it seemed to return to the boundless and infinite sea. Standing in the distance was Mount Above without a peak. In the fusion of mountains and seas, there was endless agitation and echo. With the help of the mysterious power of open black lens bracket illusion as reality close black lens bracket, although Li Fan did not return to the mountains and seas, he seemed to be there again. Therefore, he realized the connection between the Nameless One bearing the Tao in front of him and the mountains and seas. Although he did not understand how this connection was formed. But it did not prevent Li Fan from using a trick to replace the peach with the plum. Take the mountains and seas and replace them. The Nameless One bearing the Tao would definitely not be able to distinguish the difference between Li Fan under the blessing of open black lens bracket illusion as reality close black lens bracket and the real mountains and seas. Compared to the lofty and unattainable infinite sea and Mount Above, Li Fan, this imitator, would take the initiative to get close. With this ebb and flow, it was reasonable for the Nameless One bearing the Tao to mistake Li Fan for the mountains and seas. So the connection between the blue Tao net of the Nameless One bearing the Tao and the mountains and seas gradually became chaotic and eventually broke. And Li Fan, who temporarily connected with the blue Tao net under the name of the mountains and seas, also seized this fleeting opportunity and saw clearly the reason for the existence of the connection. Sure enough, between the mountains and seas, a faint figure stood with his hands behind his back. Although the Gravekeeper Duke was in the mortal world, he left his own mark between the mountains and seas. The Nameless One bearing the Tao inherited from the Gravekeeper. And it was not an ordinary inheritance. Therefore, he could sense the mark belonging to the Gravekeeper Duke between the mountains and seas. Therefore, he had the power of borrowing the mountains and seas, pressing down on the Tao net. In a flash of lightning, Li Fan also locked the position of the mark left by the Gravekeeper Duke between the mountains and seas. However, he did not act rashly. As long as he could master this mark, no matter where he was in the future, no longer restricted by the high walls, he could borrow the power of the mountains and seas like the Nameless One bearing the Tao. But the problem is, the Gravekeeper Duke himself still exists in the mortal world. The Nameless One bearing the Tao is considered a proper disciple of the Gravekeeper. Continuing the Tao with his body, bearing the Tao with his will. Such a disciple, borrowing the name and power of his master, presumably the gravekeeper Duke, would definitely not blame him. Even if he sensed that his disciple was in danger, he might cross time and space to rescue him. And what about him, Li Fan? Using the gravekeeper's phantom still relied on the clone Li Buren. Moreover, he used the phantom originally used to bear the Tao annihilation as a weapon to seal the nameless true immortals. It was an out-and-out deception. It was okay to be far away within the high walls. If he did not know whether to live or die and took the initiative to approach the gravekeeper Duke. Li Fan was very sure that even if the gravekeeper Duke himself was magnanimous and extraordinary, he might not particularly care. But a slap in the face would definitely not be something the current Li Fan could withstand. It might even expose its true existence. Only in life or death situations, perhaps I can proactively contact and trigger it. The name of the gravekeeper should be intimidating enough. Create chaos to cover my tracks. Then I can calmly return to reality. Li Fan had already used such methods countless times when he was still immortal. He was already very familiar with them. It's just a pity, it seems that this Chengdao Wuming in front of me cannot be easily moved. As expected, the students with good grades are the teacher's darlings. Li Fan thought to himself, feeling regretful. Never doing the impossible, Li Fan, having recognized reality, quickly changed his strategy. Just as the duration of illusion of reality to disguise the mountains and seas had ended, Li Fan took the initiative to call a halt to their battle. Fellow Taoists' cultivation is indeed far above mine. I have learned a lot today. He changed his expression, seemingly sincerely admiring. Facing Li Fan's flattery, Chengdao only snorted coldly and did not respond. Li Fan's method of severing his connection with the mountain and sea imprints had indeed exceeded his expectations. With such abilities, he had to treat him with caution. Li Fan didn't mind Chengdao's cold face and continued to smile, very sincerely. Actually, speaking of which, there is no irreconcilable contradiction between me and fellow Taoist. I just want a place to settle down. It's not impossible for me to release these true immortals within the heavenly pillars. Oh, Chengdao was a little surprised, looking at Li Fan, almost writing disbelief on his face. The reason why fellow Taoist cares about these imprisoned people in the heavenly pillars is because they are the same kind as me. Li Fan asked back. Chengdao pondered for a moment, then nodded and frankly said, all the immortals in the immortal realm have received the grace of the Master and have been taught the Master's methods. In a sense, all the immortals in the immortal realm are disciples of the gravekeeper. How can fellow disciples kill each other? Fellow disciples cannot kill each other. Senior brother's words today are truly like a thunderclap. Li Fan said, stunned for a moment, then immediately clapped his hands in praise. Very naturally, he changed the fellow Taoist in his words to senior brother. After a pause, Li Fan saw that Chengdao did not refute, and then continued with a smile, today, after being guided by senior brother, I realized my past mistakes. Just as I said before, I am willing to unconditionally release the imprisoned true immortals in the heavenly pillars. Moreover, I can also help senior brother rebuild the Tao net. Chengdao was skeptical. What are the conditions? Obviously, he already understood the character of this cheap junior brother, Li Fan. My vision of building safe havens has never changed from beginning to end. Senior brother also doesn't want the phantom left by the master to turn into ashes in the great tide of Tao annihilation, right? Li Fan continued. Senior brother must know that I now have a perfect solution. It can satisfy my needs without harming the fellow disciples in the immortal realm. The alien race, the embodiment of the primordial great Tao. Has senior brother ever heard of it? Li Fan asked with a smile. Chengdao's expression changed slightly. The nameless alien race. How could such a monster appear in this realm? Not so. Not this realm, but beyond the heavens. Li Fan reached out and pointed to the horizon. Outside the high wall, outside the realm of possibility. This time, Chengdao's expression completely changed. How many are there? He looked grave, completely unlike when he had just mentioned the immortals of the immortal realm. 13. Li Fan faintly uttered a word. Even Chengdao was taken aback by this number. Is this true? His voice couldn't help but rise a few degrees. Li Fan said solemnly, how dare I deceive senior brother? This is also the fundamental reason why I have tried my best to increase my strength. It's just that the 13 primordial Tao forms are too aggressive. I can't sleep or eat in peace. Li Fan sighed deeply. After Chengdao Wuming pondered for a moment, he decisively said, Junior brother, Don't worry, with me here, even if the 13 nameless aliens arrive together, they won't even think about hurting you in the slightest. You're right, if we have these 13 primordial Tao forms as a supplement, the Shuoxingxi can be induced and completely resolved. 1517. A spiritual stone in the mountains and seas. I won't hide it from you, senior brother. I have a unique treasure called open black lens bracket myriad beast wheel close black lens bracket, which can restrain the nameless ones from other races. However, its power is limited, and it can only restrict about 80% of them. As for the rest, I'll have to trouble you, senior brother, Li Fan said with surprising candor. At the same time, he displayed the treasure given to him by Di San Mo. Chengdao looked at the images of strange lifeforms appearing in the wheel and nodded slightly. Indeed, it's the aura of the heavenly outer Tao. Hee, junior brother, rest assured. With me here, these alien races won't be able to stir up any trouble. Chengdao's nameless confidence didn't seem feigned, which made Li Fan curious. Senior brother is strong, but you alone might not be a match for the combined strength of these nameless ones from other races, right? Could it be? Li Fan pointed to the top of his head, implying the Qigong guardian who had already drifted away. Chengdao smiled freely. This small matter doesn't warrant disturbing master. When dealing with fellow disciples, perhaps one should restrain oneself a bit. But when dealing with these alien races, any means are acceptable. Li Fan's eyes lit up, and he cupped his fist in salute. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Chengdao didn't speak directly but instead asked a seemingly unrelated question, is that figure beside my main body your clone? Senior brother's vision is indeed extraordinary. My clone isn't connected by blood essence but only by a faint connection of the soul, which is extremely difficult for others to detect. Then watch carefully. The scene returned to the depths of the Shuoxingxi Dao network. Li Buren was locked in a stalemate with Chengdao's main body. Chaos and Shanhua tried to step forward to help, but they were blocked by tens of thousands of Tao strings that swarmed out. It was as if another Tao network was hidden within that withered body. Even with the power of Wuji, decomposing these Tao strings would take some time. Chaos and Shanhua could only parry. Who exactly is this person? Strange. These Tao strings seem to be projections of the great Tao of heaven and earth, but in reality, they are more of his own comprehension. I even see my own Shanhua Tao within them. How is that possible? The two nameless ones instantly saw the strangeness of Chengdao and were even more horrified. But they were completely unaware that Li Buren and Chengdao, who had been fighting to the death, had now turned hostility into friendship. Chengdao even began to actively explain and demonstrate to Li Buren. Junior brother, watch carefully. Chengdao's hand, tightly gripping the Wuji heavenly pillar, didn't loosen but instead tightened even further. Li Buren sensed that the Wuji aura surging within the other party's body, like boiling water, was becoming increasingly intense. Suddenly, 100 or so Tao strings, as if possessing spirituality, attacked Li Buren simultaneously. This is Wuji. These 100 or so Tao strings could ignore the protection of the myriad manifestation Tao network, and even the Wuji heavenly pillar was the same. If Li Buren hadn't used the Tao sword and Tao blade in time to block these Tao strings, he would probably have been covered in them by now. The name Chengdao is not just empty words. It is practiced with the body and will. Billions of Tao strings surrounded him and Li Buren, isolating them from the prying eyes of Shanhua and Chaos. While building the Shuoxingxi Dao network outside, I carry the Dao network within my body. Even if one day, the great Dao is annihilated and the Dao network is gone, I can still transform into the Dao network and become the great Dao. Chengdao's voice thundered. In Li Buren's eyes, this withered old man seemed to be the embodiment of the Shuoxingxi Dao network. Sitting in front, he bore the weight of heaven and earth. Senior brother Chengdao's actions are indeed admirable. But if that's all, I'm afraid it's not enough. After all, with the departure of the Immortals, the great Dao of this world is already incomplete. The Dao that senior brother carries will be further reduced, and those 13 primordial Dao forms of the alien races, each one is a complete evolution of a great Dao. A toddler with all its limbs may not be stronger than a single strong arm. Li Buren shook his head. Chengdao didn't directly refute Li Buren's words but instead asked with a smile, what if what I carry is a complete great Dao? Then observe, the Dao strings erupting from Chengdao's body seemed endless, completely obscuring the surroundings. The original Shuoxingxi Dao network was actually only a tiny, insignificant part of it. Chengdao's body had completely disappeared, and Li Buren seemed to have fallen into an infinite starry sky. The surroundings were filled with the radiant great Dao. Although it was much more blurred than directly observing the true Great Tao itself, careful comprehension would definitely be beneficial. Looking at this true Tao network hidden within Chengdao's body, two phrases suddenly appeared in Li Buren's mind. The inscription Tao Immortal, open black lens bracket Supreme Tao Book close black lens bracket. What he's doing in carrying the Tao is actually no different from inscription Tao or the Tao Book. It's just that the inscription Tao Immortal manifests the intangible Tao and then translates the great Tao, making it visible, understandable, and attainable to the world. And Chengdao perhaps knows that his own aptitude is limited and cannot imitate the story of the inscription Tao Immortal. He is simply willing to be a open black lens bracket mirror close black lens bracket that reflects all the great Tao of the heavens. However, being able to be a open black lens bracket Tao mirror close black lens bracket is also an extraordinary thing. In addition to his own understanding of the great Tao of the heavens reaching a certain level, the most crucial thing is the issue of the time node. Not to mention the immortal realm suffering calamities and the great Tao being submerged in Tao annihilation. Even the once intact immortal realm had many nameless true immortals who transcended and escaped, causing the great Tao of heaven and earth to no longer be complete. Where did this great Tao of the heavens that he reflects come from? Li Buren's thoughts raced. As if seeing the doubts in Li Buren's mind, Chengdao's nameless and ethereal voice came from all directions. I was originally a spirit stone on the edge of the mountains and seas, nurtured in the immortal realm for hundreds of millions of years, yet I still couldn't hatch. Until Master was about to transcend and leave, I hadn't even developed intelligence. Later, Master came to the lower realm experimental ground and discovered a certain star sea within it that might be able to help me. Therefore, he left me here. Before Li Buren's eyes, a dark and chaotic starry sky appeared. It was one of the countless square spaces in the immortal realm experimental ground. Li Fan had also observed this area before and didn't find anything special about it. The scene reversed, and tens of thousands of blue light shadows emerged from the darkness. That was the original appearance of this starry sky countless years ago. It was actually a boundless blue ocean. Seawater overflowed, occupying the entire starry sky. And its source was actually a mountain no bigger than a palm. The mountain's streams flowed ceaselessly, and this stream water didn't seem to be within the cycle of the world. Once born, it would no longer participate in the cycle of heaven and earth and would not disappear. Over time, it accumulated more and more, gradually occupying the entire starry sky. Only the mountain in the center of the star sea remained unaffected. Chu Gong Guardian placed the spirit stone on the summit, at the spring, receiving the washing of the stream water day and night, and finally transformed into a person. Li Buren sighed, so senior brother actually has such an extraordinary background. When I was a spirit stone, I reflected all the scenes of the world. Those that have passed and disappeared are all within my past. Except for those who have truly transcended into sainthood, I can all re-reflect them with my mind. The billions of Daos of the network displayed by Li Fan disappeared, and Cheng Dao reverted to his withered, emaciated old man appearance. It just needs time. Unfortunately, time waits for no one, Cheng Dao sighed. You've also seen that it took me tens of thousands of years to construct the Shuo Xingxi Dao network. If I were to reorganize all the heavens, it would take an estimated millions of years. Li Buren pondered for a moment, then understood somewhat. If there wasn't the pressure of the Dao annihilation calamity, I'm afraid senior brother wouldn't need so long, right? That's exactly right. In the end, I am only bearing his Dao shadow. I am not the true great Dao itself. Without a Dao transformation, true immortal is a pillar. Even if I could reproduce the complete great Dao, it would only be a castle in the air. It would scatter with a single push, fragile and bu-kan. Senior brother doesn't need to be so modest. To reflect the complete great Dao, such methods and realm are definitely not something ordinary nobodies can compare to. I just don't know what senior brother meant earlier by using any means necessary. Li Buren was very curious. Replace Dao with shadow, transform shadow into Dao. The withered old man, still sitting cross-legged, slowly uttered 8 words. Li Buren carefully pondered these words. Between different possibilities, the Dao paths may be slightly different. But in the end, in the mortal world, they cannot transcend the mountains and seas. This spiritual stone of mine, born on the edge of the mountains and seas, can probably devour and absorb them. And then transform them into the Dao shadow in my memory, Cheng Dao explained unhurriedly. Perhaps, even due to the influence of the mountains and seas, my absorption is not particularly difficult. To a certain extent, I can even ignore the other party's will. As if to verify his words, Cheng Dao gripped the limitless heavenly pillar with even more force. In an instant, the surging limitless aura on his body intensified fivefold. Li Biren, on the other hand, noticed that the limitless heavenly pillar itself had been slightly reduced. Although open black lens bracket limitless close black lens bracket was still open black lens bracket limitless close black lens bracket, its upper limit had weakened somewhat. What's sealed inside should be disciples of the former holy monarch, right? Limitless Venerable. Cheng Dao shook his head and re-infused the plundered limitless power back. The limitless heavenly pillar regained the lost portion and returned to its original state. Having their great Dao stripped by me, they can complete the transformation within my body. If those alien 13 Daos dare to come, then don't leave. All of you, stay and become heavenly pillars. Cheng Dao, in just a few words, had already decided the fate of these alien nobodies. And Cheng Dao's action of reducing the upper limit of the open black lens bracket limitless close black lens bracket great Dao had aroused Li Fan's deep thought. Because in some ways, this method seemed somewhat similar to his ability to reduce the upper limit of spirituality with open black lens bracket truth and falsehood close black lens bracket. However, open black lens bracket truth and falsehood close black lens bracket involves existence, subtracting it out of thin air. And Cheng Dao's innate divine power only transforms its nature and cannot directly erase it. But perhaps both are related to the mountains and seas. Fortunately, the former Mount Guardian picked up and enlightened this spiritual stone. With Cheng Dao's current moral compass, as long as one doesn't do things that violate his cognition in front of him, it won't cause trouble. Otherwise, even without using the Mount Guardian's mark, as long as he used this innate divine power, he would be extremely difficult to deal with, Li Fan thought to himself in shock. The power of the mountains and seas transcends the mortal world. All power originating from the mortal world is no match for it. Only the change of truth and falsehood can contend with it. Perhaps the reason why the Mount Guardian left a mark was also partly for surveillance. Otherwise, once he went crazy and lost control, the damage he would cause to the mortal world would be too great. While Li Fan was pondering, he had already made the decision that Cheng Dao was a friend, not an enemy. Senior brother, rest assured, since you trust me so much, then I will never reveal senior brother's background to others, Li Fan vowed. With senior brother possessing such abilities, then I truly have nothing to worry about. It's just that the true immortals sealed within the heavenly pillars are not easy to release directly. I fear that the support won't be enough, and Dao annihilation will approach, Li Fan explained with a troubled expression. I naturally understand this principle. Cheng Dao is by no means a pedantic person. We'll release them when there are alien heavenly pillars to supplement them. I wonder, when will those alien nobodies come? 50 years at the shortest, 100 years at the longest. Cheng Dao nodded. That's good, not too long. The grievances they suffer won't be too great. Li Fan echoed. Haha, senior brother truly has a compassionate heart. The billions of Dao strings covering the heavens were retracted. Shanhua and Chaos, still facing a formidable enemy, were both stunned as they looked at Li Biren and Cheng Dao standing together, seemingly as close as brothers. Senior, what's the situation? Chaos asked through voice transmission. It was just a misunderstanding. This is open black lens bracket the great net close black lens bracket, also my senior brother. Li Biren's words shocked the two nameless true immortals. They stared carefully at the thin old man in front of them, but they could never connect him to those pair of blue hands. Cheng Dao also didn't bother to explain to them. He only said faintly, although you have repeatedly ruined my plans, I will not hold it against you for the sake of being from the same sect. These words left Shanhua and Wuming filled with inexplicable confusion, not knowing where this so-called same sect originated from. But they didn't dare to ask more. At this point, a storm, or rather a farce, finally came to an end. In the whole incident, although some true immortals died, there were no casualties among the nameless realm. They were only temporarily sealed within the heavenly pillars and could be released at any time. As for the immortal hunters and mortals in the Shuoxing Sea, they were simply not within Cheng Dao's scope of consideration. Li Fan could be considered to have a bit of understanding of this senior brother. In his eyes, those from the same sect were also divided into levels. Those who obtained the true inheritance of the Mount Guardian were naturally the closest. And the immortals of the immortal realm were ranked in importance according to their cultivation level. As for the mortals of the lower realm, they were merely ants to be used. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a spiritual stone from the edge of the mountains and seas. Although he was enlightened by the Mount Guardian and awakened intelligence and morality, in the depths of his heart, he is still cold-blooded and ruthless. Li Fan couldn't help but secretly judge in his heart. But he didn't show it on his face at all, calling him senior brother affectionately. Perhaps it was because he had never been truly called that by anyone since his birth. Cheng Dao, feeling satisfied, treated Li Fan with even more kindness. And in the course of chatting, Li Fan also learned why a nameless true immortal powerhouse like Cheng Dao would use the hands of mortals to maintain the Dao network. Can mere mortals actually compete with senior brother? Li Fan asked in surprise, full of disbelief. If I were to use my full strength, they would naturally not be my opponents. But even if they were defeated, it wouldn't change the fact that they could hurt me. Therefore, I gradually became interested in them. There will be another chapter around 2 o'clock. 1518. The mystery of the ending. Monthly tickets for extra updates. In fact, a mere mortal couldn't possibly hurt me. It's just borrowing power. But to be able to borrow the power of the grave scripture great sage is quite an achievement. When he spoke the 4 words open black lens bracket grave scripture great sage close black lens bracket, just like mentioning the gravekeeper, Cheng Dao's expression became solemn and respectful. Li Fan's heart leapt upon hearing this, and an ominous premonition enveloped him. Subconsciously, he cast open black lens bracket illusion as reality close black lens bracket. Almost instantly, Li Fan felt a chilling sensation, as if a gaze swept over him from Cheng Dao's body. But it only glanced briefly, without much focus. Then, the sense of being watched vanished. Cheng Dao seemed accustomed to this and continued speaking. Unaware that in Li Fan's heart, which appeared calm, a monstrous wave had already been stirred up. Great Sage, Sacred Sovereign. The 4th Sacred Sovereign of the Immortal Realm, who can be sensed just by mentioning his name. I was almost harmed by this old thing. The Sacred Sovereign stands at the pinnacle of the Immortal Realm, even capable of shifting mountains and seas to a certain extent. There's no doubt about his strength. Even with Still True's protection, Li Fan wasn't entirely confident he could escape unscathed in front of such a powerful being. How could he not be afraid? Fortunately, through years of reincarnation simulations, Li Fan had developed an extremely keen intuition. With a sudden inspiration, he timely cast the open black lens bracket illusion as reality close black lens bracket divine power, thus avoiding a disaster. This time, Li Fan's open black lens bracket illusion as reality close black lens bracket simulated an ordinary immortal in the mortal world. It wasn't like before, transforming into a target with special characteristics, but rather concealing his own uniqueness. If Li Fan hadn't repeatedly rehearsed during his enlightenment, he wouldn't have reacted so quickly this time. Although the open black lens bracket illusion as reality close black lens bracket divine power cannot be permanently maintained, transforming into an ordinary immortal of the mortal world doesn't consume much energy, so it can almost be sustained indefinitely. It's just that if I want to change the effect of illusion as reality, I need to wait another 24 hours. In the future, when communicating with this old thing, I need to be constantly vigilant. Li Fan tried to calm his emotions, no longer dwelling on the matter of the grave scripture great sage. He listened as Cheng Dao continued. I walked out of that experimental field, naturally to carry on the Dao of my master, using illusory shadows to bear the Dao's annihilation. But the problem is, the surrounding star sea is withering. For a time, I didn't know where to find true immortals. Just then, the Lord of the Sacred Merchants told me that they had a way. The Lord of the Sacred Merchants? Li Fan's attention was drawn back. These mortals do indeed have some skill. They can actually pursue the faint connection between true immortals and the mountains and seas, accurately locating the hidden true immortals in the vast, desolate, and silent star sea. Although I can also do it, it would take more time. It's better to have someone else do it for me. My luck wasn't bad. The first nameless one I encountered, open black lens bracket grind close black lens bracket, was quite reasonable. He was willing to follow the collective will of the master and leave an illusory shadow to bear the Dao. But as I said before, the Dao annihilation tribulation came faster than expected. There wasn't enough time, Cheng Dao said with some regret. By the time open black lens bracket grind close black lens bracket comprehended the wonderful method passed down by the master, differentiated an illusory shadow, and went to bear the Dao, I'm afraid this star sea would have already been swallowed by Dao annihilation. How could my first battle after leaving the mountain end so hastily? In a crisis, I had to substitute myself for the shadow. After gradually becoming familiar with Li Fan, Cheng Dao's words were slightly different from before. But overall, it still matched Li Fan's judgment of Chengdao. Chengdao was originally a spirit stone on the edge of the mountains and seas. He was an object from outside the mortal world, with a naturally indifferent nature. But he was instructed by the gravekeeper and was bound. Therefore, his actions are still within the rules. The effect is still good, barely resisting the approaching Tao annihilation tribulation. It's just that Grind inevitably has some complaints. But seeing that I myself have also entered the prison, he can't say much. As compensation, I also specially built a city of bliss for him. His clone can enjoy himself and vent his feelings outside. Among the immortals of the Tao network, he can be considered unique. Chengdao was somewhat dismissive. In his opinion, being able to resist Tao annihilation and practice the Gravekeeper's philosophy is definitely a great honor. But not every true immortal in the world is as reasonable as open black lens bracket grind close black lens bracket. Most of them are not very cooperative. Due to the Brotherhood, I couldn't directly take action. I had to rely on the mortal forces in these star seas. In the beginning, I saved them from the Tao annihilation tribulation. Therefore, they are grateful to me and obey my orders. The Governance Council and the Immortal Hunt were also established as a result. There also seemed to be some remnants within the high walls. Chengdao's tone was full of indifference. Li Fan could somewhat understand Chengdao's heart. To him, these mundane people were indeed not within his scope of consideration. Even if Li Fan almost tore apart the Tao network this time, killing countless immortal hunters, as long as he called out a few more times to his senior brother, Chengdao could write off the debt. In short, the weight of fellow disciples who had jointly obtained the Gravekeeper's inheritance and the mortal ants in Chengdao's heart was completely different. Even if it's just mortals wielding the knife, with a senior brother sitting in charge, capturing the true immortals of the Star Sea should be easy. Why have I heard that the Immortal Hunt has repeatedly suffered setbacks? And even fell into a disadvantage in the struggle. Upon hearing this, Chengdao narrowed his eyes. Li Fan felt a cold killing intent from him, as well as a faint, extremely subtle greed. After a long while, Chengdao frankly said, if they were all the strength of chaos and benevolence there wouldn't be any trouble. The most crucial thing is open black lens bracket reverse close black lens bracket. Reverse. Li Fan immediately thought of the nameless true immortal in the true immortal forces who was said to have created treasures like the reverse voyage ship. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, is there really a method to reverse time in the world? Chengdao's tone was somewhat deep. Although there is no evidence to confirm it, that's probably the case. HMPH, every time he can turn decay into magic, reversing the battle situation. How can there be such a coincidence? Although I have tried my best, I can't do anything about this kind of thing. Later, Reverse disappeared. Only then did that group of true immortals slowly become honest. Li Fan couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Reverse voyage ship, the second of the three methods of avoiding the world. If time reversal collides with open black lens bracket still true close black lens bracket, I wonder what kind of scene it would be. Thinking this in his heart, what Li Fan said was, Reverse disappeared. Could it be that he built the reverse voyage ship and went back to the past? Perhaps. It's just a pity that I couldn't catch him. Otherwise, if I returned to the time when I was by the Master's side, when I was still a spirit stone, and suddenly awakened my intelligence, the Master would definitely be very pleasantly surprised. These remarks, spoken from the mouth of a withered old man, were really a bit strange. But it was enough to see the depth of the Gravekeeper's influence on Chengdao. Li Fan was speechless, and the two fell into silence for a while. Finally confirming that there really was a method to reverse time in the world, Li Fan almost couldn't forget it. He tried to inquire more information about it from Chengdao. I don't think such heaven-defying supernatural powers exist in this world. What kind of person is Master? Even he doesn't seem to be able to reverse time. It's really hard to imagine that the inverse immortal would be even more powerful than Master, Li Fan said, shaking his head after a moment of silence. Regarding this point, I was also confused, and then I asked Master for guidance, Chengdao suddenly said. Oh, what did Master say? Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. Not only because it concerned the reversal of time, but also because he discovered that Chengdao could communicate with Shukyugong at any time. Irrelevant to the final outcome. These 4 words are something I still haven't been able to comprehend, Chengdao sighed with some regret. Irrelevant to the final outcome. Li Fan slowly repeated the words silently in his heart. Clearly, the final outcome that Shukyugong was referring to was the ending where the mortal world would be submerged by the tribulation of Tao annihilation after millions of years. Does that mean that the power to reverse time cannot solve such a calamity? Li Fan was somewhat incredulous, and he couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. But what Shu Qigong was thinking was not something that Li Fan could fathom at the moment. The perspective from outside the mortal world, between the mountains and seas, might be completely different from that within the mortal world. Since Shu Qigong said so, he must have his reasons. Li Fan could only comfort himself in this way. Master's holy words are truly difficult to fathom. Senior brother, don't mind it, I don't understand either. Hearing Li Fan say this, Cheng Dao immediately became much happier. Li Fan then inquired, from what senior brother said, you can often listen to master's teachings. Next time you have this opportunity, please don't forget to bring junior brother along. Although I obtained master's Shukyu jottings, I have never had the opportunity to hear his words or see his person. Li Fan's face was full of envy. Cheng Dao was somewhat proud, but also somewhat regretful. It's not as easy as you think. Master is transcendent and his movements are ethereal. Moreover, the imprint exists between the mountains and seas, so it's normal for a message to go unanswered for hundreds of years. Therefore, although I have been awake for a long time, I haven't had many opportunities to speak with Master. That's really a pity, Li Fan sighed, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. But don't worry, junior brother, if there is news from Master next time, I will definitely bring you along. Cheng Dao was very righteous and promised repeatedly. Then thank you very much, senior brother. Li Fan revealed a happy expression. The interaction between the senior and junior brothers was indeed very pleasant. Although Cheng Dao's strength was unfathomable, he was bound by rules after being enlightened by Shu Qigong. Li Fan catered to his interests, so he could easily control him. Gradually, Cheng Dao regarded Li Fan as the most trustworthy person besides Shu Qigong. And Li Fan also benefited greatly from Cheng Dao. The most crucial thing was the complete Great Dao projection in Cheng Dao's memory. Although they were not the Great Dao itself, they did not substantially help Li Fan's evolution of the myriad manifestations Dao network. However, they were equivalent to directly unlocking all the Great Dao illustrations that were originally in the mist. This allowed Li Fan to accurately hunt targets in the future according to the illustrations. Benefiting from the harmonious relationship between them, Cheng Dao was not stingy with this complete Great Dao memory. He often shared it with Li Fan. However, the complete Great Dao projection of the primordial possibility was dozens of times more complex than the Great Dao that Li Fan had glimpsed before. It was not something that could be fully comprehended in a short period of time. Therefore, Li Fan almost always stayed by Cheng Dao's side. As for the avatar Li Buren, he was helping to repair the Dao network outside. With the assistance of the Chaos, Shanhua, and other true immortals, as well as many creatures from the primordial immortal realm, the restoration of the Shuoxing Sea Dao network was very fast. And the actual controllers of the two largest forces near Shuoxing Sea sat down and discussed the Dao every day, enjoying themselves, and this starry sky fell into extremely rare peace and tranquility. Until 33 years later, Shanhua suddenly came to see Li Fan. News from the Guangwu Star Sea. Li Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after seeing his supernatural power of taking away the Dao sword and Dao saber with his own hands, the Guangwu Star Sea would dare to come to his door again. What did they say? Li Fan asked with interest. Shanhua's expression was a little subtle. He glanced at Cheng Dao, who was still sitting there in meditation, beside Li Fan. My senior brother and I are not biological brothers, but we are closer than brothers. There are no secrets between us. If you have anything to say, just say it. Li Fan waved his hand. So Shanhua honestly confessed everything, that Kuixing first asked about my recent situation. I didn't expose myself, but pretended to say that I had fled in a panic and was lucky to survive. Then Kuixing actually proposed to continue the cooperation. I decisively refused, but Kuixing kept babbling, it seems. Shanhua glanced at Li Fan's face and said in a low voice, it seems that he is determined to capture you, senior. Before Li Fan could express his opinion, Cheng Dao sneered first. You can agree for now and lure him over. I want to see what abilities this Kuixing actually has. Li Fan thought for a while, but felt that something was strange. There is no such thing as getting up early without a profit. Easily resolving the attacks of the Dao sword and Dao saber, and even subduing these treasures with his own hands. The strength that Li Fan showed was definitely far beyond the realm of ordinary nameless true immortals. But even so, the Guangwu Star Sea represented by Kuixing was still determined to capture Li Fan. There was no unresolvable contradiction between Li Fan and the Guangwu Star Sea. So, there are speculations about my method of collecting the Dao Sword and Dao Saber. Involving returning to truth, Li Fan had to become serious. Judging from the handwriting of being able to take out treasures like the Dao Sword and Dao Saber at will, the Guangwu Star Sea's power must not be weak. There may even be transcendents who can travel to other possibilities. After all, the Dao Sword and Dao Saber came from other possibilities. Interesting. Although Li Fan could completely ignore this coaxing true immortal, how could he allow others to sleep soundly beside his bed? The feeling of being constantly remembered by others was even more uncomfortable. The most important thing was that Li Fan now had a powerful senior brother blocking in front of him. Let Chengdao test the quality of this Guangwu Star Sea first. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Just do as my senior brother said. Li Fan ordered in a deep voice. Chengdao was very satisfied with Li Fan's reaction. In his view, Li Fan's straightforward response was much better than being evasive. Don't worry, junior brother. It's still the same sentence. As long as senior brother is here, I will never let anyone hurt you, Chengdao solemnly guaranteed. Li Fan showed a grateful expression. At the same time, he also had the avatar Li Buren prepare. In the primordial immortal realm, the infusion from the infinite sea had long reached a balance. Now, this continent within the high wall was not much different from the immortal realm in Li Fan's memory. Seeking monthly tickets. Thanks. The additional updates will be completed during the National Day holiday. 1519. Stars hanging on the mountains and seas. Because he had truly been to the endless sea, he could use the means of illusion as truth to connect with the endless immortal power. Now, this desolate continent, compared to the former immortal realm, may only be lacking in momentum. Immortals are able to look down upon all living beings because the former holy monarch of Lianshan ascended the upper mountain, opening up a path of ascension from nothing for the world. The entire immortal realm was built directly within the boundless upper mountain. But where exactly is the upper mountain, and what does it look like? Few immortals in the world know. This is the so-called being in the midst of the mountain, yet not seeing its true face. Li Fan, this half-immortal, is also like this. Although he is in the mountain, he does not see its true face. Although he can borrow its power, he cannot know its reason. The endless sea is already so breathtaking, the magnificence of the upper mountain will certainly not be inferior to the endless sea. Li Fan could not help but think like this every time he wandered in the endless sea. He could only use the difference in momentum generated after each step he took to reverse engineer the existence of the upper mountain. Even if he did not deliberately seek the height of the upper mountain, the momentum of the desolate immortal realm was changing day by day due to the unrestrained infusion of endless power. This may be the best proof that mountains and seas share the same origin. At this moment, Li Buren was sitting cross-legged at the highest point of the desolate immortal realm's firmament, within a Tao palace above the 5 heavenly emperors' palaces. He took in every move on the continent, but most of his attention was focused on a yellowed ancient scroll in his hand. The scroll seemed to be quite old and incomplete, with many pages torn away. But this did not prevent Li Buren from reading it over and over again. This reader was exactly the mountain and sea fables that Li Fan had been painstakingly searching for, which Lu Rushan had once read. After the Medicine King Sect's envoy, the Medicine King True Cauldron, left the profound Yellow Realm, this reader was confiscated by the Supreme Sect, one of the 10 immortal sects, and included in the sect's treasure trove. Then the Supreme Sect split, and some people took the opportunity to escape, taking away countless treasures from the sect's treasure trove, along with this fable. At that time, outside the high wall, in the Shuo Star Sea, many forces gathered, causing chaos. The remnants within the high wall, probably because they came from the Dark Star Sea, instinctively united. In the end, they managed to survive and evolved into the 3 forces in the Shuo Star Sea today: Sword Domain Thousand Crossing Dao Field and Source Beginning Land. The former Supreme Sect was within the Thousand Crossing Dao Field. Li Fan is now the undisputed existence in the Shuo Star Sea. It is absolutely easy to find something in these mortal realms. Without having to take action himself, he only needed to instruct Shanhua to handle the matter properly. This volume of Mountain and Sea Fables, although still not the complete version, described in more detail the relationship between mountains and seas, as well as the different attitudes of mountains and seas towards the various creatures that appeared in the world sooner or later. It was quite enlightening for Li Fan, who was new to mountains and seas. However, what aroused Li Fan's deep thought the most was the discussion between mountains and seas about the future. There is a thing born between mountains and seas, born one day, and dies another day. Born in the sea, dies on the mountain. The sea does not see its death, but the mountain sees it. Therefore, the mountain is overwhelmed with grief and cries loudly. Rolling stones rumble down from the mountain, startling the sea. Mountain, why are you suddenly so sad? Sea, it is because I have seen our future destiny. How can small things be compared with us? Today, mountains and seas are indeed large. But the day of demise is small. Not because it is small that it perishes, but because it perishes that it is small. Mountains and seas shook, terrified. After the fear, years passed, and the mountains and seas were as before. One day, the mountains and seas played together. The mountain suddenly abandoned the sea and left. The sea did not understand and chased after it. The mountain was unwilling and stayed away. The sea howled and roared, "Mountain, what are you angry about now?" The mountain answered dully, "Sea, you have never looked up." The sea looked up and suddenly saw a star, hanging high above the mountains and seas. Like the eye of a god, watching the mountains and seas. The sea then abandoned the chase. The star hung over the mountains and seas. One day, it disappeared. The mountains and seas reunited, uneasy. "Mountain, where do you say he went?" The mountain did not answer, but stared closely at the sea. After a few breaths, the sea fled in horror. The mountains and seas never met again. Mountain, sea, star. Li Buren slowly closed the last page of the reader, his expression strange. Most of the volume was about the exchange between mountains and seas. And the appearance of the so-called star only appeared in the last two short stories. But it was like a sudden loud bell ringing in the ear in silence, shocking the reader to the point of horror. Upper mountain, and endless sea. One represents infinity, and the other represents high momentum. Existences that transcend the mortal world, unimaginably vast and great. However, according to the description in this fable, there is actually a star above the mountains and seas. It can even make the mountains and seas themselves feel fear, and never meet again. If this fable is not a baseless fabrication, then it's interesting. Star, in the end, disappears in the mountains and seas. Li Buren could not help but recall the scene when he first entered the endless sea. Could it be that the changes at the bottom of the endless sea originated from star? And what is the relationship between returning to truth and star? Who exactly is Sun Piao Miao, that he would know such secrets? Li Fan had also shown this fable reader to Chengdao. But this spiritual stone, born from the edge of mountains and seas, had no impression of the descriptions in the fable. He was even somewhat dismissive. In Chengdao's view, this was purely the world's random speculation about mountains and seas. He only glanced at it roughly and returned it to Li Fan. Knowing the true secrets of mountains and seas, this Sun Piao Miao is definitely not that simple. Li Fan's perception was completely opposite to Chengdao's. An existence that could pass down such a wonderful method as the refining Tao medicine King scripture would never be bored enough to write absurd stories that were out of reach. Especially the metaphors of mountain and sea are too special. For any true immortal, there is no possibility of pointing to other existences. Perhaps, the key clues are in the missing pages. Li Fan had investigated that these pages were not missing during the Supreme Sex Collection period. But they were incomplete from the moment they entered the library. So someone deliberately tore them away and hid them. In the vast starry sky, finding these missing clues is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Li Fan had a faint premonition in his heart. These remaining pages of paper should still be somewhere, waiting for him. It's like scattering bait all the way. There's no reason to disappear before reaching the trap. However, he may not have thought that what he attracted may not be prey, but a beast that devours people. Li Buren's eyes flashed as he crushed the mountain and sea fables in his hand. It turned into thousands of earthy yellow threads and swallowed them into his stomach. No wonder it can be preserved for so long without rotting. Sure enough, it is mixed with some refining Tao methods. Transforming the Tao into a pill, tempered and refined, the great Tao decays but the golden pill does not. Li Buren smacked his lips, carefully savoring the taste. Wonderful. After a moment, his figure suddenly floated out of the Tao Palace and stood on the desolate continent. Looking at the immortal realm he had created with his own hands, he nodded in satisfaction. Rare divine medicine, rarely seen since ancient times. It's just right to try it out. Li Buren did not intend to directly destroy this continent that he had worked so hard to develop. In fact, thanks to the infinite nature of the immortal realm, even if Li Buren used the means of refining the Tao to temper the great Tao of this world, as long as he controlled the heat well and achieved a balance of birth and elimination, he could refine immortal realm Tao pills on the basis of not harming the foundation of the desolate immortal realm. It can be said that the desolate immortal realm is like a Ganoderma lucidum that can constantly regenerate its own tissues. It is definitely the most suitable for refining Tao pills. Therefore, Li Buren had no worries about failure at all. Even the first refining Tao was directly started. 5 heavenly emperors, listen to my command. Fire. Rise. Li Buren gave a low shout and issued an edict towards the palaces in 5 places below. On the desolate continent, 5-colored mysterious light rose from the firmament, covering the sky. The creatures in the world could not help but look up at the sky, and a sense of unspeakable fear arose in their hearts. But with the will of the Creator Father above, and the deterrence of the 5 heavenly emperors below, even if all living beings were terrified, they could only silently lower their heads and cooperate. 13 heavenly scars, like evil ghosts, swarmed out, patrolling all parts of the continent. If anyone dared to resist, they would be killed regardless. In boundless fear, the creatures of the desolate immortal realm knelt down and worshipped, begging for the benevolence of the Father God. But the various colored bands of light rising and falling on the 5 firmaments were as turbulent as fireworks. From Li Buren's perspective, the various Tao principles in the world were evaporated by the fire. Like green smoke, they rose up and turned into a round pill in front of him. Thanks to the selfless guidance of senior brother Chung Dao, Li Fan had a general understanding of all the paths of primordial possibilities. It was like knowing the composition of each medicinal material of the pill, and refining it was naturally easy. The smoke continued to rise. Finally, a Tao pill slowly formed in Li Buren's perspective. Like the purple aura from the east, it looked extremely noble. However, Li Buren shook his head slightly, it actually failed. He casually threw it towards the heavenly emperor's palace below. Thank you, Father God, for the gift. The central Jun heavenly Wuji great emperor had the highest strength among the heavenly emperors, so he snatched the Tao pill. Overjoyed, he did not dare to forget to thank him. The other heavenly emperors were all envious. Just like how he used his access to the infinite sea to train them in the beginning, even though they have now become so-called heavenly emperors, Li Fan can still manage them with absolute obedience. Refining the next pill will take 7 days, waiting for the natural recovery of the immortal realm of the Great Desolation. Li Bu Ren calculated the consumption of refining a Tao pill, and couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of the power of infinity. If it were an ordinary lower realm, no matter how rich its foundation, such a round of refining would definitely lead to a situation of utter depletion. However, the immortal realm has a continuous source of energy. 2 more points and there will be a 2,000 character chapter, making a total of 5,000. 1520. New magical uses of ink killing. Life and death are one, merging with the Tao to realize truth. Transcending worldly concerns, my elixir is complete. Li Buren carefully savored the contents of the Tao Refining Medicine King Sutra, finally understanding the reason for his first failed attempt at alchemy. Too strong of a purpose. It doesn't align with the meaning of transcendence. Li Buren shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, I was a bit too focused on results. The so-called Tao elixir is merely icing on the cake. It's better to have it, but if not, there's no real impact. For Li Fan, whether the Tao elixir succeeded or not wasn't the key. What mattered was the entire process of refining the Tao elixir. After witnessing the grandeur of the true Tao at Chengdao, Li Fan was acutely aware that relying solely on his own strength to slowly comprehend the 3,000 great Taos of this world would be an extremely long and inefficient endeavor. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to fully comprehend them and weave a true myriad aspects Tao net even by the end of this world. Therefore, he needed to take a shortcut. Besides directly absorbing the Grand Master's and Chengdao's understanding of the Tao Refining Medicine King Sutra transmitted by Sun Piao Miao was also an effective supreme Dharma. The great Tao manifests in all things in the world, and through the process of Tao refining all things can be slowly refined back to the state of Tao. It was extremely similar to the effect of primordial. However, the Tao after refinement was not the chaotic state of the innate after primordial's effect. Instead, it seemed to be filtered, organized, and clearly understood. In short, it was the difference between being able to see and understand. Even if the Tao elixir failed, the process of condensing the great Tao was enough for Li Buren to carefully observe these Tao principles. 7 days later, Li Buren opened the furnace to refine the elixir again. Although strange phenomena still occurred frequently, the creatures of the great desolate continent, having experienced the previous near disaster, were mostly no longer afraid. And the 5 heavenly emperors and 13 heavenly marks who could benefit were even more diligent. Li Buren remotely directed, and as the firelight flickered, the Tao elixir began to take shape. Compared to the previous flawed product, this true Tao elixir, in addition to being shrouded in a misty purple aura, was even more peculiar in that it seemed to have developed a nascent intelligence. Facing Li Buren, who was about to swallow it, the Tao elixir not only did not feel fear but even showed some eagerness. The essence of the Tao elixir is the condensation of countless Tao principles. It won't disappear just because I swallow it. Instead, it will merge with my understanding of the great Tao. An understanding welled up in his heart, and Li Buren paused with the Tao elixir at his lips. The caution he had cultivated over a long time ultimately led Li Buren to abandon the plan to swallow the Tao elixir, even if it was just an avatar. I'll reward you all with it. He tossed it out casually. This caused the heavenly emperors and heavenly marks to scramble madly. For these creations, one Tao elixir was truly worth thousands of years of hard cultivation, or even far more. This was because, in this great desolate continent, the duties and permissions of each had been strictly defined by Li Fan. Even a heavenly emperor could only observe the Tao principles within a limited area. However, the Tao elixir bestowed by Li Fan could ignore this rule division. True power is like this: breaking the rules, ignoring the rules, and even creating the rules. As one Tao elixir after another was continuously refined, many insights accumulated in Li Fan's heart. Combined with what he learned at Chengdao, his progress could be described as rapid. After the 19th Tao elixir, Li Buren no longer bestowed them upon the creatures of the great desolate immortal realm. Instead, he collected and accumulated them himself. The gathering of Tao elixirs was an incredibly strong temptation for any living being, surpassing the heaven and earth essence seen by cultivators in the Xuanwang realm by 1,000 or 10,000 times. However, Li Buren remained calm from beginning to end. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. In addition to refining Tao elixirs with ease, Li Buren also developed some unique ideas of his own. Inkkill can appear in the form of heaven and earth essence. Logically speaking, it can also be integrated into the Tao elixir. With a thought, during another refining process, Li Buren began to mobilize the power of the Inkkill immortal soul. However, Inkkill itself could erode Tao principles to a certain extent, like Tao annihilation. The integration of Inkkill's power actually led to the failure of this alchemy attempt. But Li Buren instead saw the hope of success. Because the Tao elixir did not dissipate at the instant Inkkill's power was integrated, but lasted for a period of time before disintegrating. This means that the ratio is wrong. It needs to be adjusted. After a full half-year of experimentation, Li Buren finally succeeded in refining the first Inkkill Tao elixir. The exterior was still surrounded by a sacred purple aura. Even more astonishing was that the intensity of the purple aura was more than twice as dense as that of a normal Tao elixir. What was truly surprising was that the surface of this Inkkill Tao elixir naturally emerged with patterns similar to mountains and seas. This made the Tao elixir even more mystical. Li Buren stared at it for a long time, still unable to determine whether this mountain and sea phenomenon was accidental. Therefore, he refined the elixir again. The result was the same. That's interesting. Li Buren threw this poisonous elixir out of the Tao Palace. Having not seen a Tao elixir appear for a long time, this Tao elixir, which looked extraordinary, caused fierce fighting among the creatures of the great desolate immortal realm. The cruelty was even more tragic than the previous few times combined. Finally, an earth spirit who had been born since the beginning of the great desolate immortal realm was fortunate enough to obtain this Tao elixir. In great excitement, he swallowed the Tao elixir. Surrounded by countless purple auras, this earth spirit couldn't help but rise up. Soaring straight towards the Tao Palace where Li Buren was, ascending. Completely disappearing from the sight of the masses, eliciting countless exclamations and envy. And Li Buren, looking at the earth spirit in front of him who had been completely purplified, and seemed to have lost his own sanity, stroked his chin. This is Taoified. The life form of the earth spirit had already dissipated, leaving only the form still. However, the earth spirit Tao did not exist in the world. Therefore, the scene before Li Buren was extremely strange. This earth spirit should have swallowed and digested the Tao elixir, but now, on the contrary, he was swallowed by the Tao elixir. Furthermore, Li Buren also discovered that there was no ink kill power inside this Taoified earth spirit. During the Taoification process, the already small amount of ink kill power was consumed. So, this is another use of the ink kill immortal soul's power. A single experiment could not clarify how this mysterious change occurred. Li Buren continued to refine 15 more ink-kill Tao elixirs. As one strange purple statue after another appeared beside him, Li Buren gradually understood the reason. This time, he directly omitted the process of refining the Tao elixir. With a thought, the power of ink-kill flew out, descending to lock onto the enemy. Originally, it should have been a characteristic of near annihilation, but the living being who suffered ink-kill was eliminated without a trace. But now, it was Taoification, presenting the original appearance of the living being when it was created.